Okay, Christian, my son, do you have a queen? Son, you gotta hold your cards up so I can't see them. Christian. Hey boy, please hold your cards up. You used to love Go Fish. What's going on? Christian, I want to play Go Fish like we used to. Alright, welcome back to my playthrough of Zombie Exodus, everyone. Want to go ahead and thank you guys for tuning in. This is going to be part 3, chapter 5. I'm looking forward to this one. It's supposed to start getting good. And we'll be back with my playthrough right after this. Hello everybody, welcome back to my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. This is going to be video number 11, part 3, chapter 5. And if you remember in the last part, we had just went on a mission to a military depot with Javier. And it looked like Javier had been bitten while we was down in there in the chamber. We came back with a big truck that I found and downstairs, and had loaded that truck up with a lot of supplies, a lot of food that we desperately needed. And we came back home. I know that Emma had told us before we left she needed to talk to me when I got back, but I came home and pretty much crashed and fell asleep into a really deep sleep because I was obviously exhausted. And so we're gonna find out what happens here in part 3, chapter 5, and let's go ahead and take a look at our stats. I think we already looked at this at the end of the last video. Real quick. Yeah, we did. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this started here. Progress is saved. It's always good. Alright, June 25th, 2012. The door to your room rattles, and you hop out of bed. A door bursts open. Boots stomp the ground, and hands shake you awake. You spin in bed and raise your hands to stop whatever is attacking you. As your eyes adjust to the morning light and your vision clears, you see Emma's worried face above you. "Hurry, we need you, it's Javier!" You jump out of the bed, throw on some clothes, and race out of your room. As you reach the middle of the upstairs hallway, a single shot from a large caliber weapon rings out in Javier's room. Oh, wow. As you rush to the edge of the door of Javier's room, you spot Candace sitting on the ground in a ball, her head buried in her knees. In the room, Javier lies on the floor with a single black hole in the middle of his forehead. His body is oddly colored, light tan with small green blotches. On your right, Carl stands with a .44 Magnum revolver in his right hand pointed at the ground. He wears a t-shirt and boxers, and still has the look asleep on his face, though his chest rises and falls rapidly. Wow, so, I wonder if Javier attacked him or something. Wow, okay, so probably shouldn't have brought him back. This is kind of scary, but it looks like Carl shot him. A black hole in the middle of his forehead, so shot him right in the head. That's good. As you enter the room, you inspect Javier, ask Carl what happened. I'm going to ask Candace what happened. Even though she's kind of balled up with her head between her knees. You step to the doorway. Candace still sits with her back to the wall, curled up and trembling. "We heard noises in Javier's room. Strange noises, like he was fighting someone. I ran in. He was on the ground, and he was all stiff and shaking, and his tongue was sticking out, and he was making these sounds like choking. I thought he was sick, like when people shake, a seizure. I called his name, and he grabbed my legs, and when I tried to push him off, he held my wrists and tried to bite me. I couldn't fight him. He was gonna kill me." Candace puts her head back into her knees, and Emma falls down next to her, cradling the woman in her arms. Wow. You kneel down next to Javier. The shape of his face immediately jumps out as different than even a day ago, as a skull has elongated, his mouth has widened, and teeth are curved and sharpened. Moving down his body, you look over his limbs, which have twisted at the sockets, and his fingernails are longer and pointy. Green lesions of various shapes and sizes over the visible flesh. Carl stares down at Javier's limp body. We heard noises from inside the room, stifled screams, grunting, growling. Candace rushed in before me. I was so tired, I just couldn't get up. When I finally made it in the room, he was attacking her, hands gripping her wrists, drawing her in, trying to bite her. I pushed him back, but he was too strong. I struck him, but he wouldn't let her go. His eyes, they were not his. He was not Javier. Carl's hands shake, and he looks down at the pistol. He places it on the dresser and steps out of the room. Damn, this is getting good. Within minutes, the rest of the survivors are outside Javier's room. Tom questions Candace and Carl, and after inspecting Javier, everyone is shocked at his transformation. Tom asks you to follow him to your office and for Uncle Lou and Mindy to move Javier's body to the courtyard until the group can decide where to bury the body. Tom stands in his normal spot behind the desk, face cold and expressionless, eyes sharply staring at you. What just happened with Javier is tragic. I didn't alert the rest of the survivors about this possible infection because, frankly, the change should have occurred much faster. I never thought he'd become a zombie after so much time. Wow, I remember that I had made a decision to bring him with me when he was tied up at that military depot. I had seen the bite mark, but I didn't want him telling anybody where we were at in case that other group came. And then, without a choice, I untied him and let him walk to the vehicle. And then when we got back to our cathedral, Tom had wanted to wait and not tell everybody yet about the bite mark and thought he was fine. And now we see that obviously he wasn't. So, how do I respond to Tom here? It's not your fault. You didn't want to cause a panic. What's done is done. Or you should have warned the group. Javier could have killed someone. Boy, how do I want to respond to this? I'm just going to be nice. I'm going to say, why cause a fight? I mean, it's not your fault. You didn't want to cause a panic, Tom. You're cool. Thanks, Zach. At this stage, telling the group would only lessen morale, so let's keep this between us. Tom sits in his leather chair behind the desk. Please explain the details of the events at the depot for me, in detail now, states Tom. For 20 minutes, you describe all of the major points about the trip in more detail than last night's accounting to the rest of the group. Tom listens intently and takes copious notes. It is best if we take a trip back to the depot today. With all of the supplies available, we need to take them before someone else finds the depot. At the end of the conversation, Tom thanks you for your time, and you head out of his office. The rest of the day is uneventful. The mood of the survivors is somber, as you spend much of your time discussing the events of the past 24 hours. Late in the evening, as you prepare for much-needed sleep, Emma steps into your dorm room. She is dressed in a long, white, worn-out nightgown that covers her from neck to ankle, and along with her pale complexion, gives her the look of a haunted spirit. She smiles, though, and sits on your bed, curling her legs under her body like a cat. Everyone is talking about the zombie exodus, and how we all have to leave together. I think it is best if you and me go on our way. It's for our own safety. So this is what she wanted to talk to me about before I went out with Javier. Zombie Exodus is coming. She knows about that, and she thinks that just her and I should take off on our own. I don't know that I agree with my sister on this. You reply, I disagree. It's best if we stay with a group. Survival is easier with their support. I don't have any answer. I need time to think about this. Or I agree. It's best if we go on our own when the time comes. Wow. I mean, I don't know how we do that. Do we take all the supplies and food that I got and everything like that? I guess we take our portion of it. We take some of the military supplies and food, and just Emma and I go out on our own. Not only that, I mean, part of me wants to kind of do this relationship thing with Mindy that I was talking about in the last chapter. How am I going to do that if Emma and I take off on our own? If nothing else, I mean, the male side of me, even though this is a game, heck, I want to get laid in this zombie apocalypse. I mean, if I do that, even if I die later, I'm going to consider it a victory, right? Come on, I know some of the guys that are watching this or playing this game can fill me on that. No, I think I'm going to have to disagree with Emma. I think I'm going to have to tell her I think it's best if we stay with the group. I mean, I don't see a response here where I can ask her why she feels so strongly that her and I should take off on our own. I hate to go against my sister. I mean, I have the best relationship with her. This is going to be interesting to see. Right now it's 81, my relationship with her, but I'm going to disagree and see what happens to that relationship. So I'm going to say I disagree. It's best to stay with the group. Survival is easier with their support. She leans back on the bed and looks at you with a childlike stare. Cassie said it's best if we go. She knows these people are out to get us. Who is Cassie, you ask? You know Cassie. Maybe you didn't know her name, but she's the little girl you've seen. She looks out for us, and she says we need to leave these people. Wow! Holy cow! I wonder if our relationship is already lowered with Emma. No, it's still good. Okay. Cassie's not real. She's a spirit, a ghost. I have seen Cassie, but I didn't know you did too. Emma, I don't think you're well. No, I'm not going to say that, but I am going to say I've seen Cassie, but I didn't know you too. That sounds like the best response to me. Emma doesn't seem to absorb the words you speak. She sits up on the bed, slides herself off, and walks around the room to hug you. When she breaks the embrace and pulls away, you notice a shift in her countenance. The haze has lifted, the innocent expression has faded, and you feel like your sister has returned. The same sister from before the outbreak. Hey, that's cool. Sorry to stop in here so late. We have time to decide what to do. I am just glad you came back from the depot safely. I don't know what I would do without you. With that, she leaves the room. All right, so that's the end of Part 3, Chapter 5. We did find out, what's going on with Emma, and she was concerned, about staying with a group in Zombie Exodus, which is obviously very concerning. So it's going to be interesting how this plays out and what the group decides to do as it gets closer to the zombies coming through, the rural areas and by the cathedral where we're at. So I'm really, really getting into this. This is a very short chapter. I could continue on, but I'm going to go ahead and leave this one as a short chapter, and we're definitely going to get back with Part 3, Chapter 6 in our very next video. Be sure you guys comment down below. Be sure you guys like this video, and be sure you guys tune in for the next chapter, Part 3, Chapter 6, which I'll be doing very soon here on my channel. I want to go ahead and thank you guys for watching. Be sure you rate my video. Be sure you subscribe if you're not already subscribed so you get a notification of all my videos for Zombie Exodus and all the other videos that I do, which you might enjoy as well. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Stay clear of the zombies and take care of each other. We'll see you in the next one. This has been Zaxter99.
Oh my gosh. My son's been bit. Everybody in my family, everybody that I know is gone or a zombie. What reason is there to live in this apocalypse? I don't know why I don't just get bit. Oh, there's a good reason to stay alive as a human. Rocky. I'll stay alive for you, buddy.
Come here. Ow! It bit me.
Ah, Rocky's a zombie lizard too. Oh no.
I'll be back with my playthrough of Part 3, Chapter 6, right after this. Hello, welcome back to my playthrough of Zombie Exodus, everybody. This is video 12, and this is actually part 3, chapter 6. Now, if you guys remember back to my last video, very short video, part 3, chapter 5, we had already been back with Javier when we went to a military depot for food, and I had loaded up a big truck full of food and supplies, while Javier, in the dark place, had somehow gotten bit. And I roped him up and checked him for bites, did find a concerning bite, but decided to take him back with me because I knew another group was headed to the military depot and I didn't want him giving away our location somehow. So I took him back. Tom decided to go ahead and hold it back from the group, and overnight it looks like he attacked Candace, and then Carl, Candace's boyfriend, had to shoot him. Also, Emma came to us with concerns of her and I just headed out from the group on our own. So when I told Emma, my sister, that I think we're better off staying with a group we've been living with and venturing out on our own, she mentioned that little girl I went way back, that I was, when I was trying to find her and Heather, a little girl in the park, and she said that that little girl told us that we need to get and move on separately. And I kind of confronted her and said, I saw that girl too, but trust me, we're safer staying with a group. And Emma seemed to... With that, she seemed to go back to being herself instead of being so worried and distant. So that was a good sign. So now we're ready to go ahead and continue this new chapter and see what's in store for us. So let's go ahead and get it started. July the 9th, 2012, roughly 2 months from the outbreak. The last 2 weeks have been the most difficult period of your life. The zombie presence has heightened in the area, such that anyone leaving the cathedral is required to have a partner. The lack of supplies is critical, which strengthens the argument to leave the cathedral and search for a safer, more resource-abundant area to live. Emma has been relatively stable, and she has maintained a pleasant disposition and is extremely helpful around the cathedral. This is one less thing to worry about, at least. Your interest in Mindy has grown in the last 2 weeks, though you have not told her about your feelings. All right. In the gathering, the group assembles early in the morning to discuss work assignments. The resource summary is posted on the whiteboard. Water 32 days, food 29 days, energy 2 days, medicines low again, fuels low, and days until the zombie exodus about 30. Everyone is provided tasks for the next few days, except for you. Finally, Tom leans over the table, forearms planted on the edges, a posture he assumes when worried or brooding. His gaze turns in your direction. Fuel is in scarce supply, and we need you to find some. However, the best places to find fuel a month ago are no longer viable options. Heather shifts in her chair. I went out with Jason a week ago, and Temperance is completely dry. 2 gas stations. One had exploded, and the other was tapped out. We're thinking the oil platform far north of Temperance is an option, states Carl. Jason stands, arms outstretched and waving like an orchestra conductor. That place is all living dead. Dudes on ServNet call it Doom's Rig. Zombies on fire running around. Random explosions. A group tried to get out here by boat and couldn't even find a way aboard. It may be our only option, says Carl. I agree, adds Tom. He stares at a wall, looking 1,000 miles away, but his words are so confident, so assured, that you also feel there's no debating the decision. So now I have to go to, what's it called? An oil platform far north of Temperance. It's called Doom's Rig, okay. That's what Jason said it's called from ServNet. Doom's Rig, huh? Looking for fuel. Do we even need fuel that bad? Asks Uncle Lou. Well, there are several reasons the answer is yes, starts Tom. We use diesel for our generator, kerosene for cooking, and gasoline for the vehicles. Without them, we're not just talking drop in quality of life. If we can't travel, we can't scavenge for supplies. With the exodus coming, we're also thinking of moving far away to less populated territories, and we need fuel for that. A collective groan from every other member of the room sounds in unison. That's a terrible idea, starts Emma. That place is offshore with little chance for escape once boarded. What about the risk-reward, Tom? Is it reasonable to subject Zach to go somewhere where he will likely not return? And for what? Fuel? How much can he even get? Her aggressive tone startles the group. Ultimately, Zach is the best choice for the job, Carl says. He is physically the most superior of all our group, and athleticism may be a necessary advantage to achieving our goal of retrieving oil. Tom leans back from the table, folds his arms over his chest, and strokes his beard with his left hand. We've selected you for this mission, Zach, but whether or not you go is up to you. We will accept your decision either way. What do you think? We need fuel, Tom. I'll bring it back. So don't even give me a choice there. I'm pretty much doing it. It kind of would have been my decision anyway, I'm sure. Tom smiles and slaps his palms on the table. I guess that's the end of our meeting, Zach. Why don't you stay back? Everyone else, please get to work. Tom, I have a question, Emma states. Who else is going with Zach? No one, Tom says, turning to your sister, his eyes squinting as if reacting to a sudden pain. We can't risk sending any more than one person. It's a covert operation. Go in, assess the fuel situation, act on that information. Emma nods at the words. Her face reddens, and she wipes her eyes. You step toward her, but she rises and walks out of the room. So Emma is obviously very, very concerned for us. I think she's crying because she doesn't want to lose me. Alone with Tom, he sits at the edge of the dining table, hands folded at his lap, as if a doctor sharing grim news. Before you head off, I want to provide you a few more details on this mission. We have had contact with a refinery. Carl has taken 2 trips over there the last 2 weeks. We have not told any of our group, because we didn't want to concern them. Oh boy. Tom stands again and paces around the room, hands behind him. His beard has grown thicker recently and gone uncut, so the longer hairs are curling at the edges. His eyebrows, thick and plumbing out, give the look of a mad dictator, yet his voice remains calm and unbroken. On his first trip, he checked the periphery and found most of it completely desolate. He boarded, saw dozens dead, decayed, mutilated. He could not ascertain much from the trip other than the remaining fuel is deeper in the rig. One of the promising untapped vessels was near their central station, but as he advanced, a large horde of zombies appeared, and he hightailed it back to our boat. Tom reaches into a cabinet above the sink and lowers a bottle with a dark brown liquid inside. He takes a healthy swig and points the end of your bottle your way. You drink and pass it back, and the smooth burn of whiskey flows down your throat. On Carl's second trip, he went further into the refinery and reached the central area. There were signs of humans still alive on board, high up in an office suspending 100 feet off the rig. The windows were boarded up, and rope ladders were coiled up for hanging by steel doors. Unfortunately, Carl made his presence known, and again zombies chased him off. Damn, this place sounds dangerous. I'm even getting scared now. Given how you have handled yourself so far, I think it is best if you head there solo, determine who is still alive, and start a dialogue with them. Maybe they need off the ship, and we'll entertain those possibilities. If there's no one alive, we just need to find the fuel and transfer it to the boat. Carl will provide details. You nod in agreement, though so many questions course through your mind. Some final thoughts. First, take a light source. The refinery is extremely dark, and you will need to travel below deck where no ambient light makes it. Second, you may have to fight in close quarters, so consider that when selecting weapons. Lastly, you'll need a watch because the boat will only come to pick you up once. If you are not there when Carl returns, we will assume the worst. We will also not have the fuel to make return trips if you fail. Damn! The words seep from his lips, and you soak them in with the same feeling as being told, you will never come back here again. Somehow you feel positive of your return, though. You have too much to live for. Get some rest, so you can leave before sunrise tomorrow. Damn! I'm getting scared, man. I gotta go to this dangerous place alone, full of possibly other humans that I don't know, full of zombies, and far, far away. Emma's scared for her life. I'm freaking getting scared now, and even the sound of going here from Tom himself, he sounds like, dude, you ain't got a chance. You know, if we come back for you and you're not there when Carl comes back, we're going to assume you're dead. So Tom is sending me on a mission hoping for the best, but it kind of sounds like he's expecting me to die. This is getting pretty freaking good. Wow, okay, so in the middle of the night, you prepare with a trip to the supply area. You peruse the shelves of guns and other supplies, your private zombie mart. First, you grab a black backpack and pack it with several protein bars and sleeves of stale crackers, along with 6 bottles of water. You look over the items across the shelves and consider the supplies for the trip. We've been here before, this is deja vu. You're carrying 10 pounds and carry a max of 40. Which items do you take? Well, I know Tom said that we're going to need light down there, so I am definitely going to carry a light source. I think that's the most important thing. Except for our AK-47, 10 pounds, that's totally worth it. I think I'm going to take the AK assault rifle again. That's first. We still got 20 pounds left. Night vision goggles sounds pretty important. I think I'm going to take those this time. Yeah, because, I mean, that way nobody's going to be able to see the flame and stuff like that. A flame is going to attract zombies or other people. Night vision goggles sounds like a better choice than, like, a flashlight. But it might be important to take a flashlight as well. I think I'm going to take a cavalry sword. I'm going to take a melee weapon. So I got 10 pounds left. I could do a crowbar, and that would be it. I think I'm going to take a first aid kit, though. I'm going to take 50 feet of rope again. and I have 2 pounds left. Should I take a combat knife or a flashlight? I think I'm going to take the flashlight as well. Alright, I hope I'm taking the right things. I know somebody had left a comment on my last video saying the decisions I make in this chapter, everybody, if you guys are listening to this your first time, if you've never played this, somebody had commented on my last video that I'd made that the decisions I make in the next video could get me killed. And I could even turn into a zombie, and that's what somebody that's already played this, obviously, said in the last video. So I'm a little bit nervous because I don't want to die. I've been playing this game for a long time, and I definitely don't want to die. So let's go ahead and continue here. You take the flashlight, load it up with fresh batteries, and put it into the backpack. You consider the weight of all you gathered and cannot carry any more. However, you fit a pen and notepad in your backpack to keep notes on the trip of anything you may find. Pretty typical. Before the sun rises over the forest, you stand at the edge of the cathedral grounds, equipped and ready for the day to come. You have no send-off, not even Tom. As you set foot to the gravel path leading downhill, you wish you had seen Emma for what may be the last time. I kind of wish I had also seen Mindy too. I wanted to score with her. But yeah, obviously my relationship with Emma is pretty close. She's my sister. And I'm sure that I would be, really wishing that I had seen her one last time before I go on what is a mission that is obviously scary to even me. At the bottom of the hill, you spot the boat with Carl aboard, ready to drive you off to the refinery. He stands at the edge of the dock, zombie-like in staggered motions and frail body, wearing saggy overalls that fit only a month ago. The few strands of remaining hair wisp in the stiff, seaside breeze. Through cracked lips, he wishes you morning. Not even good morning. You and Carl load the boat and drift away from the dock for what you hope is not the last time. Now, if this was The Walking Dead at this point, this would be like a season finale. That this would be, a cliffhanger. At least an episode cliffhanger at the end of the cliffhanger when we have all this drama and tension ready. This is going to be like the end of an episode and you're going to have to wait to see what happens. So I'm definitely anxious. The sea breeze is exhilarating. The smell of the salty water, the crashing of careless waves, the songs of seagulls piercing the skies. There are several things we need to work out, says Carl, interrupting your peaceful moment. To get on board, normally it's done by helicopter, and we don't have one of those lying around. First time out there, I fired a grappling hook up to the latest part of the underbelly and climbed up. On the second trip, I made a rope ladder, so that's how you'll gain access. The boat dances over a high wave and shimmies side to side, throwing your balance. Our best guess is that the fuel is on the far side from where you'll land, so you'll have to get topside, cross a bridge, and find the fuel. Once you do, your objective is to locate a tube, hose, or whatever, and siphon the fuel down to this boat. Here's a walkie-talkie. It won't work below deck. For that matter, it won't work unless I'm fairly close by. He hands you the device, its slim metallic exterior wrapped with electrical tape, wires poking out, and parts glued together. We'll be at the rig by 11 o'clock. I will head immediately to the other side of the main drill, and I'll wait till 1800, that's 6 o'clock, if I don't hear from you. Also, take this pistol. It is small and easy to keep in your boot or hidden somewhere. It's my lucky piece, so make sure I get it back. Carl hands you a snub-nosed .38 Special. You travel in relative silence the rest of the 50-minute trip, only breaking it for a short review of the mission's details. Finally, you spot the vessel, the immense structure poking from the water and reaching up to impale the sky. Here we go. The boat draws closer to the platform, which is actually two separate ships attached together by a long bridge suspended above the ocean. Separately, the two vessels are massive. Together, they are monstrous. The closer ship has a huge hole above water and numerous shipping containers and hydraulic and mechanical cranes of various sizes and shapes. A helicopter rests on a raised pad near the edge of the ship deck. The farther vessel is more oblong and has similar cranes along with massive drilling machines and an array of tubes and pipes leading from the deck to the ocean where they disappear below the waters. Carl glides the boat to the first ship. Dangling beneath the platform, like a loose strand of a spider's web, is the rope ladder Carl described. Blowing in the wind, the ladder spins in wide circles, and Carl coasts the boat under it as you reach out with a tall wooden pole to hook it. With a good luck from Carl, you climb the rope, shaking in the stiff wind, clinging to the lifeline with each precarious step. The platform moans and creaks like a sea monster from the bowels of the ocean. As you reach the top of the ladder, the boat's motor roars, and the vessel disappears between the massive steel pillars of the platform. So Carl has now left. He's going over to the other side to wait for me. If I'm not there by 6 p.m., he's leaving without me, assuming I'm dead. They are really not believing in me, it sounds like. I don't know that I believe in me either. I hope I haven't already made choices that determine my fate. In darkness of the ship's interior, you inhale a deep, stale breath and suppress the cough that follows. You hear nothing inside the room. Do I look for a light switch? Do I put on my night vision goggles? Or do I use the flashlight? Well, notice I wouldn't even have the choices for the night vision goggles or the flashlight if I hadn't brought both along. So I'm glad I did, because I do not want to be looking for a light switch. Light switch is just going to alarm anything. So I'm definitely going to put on those night goggles. I'm glad we even have that option. You position the night vision goggles over your eyes and flip them on. Before you is a tightly packed area of hanging pipes with gauges and switches, thick metallic machines standing tall, covered in knobs and buttons, and vents of various sizes in a maze-like array across the ceiling. Dark stains coat the floor in several areas. A faint squeaking noise slips from beneath a panel on your right, and a fist-sized water bug crawls up a metal rail on your left where the stairs begin. Ew, a fist-sized water bug? That's huge. On the side of the wall is an intercom. You consider searching through this room, but realize time is a factor in getting to the rendezvous point. What do? Check the intercom, search the room thoroughly, or head up the stairs? Damn. Search the room thoroughly, that could take time. Why isn't there an option for a quick search? Let's check the intercom. The intercom is a small white box with a microphone area and two buttons labeled with red icons, a phone and a square. You press both buttons and neither light up. No sound is made by the device. What do you do next? Search the room thoroughly or head up the stairs? Alright, search the room thoroughly. That may take up time. Time that I don't know that I have. I wish there was like a quick search. But then again, I may find something important here in this first room that may help me later on. I don't know, man. I'm scared. I have a feeling that making wrong choices here is going to lead to my doom. Like the comment said in one of the last videos, he said, wrong decisions here soon can cause your death. I don't want to be late for the boat, but I think I'm going to go ahead and try to search the room thoroughly and hope that it's not just a waste of time. Let's go ahead and do it. You start your examination on the right side where a rusty control panel sits. It is unlit, Most of the glass gauges are broken or fogged over, and the surface has gray-brown marks from the humidity of the room and the dripping of water from overhead. Words like water pressure and consumption indicate the machine's readouts, and you flip several switches with no visible effects. You circle the side of the room and find a narrow exit between two circular consoles. You open the hatch. The corridor is dark, and a stream of cool air now flows inward. A soft howling of wind carries over the air. You slide the hatch shut while you continue your search. In the northwestern edge of the room is a rust-brown machine with a fixed bench and more dials and knobs than worth counting. You sit and run your hands along the cool surface, sliding away dust and soot, until you bump into a thin cord hanging from the counter. You tug the cord, but it is stuck, so you bend down and follow it under the counter. Wedged in a box of pipes is a plastic-covered manual. Console XLS Maintenance and Utilization. Flipping through the manual, you see it is an instructional text on using the fuel consoles. Inside is a business card with the name Richard Laurent, Support Specialist. Okay, business card. Having checked the room as thoroughly as possible, how do you proceed? Go through the narrow passage or take the manual and business card? Why would I take the manual and business card? Wedged in a box of pipes, a plastic-covered manual. Console XLS Maintenance and Utilization. Why would I need that? That's just extra weight. But it gives me an offer. I mean, it couldn't be that much weight. It's probably just a thin manual. Maybe it would help somehow when I bring it back to Tom for another return trip to this place. I don't know. If we study it, yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and take it. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and do that. You rip the cord connected to the manual and place the thin book into your backpack. Yeah, see, it's thin. Where do you go next? Through the narrow passage or head up the stairs? I know we have to go up. I want to find out what goes where this narrow passageway goes, though. So I'm going to go ahead and see where this heads. I think I'm going to go through the narrow passageway. I hope I'm not dying. You open the small circular hatch and step through. A deep, glowing amber light emanates down the corridor, and before you venture forward, you close the hatch to the control room. Uh-oh, I think I made a wrong choice. Oh no. As you step down the narrow corridor, resonating light allows you to see well enough. You turn off your night vision goggles to conserve battery life and place it into your backpack. Cool. The end of the hallway glows, and with each step closer, the temperature rises. Thumping and clanging resonates through the walls, nearly deafening, and as you step through an open archway into a circular room, maybe 40 feet in diameter, with rows of boiler tanks, heavy tubes, and metal pipes ascending through the ceiling. Dim light coats the area from flood lamps. The heat in the room is oppressive as steam shoots out of various vents and thickens the air with a dense humidity and covers the room in a constant white fog. Wow, this sounds creepy. There are 3 aisles in a tightly packed array, and water tanks on your left, a central control area with valves, gauges, and other pressure reading devices, and a right side section of the fuel vessels, spare tanks, tubing, and large piping. Hanging above it is a pulley system of chains and broad hooks used for moving tanks and other objects. A remote box hangs from a metal cord and lies across the computer console. You consider searching the room, but the heat and noise is uncomfortable. How do you proceed? Investigate the boiler room or return to the control room? Wow. Last time I did a search, it didn't seem like it took that long. I don't know how long it took, but if I search every area, I'm probably going to be late. Man, I hate to miss something, though. I think I'm going to go ahead and investigate the boiler room and see. I hope it's not a waste of time. As you make your way into the boiler room, you hear the echoes of loud growls and heavy footsteps resonating through the corridor. You duck behind a boxy tan control unit which smells of old grease and peek at the entrance to the room. Oh no. 2 zombies appear at the archway, both dressed in worker outfits. The taller covered in black suit, and the smaller rugged man with thick arms and legs wearing a cowboy hat. You wish there was more time to search the room before dealing with the 2 zombie workers, but you also wish zombies didn't exist, and you were waking up in your sister's apartment still hungover. The zombies split up, the taller one heading your way, and the cowboy heading in the opposite direction near several large water tanks. What do? Hide from the pair and wait for an opportunity to head to the control room? Or forget hiding, I just kill the zombies now. Again, something that's going to take more time to hide and wait. Forget hiding, I kill the zombies now. I think I'm going to hide. I don't really want to take 2 zombies on at once, all alone, in the dark. Yeah, I think I'm going to hide right now. Be a chicken. You crouch and move backward to the right side aisle of spare parts and empty vessels, keeping low and using the heavy noise as cover for your movement. The constant clamor must be disturbing the zombies as well, and you chuckle at the memory of your aunt yelling at you as a kid when the TV was too loud. "You want to wake the dead with that noise?" she'd scream. The pair of ex-workers stumble around, growling into the air, and the suit-covered one slams a meaty fist against the control panel as if to make the noise stop. You move around several vessels as the sooty zombie shambles in. His blackened flesh absorbs the light in the room, giving the appearance of a shadowy demon. Gray claws feel out in front of him, and a light trail of dirt follows behind. Deftly, you cross the floor, ensuring you make no noise to add to the room's cacophony, and alerting them to your presence. The zombie follows your path, though it has not spotted you, and as he walks down the right side aisle, you turn back to the center one. Unfortunately, you have lost sight of the cowboy. He was heading deeper into the boiler room when you last saw him, but he could have turned around. What do? Head back to the boiler room, or move toward the entrance? I don't think I want to have anything to do with these zombies. I think move toward. Okay, let's see. What do? Head back to the boiler room, which is where this cowboy zombie is going. Yeah, it's probably pretty important that I'm going to know where these zombies are right now. I don't need them surprising me. I think I'd head back to the boiler room quietly, obviously, and see if I can spot where he's at, or maybe get a kill shot. I don't know. Well, let's see. We're going to go for it. You glide along the floor, moving your body through the tight crawl space of closely aligned machinery and looping tubes carrying steam through the ceiling. As you reach the end of the row, you spot the cowboy on your left, though he stands next to an enormous metal pipe jutting from the floor and makes no indication of seeing you. Ahead is a ladder leading up to a metal catwalk. Turn back down the aisle, attack the cowboy, or climb the ladder. I think I'm going to climb the ladder. That would give me a better... I could see better, for one. And maybe I'll have an opportunity to shoot the zombies from above, where they can't attack me and F me up. I think I'm going to do that. Let's climb the ladder and hope the ladder doesn't break or something. Make a loud sound and have the zombies eating me. Man, I'm getting nervous. This is freaking good, though. I like this. You crouch and cross the lane to the ladder and waste no time in climbing. Your boots clang on the metal rungs just loud enough, and you hear the shrill cries of the zombies as you ascend. Oh no. At the first landing, a small plank of metal provides enough room to stand and turn. The cowboy bangs against the bottom of the ladder, clanging at the metal bars and lifting one foot as if trying to climb, but like a small child, only imitating the motion and not completely able to make it. The suit-covered zombie arrives next and smashes into the cowboy, pushing him away. He wraps his right hand high and hangs for a moment, then lifts a foot and pulls himself up. Oh no, it will take a while, but he will eventually make it up the ladder. You look around. The catwalk follows the entire perimeter of the boiler room, and a rope hangs down near the entrance on the opposite side. Though a ladder ascends up from this level, the catwalk above is hanging down and unusable. You could easily aim down and shoot the zombies, or you could recede into the shadows and sneak around to the entrance. How do you proceed? It's going to take time for the zombie to climb up the ladder. I could probably be easily gone, but something tells me if I don't get rid of these zombies, I don't know, they're going to find me when I find fuel or something, and when I'm looking at a different, when I'm dealing with something else, they're going to come up behind me and bite my neck or something. I think I need to get rid of these zombies, so I think I'm going to try shooting them. I hope this is the right choice. I can just tell that these choices that I'm making are pretty important, especially alone. I don't have any other member of our gang to help me out if I get in a crunch. I guess the good thing there is I can only kill myself. At least I'm not going to kill somebody else like I killed Dave before, and I might have got Javier killed as well. Damn. Alright, let's shoot the zombies. You swing around your assault rifle, change the selector to single shot, and aim down at the head of the suit-covered zombie. Hell yeah. The shot hits its mark, and the zombie drops hard to the floor, blood spraying onto consoles and fuel tanks. The cowboy looks up and snarls, "Rawr!" Then leaps a few feet into the air and swings, but is far too low to reach. You fire again, knocking the cowboy hat off, and spilling what's left of the zombie's brains into the pool of already congealing blood on the ground. Yeah. You wait for the bodies of the dead zombies to stop twitching, and then climb down the ladder. You head back through the boiler room and cross the narrow corridor into the control room. Back in the control room, you are returned to darkness. Do you want to use your flashlight or the night vision goggles? Now that I've got rid of the zombies in the area, I think I'm going to go ahead and use my flashlight and maybe save the battery life of the night vision goggles. Yeah, I guess. I hope. Alright. Uh-oh. You take the flashlight off your belt and flip it on. Uh-oh, I probably made a mistake. You waste no time in moving through the control room and heading through the side door. The extreme silence of the stairwell forces your eardrums on overdrive as they try to detect any noise. Your heavy boots ring off the metal stairs, and you cringe with each step in anticipation of alerting something to your presence. It is humid in the area, and your layers of clothing absorb the watery air, raising your temperature and sticking to your skin like dense plastic. You take a quick look at your watch. The time is 12:02. Oh, it's only been an hour. I think I'm doing okay. Maybe. I hope. At the top of the stairs is a graded platform ending in a narrow 3-foot catwalk leading to a metal door. You press your ear to the surface but hear nothing through the thick steel. Turning the lever, you push the door in. After a few inches, the door stops. No light shines through the sliver of an opening. A strong odor seeps through of garbage and bodily waste. You push the door, drive it forward a few more inches, but it stops again with a jolt. A whispering flows through the opening. A faint murmur, like wind chimes, carries forth from the other room. It gives you pause, and you wait with your shoulder against the door, almost mesmerized by the simple sound. Minutes go by, and the strange, distant noise fades, but is replaced by a constant buzzing of insects. More time goes by, but you remind yourself of the need to make your pickup on time, so you throw your body against the door. Wham! A harsh clatter spills through the doorway, and the door opens enough for you to squeeze into the room. On the other side of the door, broken chairs and other clutter is stacked up and prevents a wider opening. You check your night vision goggles and they have 85% battery life left. Do you want to use them? It's tempting. 85% battery life, but I've only been out here an hour. I have 6 hours left. I think I'm going to go ahead and hold off on it for now until I get into a really dark area. I think I want to use my flashlight right now. No. You put the goggles in your backpack and keep your flashlight out. Hopefully this is the right choice. You flash your light through the area. To the west is a large steel counter, beyond which are stoves, microwaves, and appliances. To the east are tables and chairs in disarray. You step into the center of the room, and an odor overwhelms you. Scanning the area, you find broken trash bags and spilled garbage spread over the east side of the room. Flies have created a carpet over the pile and buzz through the air in a cloud of wings and dust. You cover your mouth and nose with the back of your hand as dry heaves start. You move toward the counter to gain as much distance as possible. You spot 2 doors in the room, one on the northern wall with a sign next to it reading exit, and a second door behind the counter with a large handle and a small square window. Beside the entrance is an intercom. It is similar to the one in the boiler room and does not appear to be working. You consider your options. Search behind the counter, investigate the door behind the counter, search through the garbage, or leave through the north door. Searching through the garbage, I was starting to dry heave. I don't know that I want to do that and start dry heaving and get sick, but there might be something in there that I need to find. I don't know. I think I'm going to go ahead and search behind the counter to start with. See what's back there. You step through a narrow opening behind the metal counter and scan the area. 2 stoves with burner tops, large deep sink with a stack of pans, cups, and bowls, industrial-sized dishwasher, and wide storage bins and cubicles. You turn on the sink and are surprised as water pours through the spigot, though cold to the touch. Without testing it, you are afraid to drink, though. Well, I got water in my backpack anyway. You scour the area for anything usable and find spoiled food and worthless broken appliances. Among a pile of cutlery, you spot a meat cleaver, which is still sharp to the touch, so you place it in the loop of your belt. The only other item of note is a clipboard with a list of names handwritten on 2 sheets of paper. You count 30 names, none of which jump out at you as someone you know. By each name is a note on dietary preferences. You realize this is a list of those on the oil rig at the start of the apocalypse. You drop the clipboard back into a bin and head to the center of the room. So that's, well, I was going to say that sounded like a waste of time, but I did find out that there's water on board, and I also got me a sharp meat cleaver. And I got it in the loop of my belt, so that may come in handy. I don't know. You consider your options. Investigate the door behind the counter, search through the garbage, or leave through the... Let's investigate the door. See what's behind there. You step past the counter and examine the door. It is cool to the touch, has a long steel vertical handle and horizontal latch creating a T-shape, and a window with a graded pattern near the top. The window is smudged with dirt, and you clean it off with a sleeve of your jacket. Through the window is a walk-in freezer, and you spot 3 people dead inside between shelves of meat and produce. All are stiff with bluish skin and no distinguishable marks or bites. The three resemble mannequins, stiff, lifelike representations of people now long dead. One man huddles in the corner, face pressed into his knees, and back arched in defiance of the cold, his arms wrapped around bent legs. Another man lies in the opposite corner, a thin sheet of plastic covering most of his body up to his chin like a blanket, while a woman sits slumped beside a rack of canned goods, arms outstretched, with her face streaked with a darker blue from her eyes downward, like tears frozen over her skin. Wow, so can you imagine this? I'm looking through this window of the store, and I'm seeing a man, his face pressed into his knees, his back arched in defiance of the cold, and arms wrapped around his bent legs, so he froze to death like that. Another man is in the opposite corner, desperately trying to keep warm, grabbing a sheet of plastic and trying to cover his body up, which is probably going to not help at all in this area. And then a woman is slumped beside a rack of canned goods, arms outstretched, and her face is streaked with a darker blue from her eyes downward. So you can actually see her tears as she cried herself as she died. Man, that is a morbid scene that I'm seeing. Man, that creates... This right here, people. I don't know what's going to happen to me here. I'm probably going to end up, making a wrong choice and dying miserably or turning into a zombie or something. But this right here is exactly why books and text games like this are so much better than even the best of games with the best graphics that only a $3,000 computer could play. This is something that ignites your imagination. And no game, no graphics, I don't care how good, can be better than what you can imagine in your head through well-written books and novels like this. So, and I mean, there are better books than, not even Choose Your Own Adventures on the computer. There are great books out there that are so well written that, a book can do much more than a TV show or a movie. So, for example, a lot of us like The Walking Dead, and I love The Walking Dead TV show. But as good as The Walking Dead is, a novel like this, as opposed to The Walking Dead, can tell you so much more that you can't see in a movie or a TV show or a video game. You learn through words how people feel. You learn about emotions that you can only see in a TV, movie, or show. You learn how you feel. You learn your thoughts, or somebody's thoughts, or, emotions and stuff like that are described in great detail that you never can possibly get, with a TV show. Not only that, but words can actually, and images like this can strike your imagination. And so while I'm reading this, you may imagine something even more vivid and detailed based on your own experience than what I'm imagining. And in your own way, based on your own experience, your own imagination, everything like that, you may get something far greater than you could possibly get if Zombie Exodus was a movie here. So I know I've taken a moment away from the story, but I really want to explain, because I think a lot of us have taken for granted probably the people that do take text for granted are the ones that aren't going to possibly listen to my videos here. But, so it's kind of a moot point. I think anybody that understands this is probably the only people that will actually watch my videos. It's kind of funny because I remember that first video I made of Zombie Exodus, comments were left on that video. The very first part, the very first chapter I read, and they saw the Zombie Exodus, and so many people I think were expecting it to be some, Call of Duty zombie game or something. And once they realized it was text, leaving comments, and hateful comments at that. What is this garbage, and leaving me a thumbs down because they just looked at it. Even though I put in the title, text adventure where I read to you, people don't even take the time to read that. They just see a picture of a zombie and click on it. And once they realize it's a text adventure without reading, they get mad and leave me a negative. I don't know. So anyway, let's go ahead and get back into this. I'm peering through this window and seeing these three frozen individuals, two men and a woman. A woman with frozen tears on her blue face. Man, that's haunting. You try the door, but find the latch broken, such that the door won't open. And even as you yank hard, the door will not budge. Dark gray lines run down the door, jagged, deep, and thin, curved at the end. You inspect closer and spot flecks of dark brown substance dried inside the scour marks. Blood? You see no way inside, so you step around the counter and return to the center of the room. You consider your options. Leave through the north door, or search through the garbage. With those three people dead in the other room and me not able to open the door and search that, I think we've still got a lot of time here. I'm probably making a bad choice here, but I'm curious what this garbage is hiding. There's a lot of flies around, and is there more dead bodies? I'm just curious, so I'm going to go ahead and search through the garbage, even though it's probably going to spell my doom. We're going to find out what happens. Here we go. Yeah. While the smell of the garbage revolts you, there may be something of use buried inside, so it is worth the torture to check through it. I hope. Near the metal counter you find a chef's apron, which remarkably appears clean, and you tie it around your mouth and nose in an attempt to block the odor. Hey, there we go, now we're thinking. You head to the sink and fill a 2-gallon basin with water, then walk to the large pile of garbage and throw the water onto the carpet of flies. With a loud splash, the water washes over the insect swarm and sloshes the thick pile away, which quickly absorbs into the surrounding layer of trash and debris. In the pile of garbage the flies had coated lies the top portion of the remains of a human skeleton. Oh, creepy. The flesh, muscles, and all organs are gone, left only with a mass of writhing maggots and the strings of clothing. Ew, that would explain the revolting smell right there, maggots. I don't know if everybody listening to this has ever smelled a huge amount of maggots before. Sadly, I think probably almost everybody has smelled, trash out in the garage or whatever. I just remember as a kid, I've never smelled a lot of maggots many times, but I still remember as a kid walking out into a hot garage one time where my mother had stored trash, and it was a hot day. It was like, this middle of summer or something, and it was really hot in the garage, and there was trash out there, and we opened the trash lid, and a lot of the food items and stuff like that in the garbage or whatever, and I guess a ripped open trash bag or something, I don't know. Anyway, all I remember is inside that trash was a ton of these white writhing maggots like that, and oh my god, that smell, it made me sick. I mean, I had to run to the restroom and throw up. Maggots they smell so foul, and they're so sick to look at especially when you're seeing a lot of them. It's disgusting. And I mean, we had to clean that up. We had to get all that crap out, out of the garage, and I think we had to re-garbage it up. It was nasty, and I think I had to run to the restroom and puke like 5 times just trying to help my mother get that crap cleaned up. For anybody that's never had to smell a lot of maggots at once, you're lucky. I also remember one other time years later in the Navy when I was aboard our destroyer. We were storing trash in a big hallway, tons and tons of garbage from like the kitchen and stuff like that, a lot of rotten food, and that's where you're going to get maggots a lot of times, is like rotting food and garbage, especially when heat starts, there's a lot of high temperatures. So they had all this tons of trash bags stored in this hallway. And the reason we were storing them back in this passageway is there was 2 passages on the ship on each side of the destroyer. And they decided for everybody to use one side of the passageway, and they used the doors, that you can latch down on a Navy destroyer. They kept those closed, but they stored trash in this section of hallway, and everybody went around the other side. And the reason we were storing all this trash in this big section of hallway was because we needed to wait until we got to an appropriate place where we could get rid of or dispose of the trash. You can't just throw it overboard, out in the ocean, which a lot of Navy vessels do, sadly. But I still remember one time, I think we ended up we were told to get rid of the trash and throw it in the ocean. And this is a sad thing. If you think of all the Navy ships out there, not just for the USA, but for every country out there on these, 6-month deployments, whatever, they're crossing the ocean. While they're supposed to be environmentally sound, a lot of them completely ignore those rules. I mean, they have to get rid of their trash, toxic waste, paint, everything that they have. And a lot of it, sadly, goes over the side of the ship. Now, I know I'm kind of getting away from the story here on Zombie Exodus, but I just want to go ahead and kind of explain how bad maggots are and kind of explain my side of that. And also, I don't know, I'm just talking. But, man, and I remember we had to, a whole bunch of us Navy guys had to clean out that passageway one time, and there were so many damn maggots because it got so hot again. I think it was in the summer. And that smell of that many maggots is I can't even describe how bad the stench is and how it just makes you want to throw up. It's disgusting. If you can ever imagine, like, most of us have smelled like vomit. Somebody, a guy gets drunk or a woman gets drunk, whatever, pukes everywhere, they get sick, and you smell puke. Magnify the smell of puke or the stench of puke by about 100, and you might have an idea of how bad a bunch of maggot smells. I mean, it's really, really putrid. So, anyway, let's go ahead and get back to this. The flesh, muscles, and all organs are gone, left only with a mass of writhing maggots and the strings of clothing. Though you are revolted by the sight, you lean in to investigate, lest the act of clearing the flies is wasted. The jawbone is elongated and twisted, and the hands and fingers are curled and thickened. The skull is darkened in a pattern radiating away from the base, where the brain stem sits. Ew. Man, this is disgusting. To the side of the skeleton you spot a piece of plastic near the chest cavity. You snatch it up and step back a few feet, waving the object into the air to flick off any remaining maggots. Ew. The item is an identification card for a worn green engineer. It appears in fairly good shape for having been part of the nest of flies. You slip it into your back pocket. Okay, I wonder if that may come in handy. Obviously, I was interested in keeping that. You step back to the center of the room. You consider your options. Well, my only other option is to leave through the northern door. Man, that was foul. Hopefully that identification card for worn green is worth it. You clench the handle to the northern door and slide it open. A cool draft flows through the hallway. As with the rest of the lower level, the hallway is bathed in darkness. You check your night vision goggles and find they have 85% battery life left. Do you want to use them? Yes or no? I think I'm going to say no. I think I'm going to go ahead and continue going with my flashlight. You put the goggles in your backpack and keep your flashlight out. The hall leads east, and the dank smell of dust and mold fills your nostrils. On the walls, dried marks smear the words hell and revelation in bold, shaky, handwritten letters, like the last message left by dying hands. Wow. 2 leather boots, cracked and worn, lie against the wall, their soles covered in muck, now thick and dry. As you check inside one, a small, slender, dried object slips out and rolls to the floor, and only when you see bone jutting from the edge do you realize it is the top of a finger, above the middle knuckle, shriveled and petrified. Further down the hall, you hear the patter of liquid dripping, discordant in each drop, like tones played out of sync on a piano. In a bulged portion of the ceiling, a center mass hangs round and low, though still above head, and holding in its mass a collection of gelatinous fluid, which seeps its contents onto the floor. Ew! Thick streams droop from the extended area, hanging vines of film, wobbling in a cold stream blowing towards you. Past this obstruction is a series of doors, so we got to get past this. You inspect the mass in the ceiling, or continue down the hallway towards the stairs. I don't think I want to inspect it. It sounds disgusting. I'm going to continue down the hallway. I mean, I am not a stats. Where's my stats? I'm not, technical intelligence. I'm an athlete. I'm not like a scientist or some kind of a guy that's going to understand what this mass is. I don't see any reason to investigate the mass in the ceiling. I'm going to continue down the hallway towards the doors. At the end of the hall, you stand before a series of doors, one headed east, with the label crew above, and doors to the north and south. The southern door has a placard reading utility closet and has a keycard mechanism by the side of it. The northern door has a placard labeled Matthews. You check your watch. The time is 13:32 or 1:32 p.m. What do? I have 4.5 hours left. Just under 4.5 hours. Head through the southern door labeled crew, open the northern door labeled Matthews, or open the southern door labeled utility closet. But it has a placard reading utility closet, and it has a keycard mechanism. That might be why we have that ID badge, so we can get this open. I think I'm going to check the utility closet, and we might find something useful in there. Yep, you slip the ID card into the keycard mechanism to open the door outward. Inside is a dark small space, maybe 4 foot deep. It is cluttered with a collection of objects, several broken mops, empty buckets, empty bottles of detergent and floor cleaner, empty tape tubes, and a ripped calendar of the sexiest oil drilling vessel workers. Oh wow. Beside an empty fire extinguisher are the only objects of use: a coiled rope with a grappling hook attached and a fire axe. You position the fire axe in the straps of your backpack for easy access and place the rope in your backpack. I'm getting heavy now. I know I already had one coiled rope and grappling hook in my backpack. Now I have another one. You search the rest of the closet and find nothing of note, so you close the door. You turn back to the hallway to select another door. What do? Head through the eastern door labeled crew, or open the northern door labeled Matthews. Okay, I think I'm going to open the northern door labeled Matthews, and then we'll go through the crew area. This might be a private area. Let's find out what's up with this Matthews. Beyond the door is an office with a central desk and a side table with 2 chairs, several filing cabinets, and a large map on the back wall. No one is inside, and the office is fairly neat and undisturbed, aside from a layer of dust over the contents. A stale odor lingers in the air, a musty smell of an old library. The air is warmer than the hallway and most of the ship so far. It feels oddly cozy in an otherwise desolate place. No other exit than the main door exists, and though this room is inviting, you have a mission to complete. Still, you are hungry and thirsty, so stopping for a moment may be worth it. What do? Examine the desk? Search through the filing cabinets? Have some food and water? Well, having some food and water would probably be a good thing. Let's go ahead and do that. You take a protein bar and several crackers from your backpack and devour them in moments. You wash them down with a full bottle of water. In the corner is an empty trash can, and you dispose of the wrappers and bottle before realizing the cleaning staff may be off duty due to the apocalypse. It's funny that I put everything in the trash. Having taken care of your hunger and thirst, what do next? That's funny. Examine the desk. I'm going to go ahead and examine the desk real quick. Because the filing cabinet, what's that going to have? Just files of stuff. The desk seems like it might have something more useful. I don't know. On the desk are a computer tower and LCD monitor, an inbox with a half-foot high stack of files, an empty outbox, a 2011 calendar, small leather-bound book with the initials TLM embossed on the cover, and a framed photo of a middle-aged couple and an infant daughter. Aww. You click the computer mouse and hit the spacebar on the keyboard, but are not surprised when the computer does not respond. The calendar has handwritten notations and dates circled or marked with symbols. Nothing leaps out as being significant. The journal, read through, check through all the desk drawers. I don't really think the journal is going to be that important, but I'm going to check through all the desk drawers. You open the bottom drawer and find an empty Rolodex, packs of unused paper, unsharpened pencils, and other office supplies. You decide against the additional weight of taking anything. In the top drawer are folders with accounting ledgers, some personal files, and a half-empty bottle of mouthwash. Its yellow color makes you wonder if it's safe to use, so you leave it alone. Under the surface of the desk is a thin drawer with blank sheets of paper, a menu to Luigi's Italian restaurant, a place you have passed in temperance, and 3 $1 bills. Having searched the desk, do you want to read the journal or do something else in the office? Let's go ahead and read the journal. Why not? At the desk, you open the journal, which is handwritten and covers several months at a time. The writing is personal and covers daily activities of its writer, Terrence Matthews. Monday, May 19th, 2011. This is going to take a lot of time. I probably made a mistake. Reports coming in of a viral outbreak across Asia and Western Europe. All information points to this being a serious pandemic. In light of this news, I have suggested to Collins we head ashore and suspend operations, but he wants us to hit our milestone for the month before leaving. He says we're safer at sea. I don't agree. My opinion has mattered less over the past year. We'll probably retire in 2012, so my motivation declines each month. Mary is flying in this Saturday. Photos of Emily sent by email are pleasant, but seeing her and Mary will surely uplift my spirits. Monday, May 20th, 2011. The pandemic spreads, and yet we continue to work with no change in course. Collins explained that his contacts in the government assure him the outbreak is not a real threat to the United States, but all news reports suggest otherwise. Our communications have been limited, though Carlton says our network is fine. I wouldn't put it past Collins to be the cause of this problem. Laurent is acting stranger than normal. Not just strange, but paranoid. I have yet to confront him about the payment record I intercepted. I wonder if he knows. I'll have to deal with that in time. He suggested no one leave or board the platform until the outbreak is over. Mary and the baby are still flying in on Saturday. I don't care what he or anyone says. Can't wait. Not just because it's them, but Mary can give me a real scoop on the pandemic. Now, you set the journal down. Do you want to keep reading? No, I don't think so. You close all the drawers, stand up, and consider your other options in the office. Search through the filing cabinets. Sure. The cabinets are locked. All 3 drawers on both cabinets. You take out your newly found fire axe and pop open each drawer before investigating any of them. Most of the drawers contain documents pertaining to the inventory of the ship or inventory of the petroleum products offloaded to other ships. Checking through the files is rather mundane, but you inspect everything. In the last drawer, you spot a strange printed page buried and crumpled under heavy files. The paper has a strange raised ink, like it was created with a dot matrix printer. From Arthur Holmes to Richard Laurent, transfer complete, $200,000 on July the 11th of 2011. Wow. You fold the paper and slip it into your backpack. Having searched all the cabinets, you consider other actions in the office. Leave the room. I found out some interesting stuff, but I hope it didn't take too much time. Leave the room. Having checked the closet already, you open the eastern door. It is much cooler in the stairwell than the lower areas, but just as dark. You cross a high threshold leading into a wide corridor. You check your night vision goggles and find they have 85% battery left. I'm going to continue to use my flashlight for now. You put your goggles in their backpack and keep your flashlight out. The corridor extends far into the distance with a series of doors every 15 feet acting as dividers. currently open so you can see the edge of the hallway. Between each divider are doors on opposite sides, with each having a numeric keypad waist high beside them. You try the first door on your left, but it is locked, and without the numeric value you have no idea how to enter the room. The right side door is similarly locked. Well, this is why I was kind of searching through the desk and the files and stuff like that, was to hope I found something like that, but I guess not. You step through the first divider into a similar section of hallway. You swing your flashlight around to spot anything of interest. On the floor, you spot watermarks stretching from the divider to the door on your right, as if someone was using a soaking mop on the floor. On the door, scrawled in handwriting, are the numbers 4849. Hey, there we go. You try the combination and the door slides open. You are surprised there is enough electricity to power the door. Inside the room, you find a single bed with just a mattress along the left wall, a wooden chest at the foot of the metal bed frame, a short wooden desk with scattered magazines and papers, and several mirrors at different angles, which actually make the room seem much larger. Several unlit candles lie about. On the walls near the beds are photos of various people, and all of them have the same attractive Hispanic woman. She appears in her mid-20s, and in numerous photos wears a U.S. Navy uniform. Ramirez written on her name tag. Turning away from the photos, you inspect the trunk. Inside are stacks of books, board games, and toys. You find 5 hardbound manuals for the popular pen and paper role-playing game Sellers and Serpents, along with character sheets and several graphic novels using the game as a setting. 4 decks of cards lie at the bottom, as well as a felt bag containing dozens of dice and small rounded tokens used in the role-playing game. Sounds like Dungeons and Dragons. Outside of the door, you hear movement, a garbled moaning, along with a sloshing and dragging. The door to the room is open. What do? So I can look outside, remain still and wait, or close the door. I think I'm going to close the door here. See what happens. The door slides closed as the noise outside builds, the low, almost melodic moan, the dragging, spattering noise of something wet moving outside. In the silence of the room, all you hear is your own rapid breathing and the echoing sounds of movement in the hallway. Closer and closer, the slow creeping noises grow in volume until they near the door. You look through a narrow peephole and spot a figure by the door, who you immediately recognize as the woman from the photos in the room, Ramirez, except zombified. It's giving me the chills. She stops and turns, lifts her hands, and runs sharpened fingernails down the door. The scratching sends chills down your spine, and you step back to consider your options. You can open the door and attack her, which is risky, but will end the situation quickly. You could wait for her to leave, which will take time and patience. Finally, you could figure out a way to trap her inside the room, allowing you to continue down the hall. Well, I don't even see an option. I like that, but I don't even see an option to trap her inside the room. I only have open the door and attack Ramirez, or leave the door closed and wait for her to leave. I'm going to attack her. I mean, I got enough weapons and guns and everything else. I mean, I think I'm gonna attack this damn biatch. All right. You step back as you hit the button to activate the door. What weapon do you use? She's kind of scary. For some reason, she kind of scares me, but I don't know if I want to make a bunch of sound and alert more zombies which could be around, so I think I'm going to try to do it silently with my cavalry sword. I don't know. I don't trust this meat cleaver. I mean, this is going to give me the best reach. I'm not going to have to get as close as I would with an axe or a meat cleaver, so I'm going to go with the sword. As Ramirez darts inside, you level the cavalry sword and swing. The weapon slashes the right side of her head above the jaw, which spins her sideways. She crashes into the small table, knocking it over. You hear a loud cough, and as she rises, her face is even more contorted. The cheek sags forward, her lips parted with a milky substance drooling through her clenched teeth, and the skin from right eye to chin is parted and folded out like a hanging piece of raw meat. Ugh. She rebounds from the table and flails her arms at your head. You swing higher than before and slice through her right ear and scalp. Her ear flips off and hits your hand. The impact knocks her down, sprawling her on the floor. You raise the weapon overhead and spear it down on top of her skull. The blade slides through scalp, and she stops moving. Her blood-red eyes glaze over and turn white in seconds. Some rubbery gray substance adorns the edge of your cavalry sword, and you flick it off in disgust. That's pretty gory, but at least we took her ass out. Alright, I'm happy about that. You leave the room and hit close on the keypad. The lit up numbers die out, and out of curiosity you click open, but find it unresponsive. Heading down the hallway, you check each door on the way back. All keypads are unlit, and as you try some randomly, the doors remain closed. Fearing you've spent too much time on this level, you continue through the hallway and enter the stairwell. Sunlight streams down, and the cool air rushes over your skin. At the top of the stairs, a closed door blocks your way, and open vents line the side from which ocean air blows through. You turn the handle, and the door slides open, revealing the top deck of the ship. Hey, here we go, we're getting somewhere now. You stand in the open air of the vessel, sun shining down across the high beams and towers which cover you in shadows. Before you can soak in the details, movement from behind a storage container startles you. Only a few feet to your left is a high stack of crates, and you dive behind them for cover. Alright, getting a little bit nervous here. Alright. From around the container, a lone zombie runs out, clad in a bright red oil-stained coverall suit, with rubber goggles over his eyes, and a hard hat hanging from his belt. He stops 30 feet away, head turning left and right in a jerky pattern, until he dashes off past the door to the area below. Soon, he cuts behind a forklift and disappears. You take the opportunity for a more thorough review of your surroundings. The area is long and wide with cargo spread out. Broad steel containers as long as an 18-wheel truck, wooden crates taller than you stacked up high in long walls, and rows of pipes and tubes, some loose, some bound together with wire or mesh. To your left is a set of steps leading to a raised platform with a helipad with a long twin-motor helicopter. The arm of a crane hangs above a set of crates, high and arched and currently blocking the distant sun from view. You glance at your watch. The time is 14:59 or 2:59 p.m. Uh-oh, I'm running out of time. Carl mentioned there may be a survivor on the oil platform, and if so, it would be on the second vessel, which is attached by a bridge to the vessel you are on. The second vessel is also where the fuel may be offloaded and where Carl has the boat parked. Surveying the area once more, you figure there are several possible paths to take. Well, my question is, if Carl's sitting over there already, waiting for me at 3 o'clock, and I go over where he's parked, why would he not come up to help me if I needed help, rather than just sitting his lazy ass on the boat on the other side, waiting for 3, 4, 5 hours? Why is he not up here helping me? That's my main question. Anyway, surveying the area once more, you figure there's several possible paths to take. Head to the helipad and view the area from higher up. I don't think so. I mean, we're not going to be able to use the helicopter, obviously. I'm sure I don't know how to fly it. And, no, I don't see any reason to. Of course, getting a better look from a better view of everything might help me spot any fuel containers, but follow the path of the zombie engineer around the steel container or walk through the rows of crates in the direction of the bridge. I have a feeling I might need to follow the zombie engineer and take him out. So I'm going to go ahead and follow this zombie. I hope I'm doing the right thing here. You step toward the periphery of the vessel, toward the heavy shipping container. On the side is a handrail that wraps around the ship and protects you from falling into the harsh waters below. The ocean's gray and blue waters crash against the steel girders in rhythmic pulses. On your left are large shipping containers in dull hues of red and blue. Your attention turns to the narrow walkway wrapping around the outer edge of the platform. The walkway is raised a few feet above the ship's surface. It extends a few dozen feet and turns left behind the largest container, which has a symbol for hazardous waste painted on its side. The wind is picking up and blowing stiff gusts of cool air. The dull blue sky is clear of clouds, and the sun's warmth counterbalances the coldness creeping aboard. You start your march towards the bridge. Your boots hit the metal and reverberate a harsh tone. You cringe every few feet at the noise and the thought of calling zombies to your location. The sun beats down on your face, and you see the outlines of birds floating over the water far in the distance. Your attention snaps away from the open sea just in time to spot a gloved hand reaching through the metal grate several paces ahead. Beneath the walkway is a series of pipes and tubes which conceals whoever is connected to the hand, which stretches out and twists around. The thick, drab, yellow work glove gives no detail on what kind of hand it covers. However, you hear a faint sound from below as if someone is speaking aloud, but the words are too low to be deciphered. How do you react? Step past the hand, remove the glove, or attack the hand? I'm going to remove the glove and figure out if it's a zombie or what. Hopefully I can be careful and not get... Man, I'm scared. I'm scared any decision here I make is going to lead to my death. I'm going to remove the glove. You creep in and inspect the glove. Dark oil stains are splattered over the material, and dust and wear indicate its age. The sounds beneath are strangely soft in tone, but loud enough to detect with ease. You can't place the voice, but it seems childlike, and almost singing out a few words repeatedly. You move closer still. The grate is narrow, so little light filters through the openings, but you spot flesh beneath, pink and untainted, much unlike the yellow leathery skin of the living dead. The hand does not move, but presents 5 outstretched fingers. Okay, so we got a human here reaching out to us, it sounds like, by taking off his glove. We see pink skin. It's not a zombie. He's stretching his fingers out. You lie against the grate and try to assume a position to spot what is beneath. The tubes and pipes lining the underbelly of the walkway block your vision, but you can see the outline of a small being. Yellow hair, a stretch of skin, dull gray pants. You poke your hands through the grate and lift, but the barrier is unmovable. You rise up and kneel beside the glove. You must see what it covers. In one quick motion, you grip the edge of the glove above the middle finger and yank it off. The hand shoots up, extending through the grate up to the elbow and clanging against the metal. The hand is dark yellow with green lesions and twisted knuckles, in the all too familiar appearance of an infected being. Oh no. The grate rattles and strains, and you fall backward and crawl away from the zombie limb. It cannot break through the surface, but rise and twist above the grate. You waste no time in stepping around the hand. The stretch of walkway lies ahead, and you quicken your pace to make it to the bridge. Behind you, the low sounds of moaning call out. Man, this game's creepy. I can totally visualize all this too. I mean, could you imagine when you think at first I thought I spotted pink skin. I thought I found a person alive, and then I take off the glove and it's another frickin' zombie. Can you imagine how horrifying and saddening that would be? At the opening of the bridge, You view the impressive formation before you. High above the ocean, the bridge stretches over 100 feet from vessel to vessel, suspended by steel girders. Fabricated metal sheets provide a suitable flooring for the 6-foot wide walkway, and crisscross metal beams act as walls on both sides. No roof protects the bridge from wind or rain. Under the bridge is a series of cables and pipes running horizontally the entire length, thick black snakes elongated across the divide of the vessels. Across the bridge, the path onto the other ship is partially blocked by the large excavation bucket of a crane, its massive yellow teeth closed and laying on the ship floor like an impenetrable grate. On the other side of the blockade, sticking straight up above the crane, is an enclosed structure, raised by steel beams with a broken staircase hanging midway down the ship's surface. The structure reminds you of a watchtower or office, but it is boarded up. The only problem you can see with crossing the bridge is a pair of figures in the center, both staggering in wide circles, heads bent down, as if contemplating what to do with their unlife, and wearing orange coverall work suits. More zombies, huh? You lean back against the tall shipping container behind you, and let your back muscles stretch against the hard surface. On the right side of the bridge, in the middle of the girder, is an intercom that appears lit up. Around you, the echoes of zombie growls filter through the crates and containers. You look at your watch. The time is 15:30 or 3:30 p.m. What do? Lure the zombies to you, cross the bridge dealing with the zombies when necessary, or check the intercom. I'm going to check this intercom and see what it's about. See if maybe I can. I don't know. Probably a waste of time. You press the phone icon, and the intercom crackles and hisses. What do you say? Nothing. Hello? Is anyone there? I'm going to say, is anyone there? You hear static in return, and several short pops. After listening for a few more seconds, you let go of the button. That's right. Take your hand off the button so I can talk, a male voice says with a light French accent. What the hell are you doing on my ship? I'm looking for survivors. I'm here to get fuel. I just found this vessel and I'm searching for supplies. I don't think I'm going to tell him I'm here to get fuel. That kind of seems selfish. I found this vessel searching for supplies. I'm going to tell him I'm looking for survivors. I'm going to try to seem like I'm a good guy. I mean, I have been a pretty good guy, right? That's not really lying too much. I'm looking for survivors. Well, you found one, he says, flatly. The man's voice sounds middle-aged and emotionless, like a nighttime radio announcer, though the flair of the accent provides a poetic tone. Forget why you're here. The thing is that you can't stay here. The ship has zombies, and while you're here, there's a chance you'll die, which means you'll be food for the zombies, and in turn keep them alive. So if you get out of here, maybe these things will die and I can sleep for a night. Damn. As the man speaks, you recall the business card with the name Richard Lauren. Could this be the man? What do you say next? My group sent me here for fuel, and I can't leave without some. I have as much right to be here as you do. That's kind of being a prick. But he's kind of being a prick too, telling me to get the hell off the ship so that the zombies don't eat me. I'll be happy to leave as soon as possible. Or are you Richard Lauren? Tempted to be a prick and say I have as much right to be here as you do, buddy, but I kind of do want to find out if this is Richard Lauren. Why not ask him that? Are you Richard Lauren? Yes, I am, he says in a surprised tone. And who are you? Tell him your real name, give a fake name, don't answer. Well, unlike this guy that's with a group of survivors like the last time where I gave him a fake name, no, I think I just gave him my first name and gave him fake directions to that military depot. I mean, this guy's stuck on this vessel. I don't see what it would hurt to give him my real name. I don't have an option to just give him a first name only, or I'd probably do that like I did the last time. I think I'm going to go ahead and tell him my real name. Well, Zach, it's good to meet you, though I wish it were under better circumstances. Richard clears his throat, which bubbles through the intercom. You're here for my fuel, right? Yes. No, I'm here to find you. No, I'm here to escape the mainland. My reasons for being here are my business. No, I think I'm going to continue being honest with this guy. I think I'm going to go ahead and say, yeah, I'm here for the fuel, buddy. It's good to hear honesty, Richard says. The high-pitched squeal of feedback leaks through the intercom but resolves quickly. You know how those intercoms go. Sometimes you hear that really high-pitched squeak that's irritating as hell. I can totally picture that. Sorry about that, Richard starts. I have oil, gas, and other fuel. You need it. I'm a reasonable man. What can you offer me? Wow! So here we go. We found our fuel. I just hope we have enough time left. See, I could offer weapons, offer food and water, offer a way off the ship, or convince Richard into helping you, or I have nothing to offer. Well, I'm definitely not going to choose I have nothing to offer. Do you want some food and water, buddy? I definitely can use food and water. There's a long pause. After several moments, the intercom crackles. I'll lift the crane for you to cross the bridge. After you cross, hit the intercom in back of the deck crane. Good luck. You step back from the intercom and look across the metal bridge. The two zombies have not moved, and you still need to decide how to deal with them and cross. Lure the zombies to you or cross the bridge dealing with a zombie. I'm gonna cross the bridge and only deal with them if I have to. I don't see any reason to lure both of them at me at once. That could mean death, I would think. I don't want to have to fight both of them at once. Yeah, that's not a good idea. I don't have anybody here helping me, so. I'm not Michonne from The Walking Dead. While the zombies do not notice your approach, you have the upper hand. But as you put a foot on the bridge, the echoes of other zombies in the area turn louder and closer, and from the corner of your eye you spot movement. From your left, 3 zombies run to you, dressed in business suits, bow ripped and soiled, and to the right 2 female zombies approach, clad in gray mechanics' uniforms. As you look across the bridge, the 2 zombie engineers are running toward you. Bad just got worse. You have seconds to decide on the best plan of action. What do? Stay at the front of the bridge or cross the bridge? I'm gonna cross the bridge, I guess. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for it. The narrow walkway has the pair packed tightly shoulder to shoulder. As you close within striking distance, you raise the cavalry sword high overhead and with a crazed yell slash downward across the head of the left side zombie. You sever a triangle of skull and brain at an angle which slides off his skull top. He crashes backward and blood streams out of his open head, draining through the metal slats of the walkway. His body convulses and rattles against the ground. You spin and slash at the remaining zombie, opening a sizable gash across his chest. Thin blood spurts from the wound over his orange coveralls, and then a thicker blood oozes out. He claws at the cavalry sword and lacerates his own hand, sending a spray of dark liquid across your shirt. Damn. He lurches forward, mouth wide open and tongue lashing out like an insect antenna feeling around for its prey. You leap back and swing again, this time slicing across his open mouth, making it appear wider than before, much like a puppet's grin. Hearing the zombie pack behind, you jab the end of the sword straight through the right eye of the zombie, who finally stumps to the ground as you yank the weapon out. Well, maybe I am as badass as Michonne here, huh? You leap over the bodies of the dead engineers and run across the bridge. You set into a stride, knowing that the zombies are not far behind. When you look back, the mechanics lead the zombie pack, while the businessmen follow closely behind. The mob moves into one large mass of fury. their awful howls gelling together in symphony, which focuses your mind on the single task of crossing the bridge. You are only 30 feet ahead of the zombies, and they are gaining ground. The ocean wind pushes against you, and the sun's glare stings your eyes. Up ahead, the huge metal claw of the crane rests across the bridge's opening. 10 feet high, the surface looks too smooth to climb, and the bridge rails meet it flush, which means you'll have to leap high enough to catch the top of the rail and hoist yourself onto the crane. Glancing back, you see the zombies are closer, maybe 20 feet away. Your legs ache, but you push harder. You can't die this way. Pinned in and trapped to be eaten by the living dead. Oh no, I must have made a wrong choice somewhere. I don't think I'm going to be able to leap. With aching legs and everything from here, leap 10 feet into the air to get on top of this crane, this metal claw of the crane. 10 feet high, yeah, that's too smooth to climb. I'm screwed. Oh man, what a way to go, huh? As you near the end of the bridge and gather all of your strength to climb the rail, the claw begins to move. It rises in a slow, jerking motion, and the noise of the grinding gears dampens the zombie pack's terrible cacophony of growls and squeals from behind you. When the claw is only 3 feet from the ground, it stops, which provides only a narrow opening. At the last possible moment, you drop down, legs in front of you, and slide forward aimed at the opening. Your body skids across the metal bridge floor, and you rocket under the claw. As soon as you clear the opening, the claw drops down in one quick motion, smashing against the deck. You hear loud clangs from the other side of the crane, and look back to see nothing made it through the opening. You stand and walk in a tight circle, hands on your hips, as the blood coursing through your veins and arteries has you wired, and the screams of the not-too-distant zombie horde keeps you on edge. Wow, so did this guy? This Richard guy, did he do that crane? He must have. Somebody did. The drilling vessel has a sparsely covered deck, with only the crane taking up the majority of space. To the north is a wall built up from the deck with a long structure built out that is a box shaped and covered in plywood, except for a thin door on the side facing you. A metal staircase once led from the structure to the deck, but only the top half remains, and several ropes sit rolled up attached to the lowest point of the remaining stairs. To the east, on a raised platform, are a wide variety of containers and drums, which you presume hold the fuel you have come to obtain. They are all massive and stretch into the sky, easily eclipsing the boarded-up structure. Some have ladders fixed to their surfaces, others have the entire metal catwalks erected beside them. As you stand on the side of the ship, you think of the time in meeting Carl to offload the fuel. The time is 16:02:402. You remember having the walkie-talkie and press the button. "Carl, are you there?" No one responds. You cross the side rail of the vessel and lean over, stretching to see into the waters. Sure enough, in the distance the boat is parked in the ocean nearby, rising and falling with each cresting wave. "Carl, are you there?" "Zach, it's good to hear your voice." You briefly summarize your struggles on the ship, and tell Carl to bring the ship in closer to receive the fuel. From above you hear the scraping of metal, and you spin towards the sound. The door opens on the side of the structure above the deck. A tall, olive-skinned man with a light beard steps out. He unties the bundled rope and lets it drop, then starts to climb down to the ship floor. He is thin and appears unarmed. As he descends the rope bridge, several options come to mind now. Trade the items you offer to Richard. Try to convince Richard to help you. Threaten Richard and force him to give you fuel. Or kill Richard. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and give him the items I promised him. I promised him food and water, so I'm going to give him some. Trade the items you offer to Richard. Hopefully I didn't already eat all my food. Richard crosses the deck and stops ahead of you, arms by his side. A handsome man with olive skin, He is partially balding, though long wisps of hair cross his head. He wears the remnants of brown dress pants and a white button-down shirt now stained and yellowed and frayed. Dark bags wear under his bulbous eyes, and several deep gashes in his hands and wrists show signs of infection. Aw, man! Though not a zombie virus, the deep ridges and dark veins indicate he is already too far gone to save. He presents you with a thin-lipped smile, showing yellow-gray teeth. "Don't worry, it's not the virus," he says. "I have been alive on this ship since the start of the outbreak. At first, things weren't so bad, but eventually I had to resort to staying in the office up there." Richard shows his hands to you. "This happened about a week ago. I'm no doctor, but I know, well, I have a few days." He wipes away tears from his eyes and walks toward the vast array of tanks on the side of the vessel. Wow, that's sad. "I don't want anything from you. I just wanted to test you, to see if you were worth helping. Maybe it was my way of seeing if there is any good left in this world." Damn. That's understandable. It's kind of sad, though. Richard turns back and looks at you with a smile. "I can help you with the fuel, but there's one small issue." He smiles and pauses at the word, small. "And by small, I mean immensely difficult. To fill up the tanks with oil, gas, etc., we need to go below deck to the drilling hold and open the pump valves. Then we can get you as much fuel as your boat can carry." Richard walks over to a spot on the deck with a round metal disc resembling a manhole cover. It is white and smudged with dried oil. The cover is hinged and bolted shut. "When the apocalypse started, we closed off the valves to stop pumping from ocean wells. As the days went on, our crew became infected, some of whom—" He points below deck. "I still hear them banging the walls or just growling from below." He pauses again, which provides an opportunity to ask a question. "How many zombies are below? Why can't we just take the fuel tanks I saw on the side of the boat? Or do you have any weapons or supplies I can use?" Okay, I think I'm going to ask him how many zombies are there down there. "I estimate 4 down there. I know for a fact that Esteban, Carter, Mills, and Kane went down around the time we sealed it. Maybe Chen, too. Not sure if she made it there. One of the most intelligent engineers I ever knew." Richard bends over and unlatches the bolt over the cover. You step a few feet away and call Carl on the walkie-talkie, letting him know the situation and the need for more time. "You're early, but with the way the ocean is starting to pick up waves, I don't want to wait more than another 2 hours. Over." With the communication ends, you clip the walkie-talkie to your belt. Richard glances up at you as you return to the drilling area entrance. "When you get down there, head to your right, which leads to a room with pump machines that look like refrigerators with dials on them. You need to release the 2 subordinate pressure pumps, which are painted yellow, and then the central valve. Pressure gauges will fill up, and you will get a readout over 60, so keep spinning the central valve until it hits the mark. Then you can attach the main line, which is the thickest circular hose down there. You can't miss it. Once that happens, you have maybe 2 or 3 minutes to get back up to help me turn the release valve." Richard opens the cover to reveal a ladder descending into darkness. You step into the hole and climb down a few rungs. "Good luck." Once again below deck, you are immersed in complete darkness. You check your night vision goggles and find they have 85% battery left. Hell yeah, I'm glad I didn't use it that whole time. Do you want to use them? Hell yeah, I want to use them. You place the goggles over your head and secure them in place. As you descend, the air turns cold and musty, coating you in its thick residue. Water drips and splashes below, and as you reach bottom, only after a mere 10 seconds of climbing, You stand in a murky inch of liquid. You smell mold and gasoline and stifle a cough. Only the soft plinking of dripping water can be heard. Surprised I don't hear the zombies. You stand in a narrow hallway with brown concrete walls covered with pipes and wires stretching in both directions. To the left, you see the hallway turn some 50 feet away, the flickering of a blue ceiling light bathing the corridor in flashes of color. In that direction, the floor progressively slopes downward. To the right, the hallway proceeds through an opening and continues further than your light source enables you to see. Given the limited information which path you choose, well, the Richard guy above told me to go to the right. I'm hoping he's not messing with me. He seemed like he was genuine and honest, so, I mean, from what I read anyway, but who knows, he could be leading me right to my doom. But I'm going to go ahead and follow his advice and take the right passageway. That's what he told me. The sounds of your feet sloshing through the liquid echoes in the hall. Around you, the metal pipes form a lattice over the walls from ceiling to floor, and the sound reverberates against them, creating long melodic tones similar to running a finger along the edge of a crystal glass. As you cross 20 feet, you pick up the distant squeaks of rodents, and you spot long worm-like insects crawling over the wires, loosely dangling from the ceiling. Man, this is creepy, huh? Your foot presses something soft, and a short, sharp noise murmurs from below. You move your right foot to reveal a children's doll, a plastic figurine with a pink and yellow dress now darkened by the dirty water. As you peer down, something moves inside the doll's head, and you retract your foot. Out of the hole, where an eye should be, a centipede crawls, sleek and black, its body undulating out of the plastic. The small creature slides into the wall and disappears into a crevice at the base. You step over the doll and continue down the hall. Man, this is giving me the creeps, man. Walking for another 50 feet, you see the hallway widens ahead. An odd noise filters through the area, the raspy whine of labored breathing. As you cross the threshold of the room, you enter the pumping control area filled with specialized equipment, massive machines and generators, and lying on the floor is a curled figure. Legs folded to its chest, back arched and contorted, arms elongated and flattened. It cranes its neck to reveal the carnage of infection and swivels its head in a circle as it rises. Kill the zombie or stand still and stay quiet. I don't want to alert any more zombies down here. There's obviously at least 4 zombies down here. I'm going to stay quiet. I'm not going to kill the zombie. I'm hoping I'm making the right choice. The zombie stands and steps into the center of the rectangular room, its tan uniform two-toned from the areas drenched in the dirty liquid from lying on the floor. You spot the name tag, Matthews. The creature stretches its grotesque arms out and scrunches its face together like it's pleading for something. You hear its tortured breath sounds, wheezing inhales and raspy exhales. 2 footsteps splash through the water as the creature moves closer. Kill the zombie or stay quiet and move away from the zombie? I'm going to stay quiet and try to move away. Like I say, I don't want to fight because then it's going to squeal and holler and I could end up making sounds, clangs against metal, and draw all 4 or 5 zombies down here to me. I don't want that. So I'm going to try to stay quiet. You slide your foot to the left, pushing the water around your ankle, careful to not make a splash. The light trickle is barely audible beneath the awful shrill noises of the zombie. He plods forward, smacking the water with each step. He is close, and you want to run from the room or draw a weapon and attack. Your skin warms and perspires, head pounds in raw anticipation of feeling its twisted hands touching you. You creep in a perpendicular direction, never removing your eyes from the hideous form. In the long, anguished moments, you watch his arms waving about like insect antennae hoping to bump into its prey. You continue to slide away, taking calculated steps lateral to the sounds you hear. The zombie drags his feet across the room, bumps into the threshold at the room's edge, and crosses the threshold. You wait, your ears strained to listen. Nails against stone, chattering of teeth, the murmur of a growl. You wait until the sounds are no more. I hope not. Man, this is intense. You rush to the side panels. Long control boards with an array of buttons, gauges, and switches, radar and fuel pressure monitors, and digital displays. Everything is off, and nothing indicates a way to power on the machines. You remember Richard's instructions and search for the 2 subordinate pumps in central valve. You release the first 2 pumps and watch pressure gauges rise across the panel on your right. The panel hums and groans, beeps and lights up. The array radiates a green glow, which fades in and out. A buzzing fills the room, and the panels darken and then light again. You rotate the central valve and check the main gauge. 30, 40, 50, 60. Red lights flash in the room, and the low tone of grinding gears rattles. You search for the main line and connect the thick hose to the side release tank. The pipes rattle, and a chugging noise resounds through the metal. You have no idea how long it will take for the fuel to arrive at the tanks below, nor for how long the power will last to pump the fuel. Time to head back to the top deck. Wow! You rush out of the room, watching ahead carefully, as the heavy pump sounds will surely attract unwanted attention. Surprisingly, nothing shows up to thwart your progress, and you reach the ladder unhindered. Your boots ring against the metal as you rush up. Back on the top of the deck, you close the circular hatch. "I see you got the pump on," says Richard, who is already positioning empty fuel cans under the colossal tanks. Over the next half hour, Richard works with you to provide the fuel your group desperately needs. You locate numerous steel drums and fill them with oil, gasoline, and kerosene, then use the cargo crane to lower it off the side of the vessel onto Carl's boat. With Richard's help, the process is smooth and efficient. Hell yeah! Wow! When as much fuel is loaded as possible, you make a last offer to Richard to take him to the cathedral in the hopes that medicine treatment might save him. "Thanks for the offer, but I doubt even the best medicine could help me at this stage. No, I want to stay here. It's..." He pauses and looks over the side of the vessel at the vast ocean. "It's fitting for me to live out my last days here." You bid Richard farewell and board Carl's ship and the trip home to the cathedral under the last rays of the setting sun. Wow, somehow I have no idea how I made it through this chapter without getting killed or getting eaten by a zombie or whatever. Who knows how many ways there were to die. I could feel it. I could feel that with every choice I had to make the right choice or something bad was going to happen. I'm actually surprised that I made it through this chapter. It sounds like, and I got fuel for the cathedral, which is even more important. We desperately need that because it sounds like we need that fuel to move to a different location to maybe stay safe in the zombie exodus when zombies start headed from the city out to where we're at. At least that's what it sounds like we expect to happen. Man, this is cool. Alright, one last page here. The trip back to the cathedral seems faster than the journey to the fuel vessel, but the anticipation of returning home seems to speed time. You breathe a great sigh of relief as the high steeples of the cathedral come into view. As the boat glides closer toward the dock, you scan the coastline for any signs of zombie activity, and only see a lone pair walking the paved road right outside the cathedral entrance. You consider shooting them, but don't want to cause a panic and decide to dispatch them when you move closer. However, as you draw near the dock, you see that the two figures are not zombies, but a living man and woman advancing the stairs to the front door of the place you called home for the last 2 months. In the nighttime darkness, you cannot make out details about them, but they are definitely alive. Docking the boat, you rush to the stone steps. You hear the sounds of banging against the cathedral doors. The moon casts a hazy glow over the path as you speed up to the cathedral's entrance. The man and woman turn as you approach, smiling through dirt-covered faces, their gaunt figures showing signs of starvation. The man is a foot taller than the woman, and through thick clothes and a hood you can barely make out his features. The woman is mid-40s and has little color in her face, with a tight wool cap pulled snugly over long wavy blonde hair with streaks of gray, and though showing her age, she has an almost innocent quality held in her eyes, mouth, and cheeks. Standing with her hands raised, palms up, as if seeking coins on the side of a road, she takes a single step forward.
"We come seeking shelter. Please, we haven't eaten in days and need to rest. We are not infected and are peaceful people. Please help us."
Wow, okay. So we're right outside the cathedral now. We found fuel and we're already presented with more drama, and it sounds like another question that I'm sure will open up in the next chapter. So it doesn't say the next part, it says the next chapter. Surprisingly, this is going to be the 7th chapter of part 3. And this has been a long chapter, part 3, chapter 6, so we'll definitely continue with the next chapter in the next video. I hope you guys have enjoyed this one. I know I sure did. I know I was nervous as hell trying to work my way through this this last place and trying to find fuel and avoid zombies and man, it was scary being alone. This book is pretty good at making me feel the fears and emotions that you would feel in such a situation. As crazy as a zombie apocalypse seems, this book and this zombie exodus, this author, Jim Dattilo, is doing a fantastic job of making me feel like I'm actually there. So every time I make these videos and I read aloud, I'm definitely feeling and being able to see what he imagined as he wrote this. So hopefully you guys are as well. Be sure you comment down below. Let me know what you guys think. Did I make wrong choices somewhere? What do you guys think is going to happen next? And let me know as well if you're enjoying this. I'd certainly love to read that. I do read all my comments on every single video, even though I'm approaching 1,000 videos on my YouTube channel. I definitely read every single comment, even though I may not respond to every one. I want to go and thank you guys for watching. This has actually been video number 12 of my playthrough of Zombie Exodus, and we'll be back with video number 13 here in the coming days. Thanks again. Take care of somebody you love, people. Have a great day or night, whatever it is when you're part of the world. Take care, everybody.
Oh no! Now Rocky's bit me and I'm gonna turn into a zombie. Oh, my life's over now. What? Who's at the door?
Hello, Zexter99. As you know, I'm Natalie Portman, and I've seen your videos, and I'm so in love with you.
Oh my god, Natalie Portman? Holy crap, you're beautiful. Aren't you like the hottest Hollywood actress out there? And now you want me now that I'm turning into a zombie? What? Ah, help me! What kind of luck is this?
Hello everybody, welcome back to my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. If you remember in the last video, which I did more than 2 weeks ago, it was a long one, almost 2 hours long, where I actually went to retrieve fuel for our gang of people surviving in a zombie apocalypse, living in a cathedral area. And one of the reasons we needed fuel so bad is it was low. We have some vehicles, but I think we're planning on trying to move out of harm's way, as we expect a massive tons and hordes of zombies coming out our way from the city to where we're at the cathedral. And I think there was only like 30 days or 3 weeks or something like that until that happened. So one reason we needed fuel so bad was so we can try to move out of harm's way. And it was an extremely dangerous video that I did in video number 12, which was part 3, chapter 6. From the comments that I got, it looks like there was a lot of ways, a lot of choices that I could have made that could have killed me, turned me into a zombie, or ended my game. And somehow I was able to, luckily, make the right choices in that video and not get killed off. So we're going to go ahead and continue here. It looks like I just hit next, and it says this concludes part 3, Cathedral. You can now save your game. This will allow you to resume playing from this point. Using the save game will allow you to start with your character in part 4 without having to restart from the beginning of part 1. So we're going to go ahead and save this as just my name. Alright, thank you for your support. Please enjoy Zombie Exodus Part 4, Survival. Alright, let's go ahead and get this party started. The couple stands before you awaiting an answer, the woman's hands extended in a sign of pleading. The winds have picked up and cooled the summer air. Exhausted from the long day on the fuel vessels, you long for rest. But before you stand two complete strangers seeking shelter, and this must be dealt with. You raise your flashlight and aim the beam between them, as if the narrow stream of light defends you. The man steps forward and lowers his hood, then raises his open hands to the side. He has a well-trimmed beard, flat brown hair, and tan, dirt-covered skin. His wide smile shows rows of perfect teeth, which distracts you from thinking of how to react. As he takes another step, his coat shrugs up, and the edge of a leather sheath pokes through the clothing. He catches your stare and stops. "This is just a simple knife. We mean no harm. We're only here for shelter," he says. As he speaks, you hear rustling from behind. It must be Carl coming up the path. You react by... Okay, so it's been a couple of weeks more than 2 weeks since I've actually made the last video and read the last chapter, but I do remember we were coming back, recovering fuel from the fuel vessel, and we had seen a couple outside of the church, the cathedral where we're at, and now we have a couple we don't know. And if you guys have watched any kind of the Walking Dead and stuff like that, you know in a situation like this, you don't want to be too trusting of strangers, because they can stab you in the back. They can try to take everything that you have, your food, your life, just to try to survive. And it would be like that in an apocalyptic world, even if there wasn't zombies. So, we got to be really careful here. So as he speaks, he has a knife. A leather sheath pokes through the clothing. So that's a little bit scary. And we hear Carl coming up, and we react by drawing a weapon, talking to the strangers, waiting for Carl to come up the path, or checking behind you to make sure it's Carl. That sounds like a pretty good idea, to make sure that it actually is Carl and not one of their compadres coming up to, stab me in the back. I think I'm going to check and make sure that's actually Carl coming up behind me. Let's do that. You rotate your body only enough to see the path behind you. Carl is sprinting up the stone steps only a few dozen feet away. Good, it is Carl. You turn back to the strangers, who have not moved but stand at the foot of the cathedral steps, hands raised and still smiling. Well, that's good we know that. Carl runs up beside you with his pistol raised. The wind is picked up, blowing into your face, and the cool air awakens you.
We are here seeking shelter. Please, we mean no harm,
the woman says, now focusing her plea on Carl. Sorry, but we're not a hotel, he answers. He waves the pistol back and forth in an arc to indicate the cathedral as he speaks. The cathedral doors open and Tom steps outside with Emma and Heather behind him. What's going on? Tom asks in a booming voice. His right hand hovers above a pistol in a belt holster. The two strangers turn to face Tom and maintain raised hands. We are two peaceful travelers seeking shelter in this cathedral, the man says.
We understand the reluctance to take in new people, the woman says, her voice bold and lifted high as if speaking to a crowd. But we will contribute to the group and not cause any trouble. We just seek refuge.
The group is silent. Tom looks back and forth between you and Carl, and then the two strangers. Let's all move inside to discuss this. It's too dangerous out here, Tom states as he steps back to clear a path through the entrance. The two strangers smile and walk up the stone steps. The woman wraps her arms around her body like she is hurt, but smiles wide and steps sideways through the open doorway. Carl shakes his head and mutters under his breath, slipping his pistol back into his holster. You follow inside. Wow, this is getting good. I mean, I don't know what these two people are up to. In the sanctuary, the group is gathered, with the two strangers sitting in the middle, so it appears as a job interview with current employees surrounding the two applicants.
First off, I am River, and this is my partner, Star,
says the man, his hands folded on his lap and leg crossed over the knee with one foot dangling loosely.
We have been here many times before. St. Joseph's Cathedral is near and dear to us.
Tom explains how he and Carl purchased the cathedral and how the group came to live here and convert it to a safe house. He then introduces everyone. Most of the survivors greet River and Star with smiles and handshakes. Carl sits slumped in his chair, bottom lip protruding like an angry toddler. I just want to voice my concern at accepting new people here. No offense, you seem like a nice couple, but for all we know, you could be part of a bandit group coming here to find our weaknesses.
That's a fair assumption,
Star states, her smile seeming to burst the sides of her mouth should it grow any larger.
But we are willing to prove ourselves and gain trust. We can be huge assets.
Well, where's your stuff? Heather asked bluntly. She sits on the edge of the chair, legs bouncing and ankles twitching. Our stuff? Responds River, his face scrunched.
Yeah, you walk in front of the forest with just the clothes on your backs? How did you survive with nothing? No food, water, or gear?
River and Star look at each other and gesture signs that they are unsure how to respond. Finally, River shrugs and nods. We didn't know what to expect coming here, so we hid our stuff until we knew it was safe. We've been robbed before, so this time we took precautions. Heather nods her head and sits back in the chair.
And how do you think you can help us?
Asks Uncle Lou, his Italian-American accent seeming thicker than most days.
I am a doctor, and River is a metalsmith. We can make an immediate impact here, answers Star.
The faces of your group reveal their interest is piqued. Still, Carl's words are sensible, and you can't help but wonder if these are incredible actors sent to gather information and report back to a hostile group. Wow, that's a good thought. Our group is a democracy, and I see no other way to decide on whether to let you join or not than to vote. I will ask that you step into a side room and wait for our decision, Tom states. Carl escorts the pair through the sanctuary and returns moments later with the same disturbed look on his face. "Where did you put them, Carl?" asked Tom. "I locked them in the chapel. I didn't know what else to do, but wasn't going to let them alone to roam around." Candace stands up, her cheeks turning red and lines in her face stretching tighter. "I am embarrassed at how we're acting. These are our guests. We are treating them like bandits. I know we have to be cautious, but interrogating them, locking them up, it's mean-spirited." "Well, why don't we make a big feast and give them massages?" says Heather, throwing her hands up. "We don't know them, and we can't take in every refugee that crosses our path. This isn't apocalypse welfare." That's a good point. "It would be nice to have a doctor, though, and that dude can help us make bullets and other gear," states Jason. Candace flashes him a smile. "Well, it's late, and Carl and Zach are exhausted from the trip. Let's get to the vote. But before we do so, does anyone have anything else they want to add to the discussion?" asked Tom. Okay, so for the first time in this chapter, it looks like I have a very important decision to make. I can persuade the group to reject the strangers from joining. I can try to persuade the group to accept the strangers into the cathedral. I can remain silent and vote to reject the strangers, or I can remain silent and vote to accept the strangers. Wow. What do I do here? I don't know what to do in this situation. I kind of don't trust these people, and I don't know why, but it's hard to know what the right thing to do is. But if I have a gut feeling just reading this that these guys are up to no good, then I'm going to make my decision based on my gut feeling just reading this. And because of that, I'm definitely going to try to persuade the other people here that, hey, we're doing fine as we are. We just got fuel. Let's not take any risks. So I think that's going to be my idea. So I'm going to go ahead and try to choose to persuade the group to reject the strangers from joining. I hope I'm making the right decision. We'll find out, I guess. So persuade the group to reject, yes. You stand and wait for everyone to provide you with their attention. You express how dangerous it is to let strangers enter the safety of the cathedral. While you empathize with their situation, you are more worried about the survival of your own group. That's correct. Resources are dwindling, and with the coming of the zombie exodus, stretching food, water, and supplies with 2 more people seems inefficient. While you appreciate what they may contribute, you fear the possibility that they are misleading the group, and their true intentions may be to rob or harm the group. And that's kind of what I'm thinking here. We seem to be doing okay. Why risk this? You know, I definitely have a heart, but and in the real situation, if this was real, you know, I'd probably lean maybe towards helping them, especially if I saw their faces and tears or whatever it was. But in a game, I'm going to go with my gut instinct. It's really easy to do, and just hope that it goes along with, you know, the game, and I made the right choice. Tom steps into the front of the group semicircle. Please raise your hands if you think River and Star should be allowed to join. You keep your hand down and glance around to the other survivors. Heather, Carl, and Mindy have their hands down as well. Tom crosses his hands behind his back. Jason looks at Candace and keeps his hands down. Uncle Lou raises his hand, but only to scratch his chin. Wow. Well, it seems that we won't be inviting River and Star to join us. The group rises and heads together through the sanctuary to the small chapel to the south. All are somber while walking, and you realize this decision may well affect the ability of this couple to survive in this new world. Carl opens the door. Inside, Star and River sit in a wooden pew facing the altar, but stand as you enter. We are sorry, but at this time we cannot invite you two to join us, Tom states. River and Star are disappointed by the decision, but realizing the choice is final, they bid everyone good luck in the future and head outside and back into the old pine woods. The next hour is a blur as you take part in transferring the fuel from the boat to the cathedral through a human relay system. Your whole body aches and sleep calls to you, but securing the valuable liquid commodity is surely necessary. Luckily, no bandits or zombies show up. Tom waves at a briefing meeting tonight and tells you to get some rest. Alright, wow. You stumble upstairs and into your room where you collapse into bed. Every joint and muscle feels numb. A layer of sweat, grease, and dirt coats your skin, but you barely have the energy to raise your arms, let alone scrub your body clean. As you faceplant into bed and your eyes drift closed, the door creaks open, and the soft pitter-patter of feet crosses the floor. You lift your head and turn to face the person. Staring back at you is Mindy. Heck yeah! You start to turn, and she places a hand on your shoulder. Shh, she says, and leans in close until the warmth of her breath kisses your skin. Go to sleep. As if she is giving you permission, you release your mind and give in to the darkness. Wow, Mindy wants some! She knows we're tired, though. Progress saved? Alright, I don't know if this is... No, I don't think this is the next chapter. We're going to go ahead and continue on. A shooting pain in your left arm startles you awake. Your eyes pop open, and you stare at the twisted face of terror looking down at you. Half man, half zombie, his face cut down the middle to demarcate the two sides. The zombie portion is dark and leathery, with huge folds of extra skin tightened across the face like a drum. He drools across your cheek. The zombie eye is void of an iris, but a solid strip of black which moves amoeba-like while he hovers above your prone body. Lights flicker in the background overhead and bathe him in a backlight of orange. The zombie side of his mouth quivers, and he opens it wide. You expect a growl, but he mouths the words, "Join us." Another dream? You stare in horror at the visage but don't recognize the face. The human side is older, with bulging features like his head has been compressed in a vice. Brown locks of hair hang down, matted and thick. He yanks your left arm and drags you across the room. The plain white box with tiled floors and blank walls. Pins and needles radiate through the held limb. You struggle, but the half-zombie's grip is like steel. Up ahead is a metal chair with leather straps and metal hooks for restraining, and a spotlight hovers over a side table, where lies a solitary syringe filled with green, bubbling liquid. You are thrown into the chair, and though you fight for control, the chair locks your limbs in place instantly. The spotlight shifts your naked body, and a cool breeze flows past your flesh. The half-zombie lifts the syringe and places it over your chest. "This is the way you survive," it says, and plunges the needle down. Oh no. You sit up in bed and scan the room. While you knew it was a dream, you still question reality as you awaken. Your left arm is numb on one side, and you clench a fist to force it alive. Sitting next to the bed is Mindy, slumped sideways in a wooden chair, legs hung over one armrest, her head lying on the desk. She is still fully dressed, just as she was last night before you fell asleep. A knock on the door hammers your head, and though you've had no alcohol, you feel the effects of a hangover, tight forehead, unfocused vision, foul taste in your mouth, aching muscles. With the next knock, you call out, "Come in." The door swings open and Tom takes a step inside. Through bleary eyes, you can still see his countenance has a look of remorse, like he has terrible news and no way to say it. He looks at the figure sleeping in the chair. His eyes go wide and mouth turns into a smirk. "We're meeting in the gathering in 5. With that news, he steps out and closes the door. Mindy stirs, and her eyes pop open. "Good morning," she says, and lifts her hands to her eyes. "Not sure if you heard, but Tom wants us downstairs." She nods. "I need to head to my room for a few. I'll meet you down there." Okay. The whole group sits in the gathering surrounding the central table. You spot a seat next to Emma and plop down beside her. Mindy walks hurriedly into the room and sits next to you just before Tom speaks. Next to Tom is an easel with his whiteboard on it. "Zach, why don't you give us a brief description of your trip to the fuel vessels?" You provide a condensed report on the fuel vessels, the zombies on board, your encounter with Richard Laurent, and the difficulty of offloading the fuel. Everyone seems impressed with your success on the mission and is appreciative of the much-needed resource. "We're all glad you returned safely, too," says Tom and steps beside the whiteboard. "Here we have a current status of the resources. Water 31 days, food 28 days, energy 16, medicine is low, fuel good for now, and days until zombie exodus unknown." Wow. "We're not sure of zombie exodus anymore. From Jason's contacts on ServNet, large masses of the living dead have already pushed out of the cities and are diffusing through the suburbs. As they find victims, the food strengthens them to continue their march. It appears less than 3 to 4 weeks before Temperance fills up and the undead filter to our area. But before we discuss the exodus further, let's go down the list and see where we're at." You are used to Tom's meetings and the thorough detailing of supplies, chores, and events at the cathedral. Your mind drifts as you listen, and I can focus on his speech about the current state of affairs, or let my mind wander while he talks. Wow, is this an important decision? I mean, could this be... I think it's probably going to be pretty important that we pay attention to what he's talking about. So let's go ahead and talk. Let's focus on his speech. You sit up in your chair, rub your eyes, and focus on listening. Tom points to the first line of the supply list, water. "We're fine with water." Next, Tom points to the line reading food. "We have enough food for all of us for a few weeks." Tom points to the line marked energy. "Thanks to Zach and Carl, our generator has diesel and can supply us with energy for the next few weeks. We also have fuel for our vehicles, though we still are in a state of conservation." "Well, really it was Zach," says Jason, muttering loud enough the whole room can hear. "What?" asked Tom. All heads turn to Jason, who has that guilty look of someone who just stole something. He takes his baseball cap off his head and turns it around backward and slips it back on. "I just mean Zach did it all. Carl drove a boat. Not exactly tag-teaming the mission," Jason adds and folds his arms. He's got a point. He's kind of sticking up for me, saying, "Hey man, I was the real hero. All Carl did was drive the boat, sit in the boat, and wait for me." He's got a point. Carl stands and points across the table. "And what do you do? Talk to other geeks on a computer? What have you contributed since we got here?" "Hey, I've done a fair bit of research that has given us useful information." Tom raises his hands as if a referee keeping fighters apart. "Okay, no need to argue about who has done more or less. Let's move on," Tom says. Carl nods and sits back at his spot at the table. Tom glances back at the board, and his hands point to the medicine line. "Medicine is in short supply again. We have painkillers, but most of the prescription meds are running out." "We can see if Eugene can spare any meds. Ready for a trip back to Temperance, Anderson?" Mandy says. "If that's an option, it may be the only one," Tom states. "Since we've already discussed fuel, the only thing left to discuss is zombie exodus. Based on what Jason has learned and our resources, I see only 2 options. We all stay here and prepare over the next month to lock this place down and weather the coming invasion of the undead, or we pack up and move out to other, less populated areas of the country. I don't want any opinions now, but we'll meet soon to discuss our options and everyone can provide their vote. Zach, you have the day off. This meeting is adjourned. Let's get to work. As the meeting ends, you stand and watch the survivors head out of the room. Heather, Emma, Candace, and Mindy head towards the second floor stairs exit, while Tom heads toward his office. Uncle Lou starts cleaning up pots on the stove. Jason walks through the door to the sanctuary, and you see Carl watching his motion and then follow him out. Wow. You consider your options. Should I follow Carl and Jason to the sanctuary? Help Lou clean up? Talk with Emma? Talk with Mindy? Or talk with Heather? Well, to be honest with you, right now, I definitely want to get things on with Mindy. She's got stuff to do. That's tempting to talk with Mindy to see what might happen there. Maybe I can talk to Tom and say, hey, I want Mindy to have the day off too. We need to get it on. You know what I'm saying? But no. I think I'm a little bit concerned about why Carl might be following Jason to the sanctuary. So I think I'm going to follow Carl out to the sanctuary and see what's going on with that. Stepping through the door to the sanctuary, you catch the middle of a heated conversation. Carl stands at the edge of a desk, pointing and gesturing aggressively at Jason, who sits leisurely in his leather chair, tilting back and arms hanging by his side, clearly unimpressed with the situation. If you ever call my name out in a meeting again, Carl begins, his face a near purple color and snake-like vein popped out of his forehead. He stammers so hard he doesn't complete the sentence. Look, dude, just take your old ass upstairs and pretend to be a valuable part of this group. Jason sits forward and turns his chair at an angle toward the array of computer monitors, shifting his gaze from the enraged man standing over him. Carl remains motionless at the edge of the computer desk. The tapping of nimble fingers on the keyboard echoes through the church. Jason, I want you to be straight with me. Candace, Carl looks down at the ground and then back to Jason, who continues working at his computer. I don't know what to tell you, Jason starts, now turning slightly in Carl's direction. We're living through hell. Nothing will ever be the same again. Every day is a struggle to survive, and people find whatever they can to make things bearable, if even for a moment. I do feel something for Candace. I won't disrespect you with a lie, but don't be mad at us. Your jealousy, way before anything between Candace and me, is what drove her away. That's on you, man. Whoa. So, damn. Candace has moved away from dating Carl, and now she's all over Jason, huh? Wow. Carl leans in far to Jason, close for a whisper, but the words are loud and direct. Whatever you had with Candace ends now. I don't care about yesterday, but today and tomorrow. If you speak to her again, I'll make it so you never speak again. Damn! Drama, huh? Carl stands up straight again. Jason turns the rest of the way to face Carl now. I don't like people threatening me. I've had people threatening me, bullying me all my life. If you think I'm scared of you, you're wrong. You come at me, and you won't believe what I'll do to you. Damn! Jason looks up at Carl, eyes thin and drawn together, jaw clenched. The two remain in this position for several minutes, until Jason spins his chair away and begins typing at the keyboard again. If there's anything else, why don't you leave me alone so I can record our inventory? Jason says. Carl takes a step back, his foot positioned for a turn, until Jason speaks again. Say hi to Candace for me. Damn. The words ring out like a starter pistol at a race, and Carl reacts to the sound. His foot lashes out and catches Jason's shoulder, which knocks the younger man over to the ground with a deep thud. The leather chair spins away and topples to its side. Carl slams a boot into Jason's ribs, then raises and slams the boot down into his chest. Jason makes an odd sound, somewhere between a cough and a scream. Uncle Lou starts towards the two, probably to break up the fight. Before another attack is made, you restrain Carl before he inflicts more damage, stop Uncle Lou from intervening, or do nothing. Crap. Stop Uncle Lou from intervening, or do nothing. No, I think I'm definitely going to try to restrain Carl. I mean, seems like, that's how I've been playing the whole game, is trying to be helpful to the group and it's definitely my interest to keep Carl from killing this guy in his rage. I think he's definitely angry and he needs to calm down. So let's go ahead and try to restrain Carl and hope that he can calm down enough to grow up. You dash across the room and tackle Carl before he can strike another blow. The two of you crash hard to the solid marble floor, with you taking the brunt of the impact. Your arms slip from Carl. He rises and turns to Jason, who still lies on the ground immobile. So focused on his target, Carl doesn't notice your legs slink through his ankles, and you twist to drag him back down. He kicks at your legs, but as he frees himself, Uncle Lou has made it over and grips the man off the floor and locks him into a massive bear hug. The smaller man is hoisted into the air, feet dangling, as Uncle Lou carries him across the sanctuary to a stone pillar, where he drops and holds him. You step over to Jason, and he looks up at you with an odd smile on his face. "Wow, that hurt," he says, and coughs a deep, throaty rattle as he sits up. Mindy and Tom run into the sanctuary. "What the hell is going on in here?" Tom shouts, crossing over to Carl. "Carl went crazy and attacked Jason," says Uncle Lou, still struggling to hold Carl. Mindy rushes by Jason's side, and the two of you help him stand. "Him and Candace, they're sleeping together. He's a scumbag. I'll kill him," Carl says, and lunges forward. Uncle Lou's tree-like arm slams into his chest and shoves him back to the pillar, and Tom slaps the enraged man across the cheek. "Damn it, calm down. We're in the middle of an apocalypse, and you're trying to kill one of our own? Have you lost your mind?" states Tom. By now, the rest of the survivors have made it into the sanctuary, and Emma immediately walks over to Jason. "My chest and ribs hurt," grunts Jason, gritting his teeth and holding the side of his torso. "You may have internal bleeding," Emma says, as she wraps one of Jason's arms around her neck for support. "Let's get you to the infirmary." Damn. Frickin' Carl, man. But Jason stole his woman, but still. Wow. As Jason is brought to the infirmary, Tom escorts Carl out of the room. He seems calm now, like he hasn't just attacked one of your group and threatened to kill him. You feel a hand on your back and turn to see Uncle Lou smiling wide with several tears slide down his face. Aww. He wraps his arms around you and squeezes. "Thank you. I don't know what would have happened if you didn't help Jason," he says, and tightens his hug. You slide your hands up and pat his back. Okay, let me go or Emma will be treating 2 patients for cracked ribs." That's funny. As the sanctuary clears and Uncle Lou starts cleaning, you think about how to spend some time. What do you do next? Well, it looks like I made the right decision by following Carl. I kind of thought that Carl might be upset by the way Jason kind of put him on the spot there. But speak with Emma, help clean up Jason's area in the sanctuary, talk to Jason, talk with Heather, talk with Mindy, check on Candace. I don't know. I think I'm going to go for it. I'm going to be selfish now, and I'm going to go see what's up with Mindy. Speak with Mindy. I don't know. Let's try that. You find Mindy in the supply room, checking the equipment and weapons on the various shelves, and writing on a clipboard. Her hair is growing longer, so it hangs in wisps around her face, and the back is held in a bunch by a large black clip. She makes strange faces at the weapons, like she is somehow judging them. The assault rifle gets an exasperated sigh, while the MP5 submachine gun gets a huge nod and smile, like a long-lost buddy who just walked into a bar. "Hi there, Anderson." You say, do I ask her about her feelings on Zombie Exodus? Discuss the fight between Carl and Jason? Discuss your relationship with her, or end the conversation? Well, as much as everybody probably wants me to get here to the relationship, I think I'm going to first ask or discuss the fight between Carl and Jason with her. Mindy drops her clipboard on a table and leans against one of the tall shelves, arms folded, and a look of sincere anger on her face. "I told Candace to dump Carl a while ago, but she wouldn't listen to me. She's a great girl, but way too nice for her own good. Now what? Is she going to be with Jason? Is that the best thing for her, another relationship?" Mindy looks away, and you realize that's all she has to say on the matter. Next, I'm going to discuss my relationship. We're going to get there. I know that's what probably viewers are wanting to, find out about. When you think about your relationship with Mindy, you have feelings for her and want to progress the friendship. You like Mindy. No, we're going to definitely, I've already talked about this before in a previous chapter. We're definitely going to go for the goods here, and I have feelings for her and I want to progress the relationship. "Mindy, I really enjoy spending time with you," you say. "Yeah, me too, Anderson. Maybe we should go hunting sometime. We made a good team in Temperance, that's for sure." You say nothing but keep staring at her. She returns to sorting through the gear, but moments later, after counting out 9mm magazines, she turns back to you. "It just got real quiet in here," she says, and she looks to be waiting for you to say something. Tell her you have feelings. I already told her I have feelings for her. Why would I say that again? Try to kiss her? Play it cool and set up a time to hang out, or change the subject? I'm going to go for a kiss. I mean, come on. Why not? Let's go for a kiss. I think this is the first choice I had to try to kiss her. Let's go ahead and see what happens. You stand and lean in for a kiss. She pulls back fast with a look of shock. Uh-oh. "Oh," she says, You stand next to her, mouth open, in a mix of embarrassment and confusion. "It's not that I don't want, it's just You backpedal slowly, making your way to the door. "Ah, what the hell," she says, and rushes forward. She drives you into the wall and plants her lips on yours. You stop breathing for a moment, not expecting this reaction. The disbelief turns to excitement. Your heart is racing. As your lips press harder, you sink deeper into the moment. Oh, hell yeah. I thought it was going to go bad there for a minute, but hey, this is getting good, right? Footsteps down the hall ring out, and she pulls away from you. The sound breaks the moment, but Mindy squeezes your hand and sends a shudder through your system. "We'll finish this later, Zach," she says, looking at her clipboard again. You straighten your shirt and run your fingers through your hair. "You called me by my first name," you say. "It's grown on me," she says. And with that, you head out of the supply room. Alright, so we got some points with Mindy going on, and she says that we'll finish this later, Zach. Alright, that sounds pretty good, right? Anyway, what do I do next? Speak with Emma? Clean up Jason's area in the sanctuary? Talk with Jason? Talk to Heather? Check on Candace. Let's check on Candace. See how she's doing. You step toward Candace's room, and though the door is closed, you hear shuffling inside. You knock. "Who is it?" "Zach." "What do you want?" she asks in a calm tone. "I just came to check on you and make sure you're alright." The door opens and Candace stands aside to let you enter. Her eyes are soaked with tears, and face is red and blotchy. Aww. The room is disheveled, with clothes thrown about, furniture overturned or broken, and a suitcase lies in a corner with items piled up on it. She sees you looking around the room and starts to clear away broken pieces of a nightstand. "When I heard about the fight, I got a bit crazy. Started taking out my aggression on the room. Now I'm cleaning up." She speaks matter-of-factly, as if detailing a shopping trip or going over things she bought. She pauses from cleaning and steps to you, plants a kiss on your cheek, and immediately goes back to work. Thanks for helping Jason. As she works, you have time to ask how she met Carl. Why are you packing? Are you going to be with Jason now? I'm going to say, why are you packing? Is she packing? I'm packing Carl's stuff. He has to go. He can't control himself, so he's out of here. She slams a few shirts and a pair of pants into a bag and starts zipping it up. Whether he stays in the cathedral or has to leave is not my decision. I'm just silly little Candace, happy-go-lucky Candace. Her voice turns harsher and she blurts out, Stupid, bad judge of character, Candace. Candace starts muttering under her breath, and you think of somewhere else to lead this conversation. I guess I'll try to console her. I don't know. I don't want a relationship with her. I'm already into Mandy, but let's see what that happens. Let's see what happens with this. Candace, whatever you're feeling now, whether it's sorrow over what happened to Jason or anger towards Carl, just know that we're all here for you. If you need anything, if even just to talk, my door is always open, and I'm sure Emma and Mindy feel the same way. Candace smiles, crosses the room, and hugs you. That's cool. She presses her cheek next to yours, and the two of you rock back and forth, holding one another in the center of the room, as if dancing to music. Thanks, I needed that, she says as she pulls away. Maybe I should get back to packing. You think it's best to leave her alone now. You say goodbye and head back to the hallway, closing the door behind. Realizing you still haven't spoken to Tom yet, you decide to pay him a visit. As you enter the office, Tom is pacing, hands on his hips, a look of anger on his face.
That was the start of a day I didn't expect. Jason seems okay, thanks to you and Uncle Lou, but that still leaves us with a problem that will resurface once Carl and Jason are in proximity again. He grabs a bottle of vodka off a shelf and takes a heavy drink, tilting the half-full bottle until it spills from the corners of his mouth. He brings the bottle away and coughs hard, then wipes his mouth with his shirt sleeve. I have Carl upstairs in one of the empty rooms. I locked him in, since I have no idea what to do about him. The rest of our group won't feel comfortable with him released. They won't feel safe, but he can still be useful to us. He sits down behind his desk. For the first time since maybe this thing started, I have no idea what to do. And he won't talk to me. He'll only talk to you. I figure you must have bonded when traveling to the fuel vessel, so that's why he asked for you. Go find out what he wants, and come talk to me when you are finished. Maybe it will help me decide what to do. You nod and step out of his office, and the only sound you hear is the distinct swish of liquid in a bottle pouring into a glass. What do you do next? Visit Carl. Carl is being held in a dorm room upstairs, furthest from the other occupied rooms. The floorboards creak in the dark hall as you move closer to the heavy wooden door. A metal bar crosses the doorway, held up by two wooden hooks, which prevent the door from swinging outward. You pause at the edge of the hallway and hear Carl's voice from inside. Zach, is that you? Yes. Thanks for coming. I guess this isn't how you expected your day to go. You reply, why did you ask to see me? I enjoyed the excitement. I know why you attacked Jason. Should I ask his reason why, though? What do you want? Why did you ask to see me? Right to the point. I respect that. Carl clears his throat and takes a deep breath. I know Tom won't allow me to remain part of the group anymore. I want out of here. I want you to open the door and help me get to the supply room. Then I'll leave here by myself. How do you respond? I'm not going to open the door for him. I'm going to wait till I notify Tom, so I'm going to disagree. I figured you'd say that,
But the reason I asked to speak to you is because I have information you want to know. Something vital to your survival. And if you help me out of here, I'll tell you what I know. Oh, crud. How do you respond? Agree to help him? Say you need time to figure this out? Tell him no. Oh, damn. He has something vital to my survival? And if you help me out of here, I'll tell you what I know? Man, I don't know why, but I don't trust him, so I'm going to tell him no. Or I'm going to say I need time to figure this out. Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. Don't tell anyone about my offer. Come back when you have an answer. So that didn't get resolved, and I'm not going to get a chance to speak to Tom about it. Man. Footsteps lead away from the door, and you realize Carl will say no more. You step away from the room and head down the hall. I'll speak with Emma. You find Emma in the infirmary with Jason, who sits on an examination table. His shirt is off and large purple and blue bruises over his chest and right side rib area. The two are laughing as you step near. For someone who's just got in a fight, you're in good spirits, Emma says. I'm glad it's over. I knew Carl would confront me eventually. I just didn't think he'd throw down like that, or I would have prepared better. Emma puts a medical tape over the ribs, which causes Jason to wince. His thin body contorts as she pushes to tighten the tape, and he breathes in and out fast, like doing Lamaze exercises. You can put your shirt back on. Not much else I can do, but here's 2 aspirin for the pain. If you have trouble breathing, come back immediately. Thanks, Emma. And thanks, Zach. I really owe you for stepping in and grabbing Carl. Jason stands and raises his hand for a high five. You oblige him, and he heads out through the infirmary door. As you turn your attention back to Emma, she is whispering loudly and glancing to the side of the room, as if speaking to someone. No one else is in the room. Emma places a stethoscope around her neck and plops down onto a cracked brown leather chair in the corner and looks at you with a grin. You say, were you talking to someone a few minutes ago? What do you think about the fight between Carl and Jason? What do you think about the zombie exodus? No more questions. I'm going to ask her, was she talking to someone? Emma draws her lips sideways into a smirk. Cassie was joking around. She has quite a sense of humor for a little girl. You scan the room but see no signs of the little girl. It has been a while since you or anyone else besides Emma has seen her. She says she likes you. You've been nice to her and she wants to help us out. Later, I want to show you something kind of secret. She turns back to stacking items on the shelf. What the hell's going on here, Emma? I'm going to push her to tell her about the secret. Yeah, I think I'm going to push her to tell me about the secret. Emma's voice changes to a low, emotionless tone. Have a little patience, brother. Her demeanor causes you to take a step back. She sits forward in the chair once again, smiling. As soon as we're done here, we'll show you the secret. You decide to change the subject and ask about the fight between Carl and Jason. Why not? I knew there was tension over Candace, but for Carl to attack him like that was a shock. I know Candace and Jason are friends, but didn't think it went any further. Tears appear under Emma's eyes, slowly drifting down her cheeks. We're all so vulnerable here. Zombies and bandits outside are trying to kill us. Inside we aren't even safe. I just don't know what to think anymore. I can't keep living under this fear that any moment we could... Her voice trails off, and you react by giving her a hug. Yeah, she's my sister, right? You lean over and wrap your arms around her shoulders. She pushes her head into your torso. No sounds are made, but you can feel her sobbing against you. The strain of living in the apocalypse has taken its toll on her psyche. You stroke her hair and hope this provides her some degree of comfort. You wish you had answers for her, or had some power to take her away from all this stress. You give Emma a strong squeeze and pull away. She wipes her tears and leans back. "Thank you," she says. After a few moments, you find her stable enough so that you can ask her about the zombie exodus. "The best thing for us to do is head out on our own. I know you've grown comfortable among these people, but Cassie makes a good point about us going our own way." Emma sits forward in the chair, and her voice suddenly changes into a low, emotionless tone. "They all take advantage of our abilities, while contributing so little to our survival. Candace is a waste. Jason does little more than drain energy and play his boxes. Uncle Lou consumes more than he cooks. Mindy will be dead soon. Heather's providing nothing. And Tom is less a leader than a drunk." Her demeanor causes you to recoil. She sits back in the chair once again, smiling. Wow, I don't have an ability to ask her about why she's saying why she's saying Mindy will be dead soon. Why will Mindy be dead soon? That's what I want to know. I understand why Tom is less of a leader than a drunk. I understand why she thinks that. Heather provides nothing, okay. Uncle Lou consumes more than he cooks? Wow, it's quite an accusation. Jason does little more than drain energy and play on his boxes. And Candace is a waste? Well, she's not very happy with anybody, is she? No more questions, I guess. It's my only choice. You tell Emma you'll see her later and head out into the hallway. What do you do next? Talk to Jason, talk to Heather, head back to... I'm going to head back... No. I guess I'm going to clean up Jason's area at the sanctuary. The sanctuary is in a state of disarray. Jason's computers remain on, though his main keyboard lies on the ground. His leather chair is overturned, and printed pages are scattered on the floor. You collect the fallen papers and place them back on the desk, and arrange the monitors into position. You lift the leather chair, and wipe a collection of crumbs off of it. Next to the PC tower, you see a half-eaten oatmeal cookie. As you replace the keyboard on the table, you hit the space bar and all of the monitors come to life. You blink from the sudden glow, and your eyes cross plans for the fuel rig you visited a few days ago. You glance at the brightly lit screen, and peruse the blueprints with notes related to the number of zombies aboard, the docking area, and other details of boarding the ship and the path toward the fuel area. Much of this information was summarized and provided to you by Carl and Tom. On a monitor, a text-based game, Unnatural, plays across the screen. Looking through more screens, you review maps of Temperance, records that appear to be from the City Hall, logs of supplies, and itemized inventories of resources at the cathedral. So much information is held in the system, you wonder if it's worth the time to review more or move on to other tasks. I think I'm going to go ahead and review more of the computer files while I'm here. Why not? Clicking around the main screen, you find folders with the names of each survivor. Inside, you peruse personal information, driver's license records, residential history documents, criminal records, income tax returns, credit reports, and other personal data. Files are password protected, as double-clicking them reveals. In Emma's folder, you find a mental health record in addition to other documents. Perusing other areas of the hard drive, you find more maps of the area which seem to be copied from the county records. Aerial photos of the supply depot you visited with Javier clearly show the outline of the facility. With those maps are screenshots of utility company control boxes and instructions on turning off power. Unfortunately, none of this information was shared with you. As you check more folders, a small black window pops up on the top right corner of a side screen. Jumbled words with symbols appear in rapid succession and disappear before you can interact with the window. Uh-oh. All screens simultaneously lock, preventing further interaction with the screen. You move the mouse, try various keystrokes, and attempt to reboot the system, but nothing works. You figure there's no sense wasting time here, and finish cleaning the area. Wow, I was going to say I could deny doing anything, maybe Maybe he'll think that somebody else was kind of snooping, but I don't know. I might be in trouble for kind of snooping too much there. Tom will probably be looking for you soon, so you head to his office and discuss your meeting with Carl. Back inside Tom's office, you find him staring at a hand-drawn map of the area with multicolored pins sticking out of the surface. So, why don't you tell me about your conversation with Carl? So should I tell him about Carl asking for help escaping? Or give him no information on the conversation with Carl? I think I'm going to tell him. I mean, he's the leader of the group. I think I'm going to be honest and tell him about Carl asking for help escaping. Carl asked me to help him escape. Tom sits in his leather chair and leans back. The springs squeak as he angles it back, hands folded as if in prayer held to his chin. Why would he ask you over everyone else? I don't know why he asked me. He tried bribing me with information, but I don't want to hear his lies. Tom smiles and leans forward in his chair, placing his hands flat on the desk. His eyes are so bloodshot and bleary that you can't tell if he's looking directly at you or staring away. And another thing, I found files on Jason's computer, personal documents on me, Emma, and the rest of the survivors. Information you have no right to know. Tom runs a hand through his hair. I had to know more about all of you. I only did it to understand the talents of the group and to protect us from anyone who may harm us. What if a criminal was in our midst? I had to know that and deal with whatever I found. And what about the information on the missions you withheld? A lot of information was left out of the briefing, yet you... Now, hold on a minute. I gave you all the details pertinent to those missions, so you succeeded. I left nothing out that would jeopardize your success or survival. I swear on my life, on everything I hold dear. Tom slams his fist down, which shakes a bottle of whiskey off the table and onto the floor with a crash. He doesn't look away from you and just stands glaring, nostrils flared and breathing loud and erratic. He stays like this for several minutes, then looks at the broken glass on the office floor, and then back at you. Well, after today's events with Jason and Carl, I am resolved in my thinking that it is time to leave the cathedral before zombie exodus. This place is not what we had hoped it would become, a sanctuary for survivors. I am letting you know so you consider what is best for you and your sister. Until we leave, though, there is a lot to do. I hope I can count on you. He stands and offers his hand. Shake his hand and agree to help? Don't shake his hand, but agree to help. Or don't shake his hand and walk out. Wow. I know Emma wants to leave with me alone and this girl that she imagines is there, which I don't think she really is, but who knows. I don't think it's really best to leave this group, even though the group kind of seems like it's coming apart at the seams. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, even Tom here is looking like he's a little bit ragged. He's definitely a heavy drinker. That could be dangerous. No, I think I'm going to go ahead and base this decision because I really have no idea what to do here. I think I'm going to base the decision on my feelings the moment for Mindy. I think that in that moment, I think my heart would be racing for Mindy, especially after the kiss and all the emotions and everything like that. And I don't think I'd be wanting to leave her. I also don't think I'd be wanting to leave the safety of the group and headed out on my own with Emma, especially in her really unstable situation. I mean, big hordes of zombies are going to be coming from the towns, and I don't think that's a situation where you're just going to be alone with your sister. You're going to be, her and I would be like that group that tried to come in the cathedral at the start of this chapter. They were desperate to join a group. And, I don't think that sounds like the wisest decision to head out with Emma. So I'm going to shake his hand and agree to help, even though I'm not real happy with him. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and shake his hand and agree to help. I'll do what I can to help, Tom. He grins and shakes your hand with vigor. I truly appreciate it. You turn from Tom and walk out of his office. You feel a slight ache in the back of your head and return to your room. You lay down to clear your thoughts, but the day's events play over and over. The internal fighting, talks of zombie exodus, your relationship with the survivors, all of it weighs heavily on your mind. Before long, your eyes close and you drift to sleep. The sounds of yelling and hurried movement yank you from your nap. You jump out of bed and open the door to find a commotion in the other end of the hall. Outside your door, Mindy is calling down the stairs for Tom. She spots you and heads over hurriedly. "Carl's escaped!" she yells and rushes off. You head downstairs to the gathering, finding Uncle Lou and Emma inside, huddled near a central table. In mere minutes, the rest of the remaining group has assembled and sits around the room for an impromptu meeting. Tom enters the room and takes the head of the table, slamming his fists into the hardwood surface. "Someone helped Carl escape. What he did to Jason was inexcusable, and this had to be dealt with, but someone took matters into his or her own hands and let him out." His face reddens and twists, seeming ready to burst from the inner buildup of pressure. He reaches down and grabs a ceramic mug and launches it across the room. It hits the stove and shatters in a violent explosion. Man, I think Tom kind of has a violent streak himself, and he could be dangerous. This is kind of scary. But Carl wanted me to help him escape and promised me information. And when I told him I have to think about it, he obviously got into somebody else's head, and somebody else in our group helped him out for probably the trade-off of information. Interesting. Wow, this is getting good, huh? "Someone betrayed this group," Tom yells. His stare turns from person to person, eyes meeting each survivor's eyes, like he can somehow suck out the truth from one's mind. "I want to know who did this. I will find out who did this." The room is silent, but each member looks back and forth, their faces showing signs of suspicion among one another. This isn't good. Crap. "But who would have done it?" asks Uncle Lou. "Well, it had to be one of us in here," says Heather, her voice high-pitched and sarcastic. "Someone who was close to him and wanted to help him," Heather says, and turns toward Candace with an accusing glance. "Why would I help him after what he did to Jason?" Candace says in a surprised tone. "What about you, Mindy? You were the one to tell everyone he was gone. Maybe you did it to cover your involvement," says Uncle Lou. "How dare you!" Mindy yells. "I didn't like Carl one bit. Why would I help that scumbag?" Mindy sits back and folds her arms across her chest. Uh-oh. This whole group is coming apart at the seams. "Shut up," Emma states emphatically, her voice level and firm. "Everyone just shut up. We can't start accusing everyone here. Frankly, every single one of us had the ability to do it. And there are dozens of reasons someone would want to help him escape, or even get rid of him from the cathedral. But while we bicker and fight in here, the world outside is waiting to kill us." Your sister's outburst sends chills down your spine, as you never heard her speak with such authority. "Emma's right," Tom says. "Zombie exodus is coming, and at some point, we need to either make a stand or leave. The events of today will guide our decision to stay as a group or go our separate ways. Whoever helped Carl, just realize we still need each other to survive for at least a while longer. We may not trust one another, but we have no choice but to rely on one another for at least a while longer." Tom pulls back from the table, turns and leaves the gathering. One by one, each survivor heads out of the room with no words spoken and no eye contact made. Damn, what do you do next? Talk to Jason, talk with Heather. I'm just going to rest for the day. This has been a long chapter, so. The day fades into night, and the normal nighttime family-style dinner is canceled for the evening. You find a modest meal of canned goods in food storage and barely heat it while alone in the gathering. The quiet of the cathedral is welcome after the activities of the day. You consume the food in quick bites, not to taste it. Lacking spices, all food tastes bland and unappetizing. You hope that one day, food will be a comfort again. You set your dish in the sink along with all the other dirty ones and head to your dorm. Arriving at your room, you are surprised at how tired you are and blame it on the action inside the cathedral. The dangers outside the walls seem a distant memory, considering the internal strife of your new home, and though it seems resolved for at least the foreseeable future, it underscores the fact that nothing is status quo in the zombie apocalypse. As you prepare to sleep, you hear a knock at the door, and swing it open to find Mindy. "I thought I'd stop by and say goodnight." You reply, "Come on in, Mindy. Would you like to come in? I'm happy that you came by." Yeah, I'm not going to tell her goodnight, that's for sure. We've been trying to get it on and score with Mindy and at least have a... I think it would be pretty important in an apocalypse like this. I think it would be pretty important to have some kind of a meaningful relationship. If you look at The Walking Dead, a TV show that I love, I mean, look at the relationship that Glenn has with Maggie. I think that's something that would be pretty important and pretty special to you in these kind of times. So I am definitely going to, fall in love with Mindy and try to have some kind of romance or feel love before my probable death at some point. So I'm going to say I'm happy you came by. She smiles and shuffles her feet on the floor. You get the feeling she has something on her mind to say but is holding back. Her eyes are wide and clear but hide a truth that you wish you could discover. "So we should hang out tomorrow," she says. She doesn't wait for an answer but pulls back into the hallway, and you listen to the sounds of her footsteps echoing in the distance as you lay down to end the night. Damn, I was hoping by seeing "I'm happy you came by," I was hoping she'd come in and we'd get it on, but now she has something she needs to say but is holding back? What could that be about? Wow. I'm definitely really interested. This has been another long chapter. I'm definitely interested in what Mindy has to say. The whole inner turmoil of this group has exploded in this video, in this chapter. And it is not looking good. After I thought we were doing so good in the last chapter where I got fuel and survived all the different choices that I made, I'm starting to wonder if I've made some wrong choice somewhere that's caused this whole group to fall apart. And it's getting pretty scary. I'm really curious at what's going to happen now, not only with Emma and, this little girl that she keeps talking to and I can't see. That's pretty weird. And, Mindy, what's going on with Mindy? Are we ever going to get it on? I mean, what is she wanting to say and what is she hiding here? And Tom being a drunkard and getting so angry, and Carl, attacking Jason in the cathedral. Wow. So much is going on, and now Carl's used somebody to escape the cathedral as well. So there is a lot of drama that's going to have to be dealt with and cleared up. And we'll start that process in the next video. I'll try to get that out here sometime in the next few days. I want to go ahead and thank you guys for watching. Be sure you comment down below. Let me know what you guys think of Zombie Exodus and my playthrough here. This has been video number 13, and we'll be back soon for video number 14 to find out how all this drama is going to play out. Thanks for listening, you guys. This has been Zaxter99 with my continued playthrough of Zombie Exodus. Take care, and happy holidays to you. Frere Jacques, dormez-vous. Dormez-vous. Sonny Matina, Sonny Matina, ding dong dong. Oh, hi. Excuse me. Yeah, this is Zaxter99 again. I've been bitten by my zombie lizard and just waiting to turn into a zombie, like all the rest of my friends and family. Well, while I wait, let's go ahead and read Part 4, Chapter 2 of Zombie Exodus. I hope you enjoy it. This is a good one, and it's all coming up right after this. Hello everybody, this is Zaxter99. Welcome back to my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. This is going to be video number 14, and I'm not sure if this is still Chapter 4, or Part 4, Chapter 2, or if we're moving on to Part 5. Let's take a look. Looks like this is actually going to be Part 4, Chapter 2. So we're going to go ahead and continue on from Zombie Exodus. If you remember in the last chapter, we had the opportunity to let a couple of strangers come in that said they needed help, and I didn't trust them at all. So I basically told them sorry, or I told my group to basically say, you know, we can't trust these people, they could cripple us, they could hurt us, and my group pretty much sided with me and voted them out. So after that, it was a lot of drama. There was a big fight between Carl and Jason, because Candace actually switched her love and her feelings from Carl to Jason. It sounds like a lot of drama, and Carl pretty much got booted, and he had to leave because of his physical attack on Jason. And so he's now an outcast. He wanted me to help him escape, and if I did, he was going to give me a secret. I didn't trust him, and now he's gone. So at the very end, I remember something about Mindy, my love interest, basically came in and kissed me goodnight and said there was something she needed to talk about, but we didn't find anything about that in the last chapter. So hopefully things will start coming together based on all the drama we had in the last chapter, in the last video. And this is going to be video number 14. We'll be back to go ahead and go through this chapter right after this.
How do you like it, Zaxter99?
Alright, welcome back everybody to my playthrough of Zombie Exodus video number 14, Part 4, Chapter 2. July 15th, 2012. In the past week, the cathedral has been more of a boarding home than a family. No longer do you eat as a group, providing social support to one another. No longer do you have daily meetings led by Tom to discuss tasks to make the cathedral run smoothly. No more are there evenings in the courtyard watching the stars and reminiscing about days before the outbreak. Wow, that kind of sounds kind of bleak. Your only solace is in your relationship with Mindy, which has strengthened in the past few weeks. She has practically moved into your room, and the time you spend with her performing chores and at night in your bed have made your time almost enjoyable considering the world outside the walls of the cathedral. So woohoo, we finally got it on with Mindy. Not only does it sound like we got it on, she's moved her ass into my room, and we're getting it on every night. But sounds like that's the only, positive I have in my life right now living in the cathedral. Let's go ahead and show the stats here and see where Mindy's at as far as our relationship. I know she used to be like at an 81. So let's take a look at that here. Relationships. Mindy, 74. I know it used to, I could have swore it used to be like an 81. Oh no, that was Emma I was thinking of. Mindy used to be like a 60-something. Okay, that's right. Mindy used to be like 68 or something like that. Now it's 74. Okay, well that makes sense. We still have our strongest relationship with Emma. And I wonder why it says our best friend. Emma's our sister. It's kind of weird. It looks like we're doing okay on our stats as far as defense, water supply, food supply. I mean, it's not like 3 days like we've seen sometimes, so. Okay, we're uninjured. Alright, yeah, we're still on part 4. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and continue here. Word has spread around the cathedral of a meeting behind, held at 10 a.m. in the gathering. Everyone attends but Tom, and Mindy takes lead in running it. For whatever reason, Tom has decided not to lead this group any longer, so in the interest of keeping everyone on the same page, I'm stepping up for now. Mindy leans against the table. Now, I don't have a whiteboard to show you what we need. We need everything. We're running out of food and fuel. Medicine is scarce, and we are not sure if we're staying in the cathedral or leaving. So things suck right now, and if Tom doesn't want to lead anymore, I say we figure this out ourselves, or we leave now. Screw Zombie Exodus or whatever it's called. Our day is today. There is a unified agreement around the room. You had never thought Mindy as a natural-born leader, but now that she's up there, you are not surprised. First thing is the bandit camp. We know where it is and could definitely see if they have supplies we can take. They haven't been sending anyone at us for a few weeks, which means either they have left, they're all dead, or got tired of fighting us, or have lots of supplies and don't need ours. I'm hoping it's the last reason. We could also use more intense searches of the area for food. Maybe we can send some people out to the woods near Temperance, or we can sail up the coast and see if there's anywhere to scavenge. Uncle Lou raises his hand. May I say something? I am thinking of leaving the cathedral in a few weeks. I've talked to some of you about this. My thinking is to get a truck, like an 18-wheeler or something large, outfit it, stock up supplies, and get out to a safer place. There is a truck mechanic company north of the Thompsons' farm. I know it's far, but they may have what we need there. So I'm looking for volunteers to go with me there. She leans back from the end of the table and paces around the floor. Now, these are not mandatory chores. No one is even asking for one of you to do them, or going to check up on you. But if this stuff doesn't get done, we're not going to survive. Unless someone's got something else to say, the meeting is over. No one adds to the meeting, and though Mindy is thanked for assembling the group, the room clears without any more discussion. Thinking of the week ahead, you consider a few activities on which you spend your time. Alright, choices. Scouting the area around the semi-abandoned campsite. Training the survivors in weapon use and cathedral offensive strategies. Improving one of my skills. Gather water to replenish the supply. Talk to Emma about her secret. Searching for food in the Old Pines woods with Heather. Or returning to Temperance with Mindy for medicine. Wow. So we had a lot of choices here. Why don't we go ahead and do the first thing first, improve one of my skills. If I have an opportunity to improve one of my skills myself, I think I'm going to do that first. Alright, current attributes are Strength 25, Dexterity 35, Intelligence 15, Technical 10. What attribute do you want to improve? Charisma, Technical... Charisma's not even up here. Or Intelligence. I'm going to go with Intelligence. I'm going to try to see if I can somehow become smarter. Why not? Learn something, right? During the week, you make use of the cathedral's library, reading everything from art to philosophy and advanced mathematics. You enrich your creativity, critical thinking, and problem-solving abilities. Your intelligence has increased. Woohoo! I went up from an IQ of 20 to an IQ of 22. Yeah! Alright, so with that task accomplished, how else do you spend your time this week? In Improving one of my skills again? Let's try it. Why not? All right. My intelligence went up from 15 to 25. Wow. Well, let's go ahead and increase our technical skill as well. There is no shortage of repairs needed at the cathedral, and you become the resident maintenance specialist. Using manuals you find in the library, you perform all manners of improvements, including masonry, electronic, and construction tasks. Your technical skill has increased. So that is pretty cool. I mean, that was like I almost shot two birds with one stone. I not only increased my technical skill, but I improved the cathedral we live in, including the masonry, electronic, and constructions around the cathedral. That's cool. The rest of your week is spent on common chores around the cathedral to aid in the well-being of the group. Now, I kind of thought I might get an opportunity to do one other thing, but I pretty much spent it all on myself and didn't help the group out at all. So who knows? I might be hosed from that decision of trying to, increase my own attributes rather than doing something for the group. We'll see how this plays out. Progress is saved. All right. So are we still on is this part 4, chapter 3, I'm wondering? Still on part 4. Okay. Now we have technical at 20. Charisma, there's our charisma skill, 15. All right. But we did increase intelligence from 15 to 25 and technical from 10 to 20. Hopefully that'll help us out. I hope it doesn't cost us. All right. July 22nd, 2012. I think it was like July 16th or something last time, so a week later. The gathering is cold and silent as you consume a meager meal of a mixed fruit cup and canned sardines, the latter being only barely rotten. You cut away the spoiled areas of the fish, ew, and swallow the rest without chewing. The pungent smell of the meal ends with a wave of nausea, and though you feel like you may vomit, you stifle it down so as not to waste the food. Luckily, recent rainstorms have replenished some of your water supply, so you wash away the taste with some fresh water. Fresh rainwater? The heavy clomp of footsteps rings through the sanctuary hall, and Uncle Lou appears at the archway, a hunting rifle in hand. He lays it over a counter and checks out other canned and preserved food on the shelves. "Care for some company?" he asks. "Sure." Uncle Lou settles next to you with a jar of olives, a jar of pickled eggs, and a half-full sleeve of saltine crackers. "This place is becoming a ghost town. Pretty soon we'll see tumble sauce in here," Uncle Lou says as he munches down a fistful of crackers. "Do you mean tumbleweeds or tumble salt?" "What did I say?" he asked with his eyebrows raised and a look of confusion. "You said tumble sauce, like something you pour on pasta." "No, I mean those bushy things that roll in the ground in the Old West. Tumble salts." He means tumbleweeds. Having no energy to correct the man, you continue your meal. "Let's go outside. I want to talk and do some hunting, kinda." It is a beautiful summer day outside the cathedral, and as you join Uncle Lou in the parking lot, you are amazed at the brightness of the sunlight without the accompanying heat or humidity. Perfect beach weather. Your dreams of swimming in salt water and sunbathing are quickly removed as a trio of zombies hobble along the road leading out of the cathedral, all dressed in tattered military uniforms, their skin gray and blotchy from lack of food and days in the sun. One of them is well decorated with pins and stripes, which you envision as the leader of the pair. Even their walking pattern, a loose triangle with a decorated soldier in front, denotes their rank. "More and more of them every day. I figured we could make a game out of it. 20 points a kill. What do you think?" Uncle Lou says, wrapping his rifle strap around his left arm and propping it on a low tree stump. "Sure, I'll play, or I'm not much for hunting, or I'm not much for sport hunting, or I'd rather talk and watch you." "No, I'll play, why not?" The zombies march 50 yards away, and your position is 10 yards raised on the hill overlooking the road. I didn't bring a weapon, Uncle Lou, you say. He smiles and opens the back of the Dodge van. Inside you see rifles, a submachine gun, and other firearms. Take your pick, he says. You select a AK-47, an R-15 rifle, a 12 gauge, an MP5 submachine gun, or the Colt Python revolver. I'm going to try to be a show-off here, and I'm going to take the revolver. See if I can beat Uncle Lou with just a revolver. Why not? Uncle Lou leans over the hood of a recently acquired station wagon, and he waits for you to join him. On the count of 3, Uncle Lou says. 1, 2, 3. His rifle blasts, and the lead zombie's head expels a spray of blood and brain fragments. Before the zombie hits the ground, you hear the bolt slide back on Uncle Lou's rifle, and he's already firing again. Both undead soldiers have started up the path toward you, their straight legs hobbling like an incline-like toy wooden man. The rifle fires again. The head of the left side soldier jerks back. Right between the eyes, Uncle Lou cheers. 40 points for me so far. You clutch your Colt Python and aim at the last remaining ununiformed zombie. You pull the trigger. The soldier's head explodes from the top like a geyser. His neck snaps to the side, and brain material flies in a wide pattern all over the tall grass. He collapses to the ground and does a rolling slide. Nice shot, and with a handgun, says Uncle Lou. Looks like I got some competition. Heck yeah, you do, Uncle Lou. I've been thinking a lot about zombie genesis, Uncle Lou says. You mean zombie exodus? What did I say? Yeah, exodus. Been thinking a lot about it. Not for nothing, but staying at the cathedral ain't the best idea. We need to get out and go to less populated areas. My cousin, Vincenzo, used to live in this small town in New Mexico, Silver City. I always liked the sound of that place. He said they have like 2,000 people in the whole town, and it's in the middle of nowheres. So anyways, been thinking about getting a truck, packing it up, rigging it out to defend us from zombies and bandits, and heading that way. What do you think? Wow, a decision to go with Uncle Lou to a small town of 2,000 called Silver City in New Mexico. Okay, so I can say if you want company, I'll go with you. I can say sounds like a good idea, but I'm undecided on my plans for Zombie Exodus, and I'm staying at the cathedral. Well, this is a pretty major decision here. Obviously, telling Uncle Lou that I'm just going to go with him and leave the cathedral and take off to a small town could mean the end of my playthrough. I mean, it could be one page telling me how him and I get overrun by zombies or bandits along the way, and then it's all over with. I mean, I have no idea. But my primary thinking here is my love affair with Mindy. Not only that, my sister. Before I just agree to go with Uncle Lou anywhere, I have two people that are much more important to me in my life. That's my sister Emma and my girlfriend Mindy. I have to at least talk to them before I just make a decision to run off with Uncle Lou to some small town in New Mexico. So, I don't know that I'm going to say I'm staying at the cathedral right now, but I do think I'm going to tell Uncle Lou that sounds like a good idea, but I'm undecided right now. I mean, I need to talk to the two ladies in my life before I make such a drastic decision. Well, everyone is going. We'll be heading out in the next 2 weeks. After round 1, okay. So Uncle Lou says, okay, so I tell Uncle Lou I haven't made my mind up yet. And Uncle Lou tells me, well, everyone is going. We'll be headed out in the next 2 weeks. Wow. Okay, well, I didn't know that. So, after round 1, as Uncle Lou calls it, the two of you sit and wait for more wandering dead to shamble by. In the distance overhead, carrion birds glide in circles, squawking and waiting for signs that their meals below are safe to consume. The midsummer air is crisp and clean, though the scent of the dead provides subtle accents. Uncle Lou lifts the canteen to his wide mouth and takes long sips, breathing out "ah" after each mouthful. Now is a good time to discuss his plans of leaving the cathedral, discuss the fight between Jason and Carl, talk about Mindy taking over as leader, find out his feelings on the other survivors. Let's talk about Mindy right now, since she's one of my primary concerns. Let's talk about her taking over as leader. She's a good leader, I guess. It's just, I wonder if the stress is getting to her. You know, like she isn't quite ready for being a starting pitcher in the major league. Maybe she needs to play a few more games in the minors. Cut her teeth a bit more, if you know what I mean. I just wonder if she'll rush into judgments and make bad decisions. I hope not. Uncle Lou picks up a stone and tosses it down the hill. You decide to shift the discussion to... Let's go ahead and discuss his plans for leaving the cathedral a little bit more. Well, I want to get a huge tractor trailer and rig it out with metal plates, guns, you name it. We'll pack up everything we got. No need to leave nothing behind. We'd need to get a good rig to handle the weight, so a new truck is best. There's a place north of Thompson's farm, a truck depot. We can look there for it. Uncle Lou leans over the car and looks through the telescopic scope. We need room for everyone inside, since we're all going, not leaving anyone this time. I mean, well, you know. Uncle Lou looks away from the scope and leans back. His face registers sorrow, and you think it may be best to change the subject. Next, I'll discuss the fight. I was real surprised by the fight. Makes no sense to me. We're all in this thing together, surviving. And Carl attacks Jason over a girl? I know Candace is a great girl, but I don't know. Not for nothing. Jason had no business messing around with Candace. But Carl didn't even confront him, like a gentleman. It was a real dumb thing to do, and now he's gone. I wish I had the balls to just... Lou looks up at the carry-on birds flying through the area and points the rifle up at them. He makes a sound effect as if shooting the birds. You feel it's best to choose another topic and find out his feelings. On Tom. Yeah, let's figure out what happened with Tom, why he decided to step down from being leader. It is real surprising the way he's acting. I don't know what's got into him. One minute he's leading us all, the next he doesn't care if we live or die. All he wants to do is drink. Maybe you can talk some sense into him. He'll listen to you. Next you ask about Jason. I'm happy he's feeling a lot better since Carl attacked him. Just glad we were there to jump in and stop the fight. Jason's my buddy. I'm not sure how things are with him and Candace now. She doesn't seem to want to be bothered with him. I feel bad for the guy. Wow. And Candace? Lately, she's been surprising. Wanting to do more around here. Interested in plans for the future. She used to be alone a lot, but now she's getting involved and being more social. I'm really proud of her. Next, you discuss something else. You decide to change the direction of the conversation and end the conversation. Sure. Down the hill, a half-dozen zombies appear from the tree line. They trot over the dry road leading towards the cathedral, their rotted legs bending at sharp angles like circus freaks. Their high-pitched squeals shatter the calm of the afternoon. Wow, lots of targets, Uncle Lou says, and fires the rifle at the closest one. Even as the first is dead, and Uncle Lou loads the next round, a new group of zombies flows from the forest. Over a dozen now run up the hill only 100 yards away. Uncle Lou has a determined look and brings down 2 more walking carcasses. Big beads of sweat roll off his nose. Oh boy, this isn't good. I'm kind of wishing I had taken more than that revolver now. You turn and fire a shot at the nearest zombie, and as it goes down, you aim at another and bring her down. In the span of 10 seconds, you and Uncle Lou have brought down 5 undead. More appear on the road, another dozen at least. Holy Mother of God, where they're all coming from! We better get back to the cathedral. The two of you waste no time retreating back to safety. The zombie numbers in the area are definitely rising, and had you been further out from the cathedral, escape may not have been possible. Is this some prelude to zombie exodus? Oh boy! Back in your room, you think of possible tasks for the coming week. Scout the area around this semi-abandoned campsite, improving the cathedral's offensive and defensive capabilities. Well, that's going to be a waste if we end up leaving. Training the survivors in weapon use and cathedral offensive strategies, improving one of my skills. I've already done that. Talk to Emma about her secret. Search for food at the Old Pines Woods with Heather, or return to Temperance with Mindy for medicine. Let's talk to Emma about her secret real quick. I'm kind of curious about that. Progress is saved. Searching for Emma is normally a simple task in the cathedral. She frequents the infirmary and her dorm room. Today, she's in neither. After 2 hours of searching through the upstairs, first floor dorms and offices, the gathering, sanctuary, and courtyard, you cannot locate her. No one has seen her since well before you started looking. You head into the chapel, the last place to look before searching outside. Old, worn, and dusty, the chapel holds 4 rows of pews, a central altar, tall statues, and stained glass windows. The room is still covered in purple banners, with gold lettering honoring Corpus Christi, the celebration of the body and blood. As you step into the teeny old church, cold air drifts across your body, causing an immediate shiver. A bright glow from the corner of the room catches your eye, and the door swings shut behind. Ooh, I'm kind of feeling trapped now. I can kind of imagine that. Click. Standing at a row of lit prayer candles is Emma, with her back to you. Her long black hair hangs over a polka dot dress, and she lifts a flame to each votive candle and sings a familiar song. Oh, so it's this French song again. The first time I did this, I did it awful. Let's take a look back to that earlier chapter when I tried to sing this song. Here we go. Frère Jacques, Frère Jacques. Dormes vos, dormes vos. Oh, God. Sones las matinas, sones las matinas. Ding dang dong, ding dang dong. Ding dong. I hope I read that right. I'm not French. Alright, so we saw how awful I did back on chapter 5 when I first came across the song. Let's see if I can do any better right now. Let's give it a try. Frère Jacques, dormez-vous, dormez-vous. Sonne les matines, sonne les matines. Ding dong dong, ding dong dong. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I still don't think I'm gonna win any prize for singing French, or singing at all, but I think that's a little better than I did the first time. Alright, let's go ahead and continue on. You stand in the center of the room and listen to the soft, sweet voice spreading through the chapel. I must be dreaming? Call out to Emma? Or light candles next to her? Oh boy. Why do I have a feeling if I choose the wrong choice here, it's suddenly going to end my playthrough of Zombie Exodus? Like, if I light candles next to her, that's going to be, I don't know, giving up or something. I'm going to call out to Emma. Emma, you ask? Though it is less a question than wondering what is going on. Emma turns, her eyes half open, her face expressionless, like she is in a state between sleep and wakefulness. Her hair curves around her cheekbones, and short bangs are held back with a bright yellow barrette. "Hello, Zach." "Emma, wake up." Emma blinks in rapid succession and shakes her head. Her eyes lose the pallidness and seem to glisten all at once. She leans forward, and you brace her shoulders. She places a palm across her forehead, squeezes her eyes shut, and pops them open. "That was weird. It was like I was asleep, but not asleep." "What are you doing in here? Why are you singing that song? Or why are you dressed that way?" I'm going to say why are you dressed that way first. "I was playing a game with Cassie, and she got me to dress up. The things I do to amuse that little girl." Emma sits in a pew, takes off the barrette, and shakes her hair loose. She rubs her arms and shivers. "It's so cold in here," she says. "But anyway, were you looking for me for a reason?" Yeah. You mentioned a secret you had to tell me. I was worried and wanted to check on you. Forget the reason. This business with Cassie has to stop." I'm going to say you mentioned a secret you had to tell me. Let her talk. She takes a deep breath and nods. "Cassie showed me a secret place in here. You should see it, too." Emma steps over to a stone pedestal next to a wooden pew. On the pedestal is a polished surface curving down in the shape of a basin. You recognize this as a baptismal font, where someone receiving the sacrament of baptism is immersed. Emma moves her foot along the bottom edge of the long pillar and depresses an area at the base. You barely spot the area she presses, a slightly raised and discolored share of a tile. She pulls the pedestal, which slides with ease over the stone floor. A wave of cold air rushes from the ground and carries a mist of dust. Beneath the pedestal is an open square hole that matches the size of the pillar. A staircase leads down with steep, narrow stone steps covered in dust. A thin layer of light coats the steps. Emma grips your arm and squeezes, causing you to turn to her. You can see her face is flush and her breathing is rapid. You wonder if this is a good idea for her to be here, as there's no telling what kind of danger may be below. A flash of light crosses your eyes, and a quick image of a little girl fills your vision. The image grows and grows until it's all you see, and then suddenly fades. Your eyes water and blur, and after you wipe them, Emma is staring at you, breathing in long streams to calm herself. Oh, crud. All right, what have I got myself into here? You take the lead and follow the short steps, which feel more like a ladder than stairs. The path is well lit from ambient light, and you wonder if you should gather supplies before venturing too far. Still, something draws you down, stirring you to put one foot forward and then the next. The air is thick with a fine dust, and the weight of it hangs in your lungs. Sandy debris sticks on your fingertips as you place your hands on the wall to balance your descent. You leave an imprint of your palm on the wall and realize this probably hasn't been disturbed in months, if not years. The staircase ends roughly 20 steps below. Moss and spider webs decorate the low ceilings and stone walls in intricate patterns. The scraping and scurrying of teeny feet murmur in the distance. A sudden cough from behind startles you, and though you know it's Emma, the sudden sound causes you to jump and misstep. You slide down a series of steps, scraping the back of your right leg, but steadying yourself before falling. You hear your sister mutter, "Sorry," as you step down with greater caution. At the bottom of the staircase, you stand on the east side of a square room with various boxes, barrels, and old tools lying about. To the north, a hallway leads out of the room, though you cannot see where it goes as the path turns west after only a few paces. "Can you feel that? We should follow the path now," Emma says, and walks to the opening. "Emma, let's check out this room before advancing." She raises her hands to her forehead and wipes sweat from her brow. As she does, another vision flashes, and for a split second, Emma turns into the little girl in the park. The change is so brief, you shake your head in disbelief, but her hair, the shape of her face, her eyes, all of her features shift and morph into Cassie. Each time Emma gets upset, it seems Cassie appears. Emma stares back at you, her mouth open and eyebrows raised. "Well, what are we doing?" "Oh my God, what are we doing here? This is nuts!" After all this time of this Zombie Exodus game making perfect sense, being very plausible, suddenly we're in a situation where I feel like we're in like a horror movie or something. We're seeing our sister turn into a little girl that we saw singing a French song in the park a long time ago. Before we even met up with Emma and her friend, Heather? Is that it? Wow, this is nuts. What are we doing following the path north? Search the room. I'm going to search the room. I'm going to take my inclination and search the room for all these boxes. See what kind of supplies there are. What's in here? Let's search this room first, Emma. This chamber is wider and longer than your dorm room, with a ceiling only a few inches higher than you stand. Dark stone blocks are stacked like prison walls, with a faint outline of gray mortar outlining each. On the western wall, a large niche houses a tall statue of some female figure, with her head broken off. Below the statue is a thin post with ripped leather pads, apparently used for kneeling and praying. North of the statue is a series of boxes and barrels, all bulging or heavily scratched and barely held together. And to the south, small gold-colored containers and tools lie in piles. "This room gives me the creeps," Emma announces. "This looks very much like a crypt, or a place of Christian burial, you say. This room is most likely where they worked on the bodies before entombment." "Seriously?" Emma asks. "Just hurry up so we can get out of here." Oh my God, I'm getting the creeps just reading this. I could go with her and just follow the path north, or I could examine the boxes and barrels in the northwest corner, or examine the containers and tools. Let's examine the containers and tools. The corner has a wooden shelf containing a dozen 10-inch high metal containers in various shapes. The vessels are rust-covered, and as you scratch the surface of one, it reveals a gold color beneath. As you move closer, your foot slides against something grated, and you spot a metal drain on the floor. Teeny flecks of reddish-black material circles the drain. You realize this is where blood and fluid used to flow out of bodies being prepared for burial. Emma seems to be getting agitated by the details of this room and from being below the chapel. Do you tell her about the drain? No, she's getting creeped out already. Emma is getting scared enough, so you decide to spare her any more agitation. You search through the rest of the boxes and containers and find nothing of interest. Alright, next you follow the path north, or examine the boxes and barrels. Well, let's go ahead and examine the boxes and barrels, see if there's anything of interest there. Old wooden boxes and barrels are stacked against the wall in perfect alignment, such that time has fused the wood together. You run your hands over the top box and lift a lid to find only a few articles of clothing, a tan suit jacket covered in dust, a short gray jacket, long off-white bonnet, and a dress made for a younger child. One barrel stands to the side of the pile with its lid off. The interior is pitch black with a thick residue at the bottom. A slender iron poker sticks out of the substance. You deduce that this barrel was used to dye clothes, and the substance is black ink that has dried out and turned solid. Prior to burial, Mourners that lacked black clothes would dye them. Ah, okay. So now we know what that's all about. At the bottom of the single barrel, you spot something sticking out of the black substance. It is small and angled, smooth and metal. Try to take the item, or leave the barrel. Wow, let's try to take it. Screw it. You reach into the barrel and carefully lower your hand not to touch the sides and the black dried substance. You grip the edge of the metal object in your fingers and lift. Ouch! You yell and retract your hand. Blood seeps from a puncture in your middle finger. Instantly you feel woozy, though it is only a minor laceration. Emma rushes to your side and checks the wound. Are you crazy? No telling what kind of bacteria may be in that barrel. There's something at the bottom. She looks inside and places her hand down the barrel. Her eyes closed and her lips pursed together, she looks as if she's straining to dislodge the object. It's stuck, she says. With a grunt, her hand flies out of the barrel and a small silver object colored in black muck appears between her fingers. She removes a scrap of cloth from a box and cleans the object, then hands it to you. It is a ring the size of a coin, and silver in the shape of a beetle, with rounded wings. The eyes of the beetle are rubies, and diamonds are set in each wing. You place the piece of jewelry in your pocket. You search the area but find nothing else of note. Wow. Alright, see what happens, guys? All I wanted to do was talk to Emma about her secret in the cathedral, and then we couldn't find her, and then we find her in the chapel area, and now we're going downstairs with her and seeing visions of this girl, even in Emma's face, and now we've seen something glittering and shiny in the bottom of a barrel. Out of curiosity, I go to try to take it out and get punctured. So I have a feeling this puncture is going to be the end of me, but we'll see. Interesting. Alright, through the archway, you and Emma walk single file as the walls narrow. In some places, you must turn sideways to pass an exceptionally thin passage. Ambient light continues to illuminate the area, and the air is pungent with dust from long ago. More spiderwebs cling across the walls and short ceiling, like thin shades blocking the way ahead. Passing another archway, it becomes evident you are in a catacomb as the side walls house coffins and tombs stacked three to a side. Inscriptions written in Latin and English are etched in the stone between coffins. One reads Everest Copperton, physician, scholar. Another reads Stockton Chambers, loving father. Most contain descriptions of social rank or profession, while others have prayers or statements of love for the deceased. Walking further, you notice some coffins have small paintings beside them depicting the deceased alone or with family. Emma reaches out her hand and grabs your arm, finds your hand, and grips it. This place is freaking me out. As she says this, you look down a side passage and are startled at the sight of a figure walking far ahead, maybe 50 feet away. By the size and shape of the figure, you realize it must be Cassie. Knowing Emma is terrified by this experience, it makes sense to turn back around and leave the catacombs. But for some reason, you feel like exploring it a bit more. Man, is this not creepy or what? I can understand why Emma, my sister, is so creeped out down here. Spider webs, catacombs, all these, like coffins and paintings of the dead. And then you got this, like, we're seeing images of what looks like Cassie, like, leading us down here to our doom. You know, I certainly don't blame Emma for being spooked out. I kind of want to get out of here as well, but my choices are to continue searching the catacombs or leave the catacombs. As much as I want to leave the catacombs for my own sake and for my sister's sake, I feel this urge, just like the story says, for some reason you feel like exploring a little bit more. I'm curious what's down here, and while we're down here, I kind of want to see what's here, even if it means the death of us. Yeah, I'm feeling this urge, even though it's creeping me out. I guess my curiosity might kill the cat. So let's hope not, but I definitely want to find out what the heck is going on. So let's go ahead and move forward and continue searching the catacombs here. You hold Emma's hand firmly and walk through the side opening in the direction of Cassie. The path winds and forks after several paces, and this pattern continues for several hundred feet as you maneuver through the deeper parts of the catacombs. You feel pulled towards certain passages, as if guided by an unseen hand. You keep feeling Emma behind you, sometimes bumping against your body or tugging on your arm. The passage flows into a hexagonal-shaped room, with open, empty caskets on the ground and various tools strewn about. You check through the old hammers, iron nails, and other instruments, but find most are so old they belong in a museum, as if anyone in an apocalypse visits museums anymore. You also notice a cracked open coffin in the middle of a wall that appears occupied by a body. The jingling of a bell turns your attention to Emma, who plays with one that is attached to a string. You recall from history the cholera outbreaks of the 18th century and the fear of premature burial. These bells were fixed outside of the coffin, and a string was connected to a hand of the deceased in case he or she awakened in the grave. Man, is that not creepy or what? The bell could be rung to alert watchmen at the cemetery, or in this case, the catacombs. Emma seems fixated on the bells and string, and I lead her out of the room and further into the catacombs? Do I leave the catacombs? Do I explain the purpose of the bells to her? Or do I examine the open coffin? Wow. Well, this is really, really creepy, and part of me wonders now if I hadn't increased my intelligence, if I would know all this stuff about, like the cholera outbreaks of the 18th century and what they did and how the bells were fixed outside the coffin in case one of the deceased was awakened in the grave, they could ring a bell. That's all really, really creepy. But I think, man, Emma is already freaked out. I'm kind of surprised that she's even playing, jingling a bell here. Kind of creepy. Lead her out of the room and further into the catacombs. Leave the catacombs is an option. Just plain out leave. Explain the purpose of the bells to her. I kind of think that would freak her out even more. Or examine the open coffin. Wow. Alright guys, so I think what I'm going to do is I think that I don't want to freak her out even more by explaining the purpose of the bells and how the dead could come alive and, ring bells with a string to alert people in a grave or in a cemetery or the catacombs. I think what I want to do is I think I'm lured to the open coffin, and I think I'm tempted to go over and examine what's inside this open coffin here. I mean, I'm not ready to leave the catacombs yet. I don't want to lead her out of the room and further into the catacombs right now. You cross the room to the open coffin and pull the lid open with a long creak. Yeah, I can totally imagine that. It only lifts a few inches until hitting the ceiling of the shelf in which it rests. Movement inside causes you to pull back. A 2-inch long spider skitters out of the crack and drops to the next coffin, behind which it disappears. Ew! You swallow your heart and glance inside the open coffin. Boy, I don't know if I want to. The remains of a woman lie inside, dressed in a long gown. The bodice is frayed on the ends near the laces, but appears in relatively good condition. The skirt is ruffled and dirty, with dark stains radiating around the knees. Along the top of the coffin are a series of deep gouges in the interior of the wood, or scratch marks. Above the lines is a minuscule hole. "What are you looking at?" Emma asks. I can say nothing, hoping she doesn't notice the eerie coffin. Or I could say a strange cough in you answers, enticing her to examine it with you. As much as I don't want to freak Emma out by saying nothing, that sounds like a good choice. This is a game, and maybe Emma has some, I don't know, maybe she has some wisdom here that I don't have. So I think I'm going to tell her a strange coffin, enticing her to examine it with me. I just hope it doesn't cause her to... Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and choose a strange coffin and see what she thinks of this. Emma joins you next to the coffin. You point out the marks inside and the teeny hole near the skeleton's head. Is it an air hole? You wonder aloud. Emma bites the side of her lip, then briskly walks back to the string and bell. She lifts the set and rejoins you. Oh my God, I wonder if this bell would sit outside the coffin, and the person inside would hold the string and ring the bell. But why? In case they were buried alive, you answer, and those marks inside are scratches. This poor soul was buried alive and tried to get out. If she had the bell, she could have alerted someone. Oh man, is that creepy and freaky or what? Emma takes an unsteady step backward, and you catch her shoulders. Tears well in her eyes. That's so sad, she says. From the back passage leading into the room, footsteps scuttle across the dirt floor, and you catch a momentary glimpse of Cassie passing by. Man, this is getting creepier and creepier. Let's get out of here, she says, as she takes your hand and heads through the exit arch of the room. The next passage narrows even more, forcing you and Emma to creep sideways or risk being stuck. I really don't like this, she says. I am not normally claustrophobic, but this is ridiculous. Her hand is so sweaty, it slips from your grasp several times. The overhead light streaming in through teeny crevices also seems to dampen the further you go. The air is thinner, or maybe the dust is thicker, but you find yourself becoming lightheaded and needing to take deeper breaths. Finally, you see a side branch of this passage, and it opens to a larger circular area with solid stone walls and two massive coffins. In the center, painted high on the ceiling, are two figures, a bearded man with thin cold eyes in blue military uniform, and a comely woman in a colonial gown. The paintings are positioned one each over the coffins. It is obvious that the couple depicted in the paintings lies in the coffins below. Nothing else of interest exists in the room, so you head out of the room past the coffins, return to the cathedral, or open the coffins and look inside. Well, head out of the exit past the coffins. I have a choice just to plain out return to the cathedral, which is sounding pretty good right now, and the only other option is to open the coffins and look inside. Why? I mean, I'm curious a little bit, but really all I'm likely to see is like skeletons inside, or maybe something even worse. I mean, what if one of these skeletons is still alive and reaches out and grabs me, or it's a zombie, or, you know, a million other things that could end my playthrough of Zombie Exodus here. As curious as I am to open the coffins and look inside of these, you know, coffins with paintings over each of them, no, I don't think I want to do that. I'm going to have you guys, if you guys have played this through and you guys have reached this choice and you guys open the coffins and looked inside of these painting coffins, the ones with big paintings over them, if you guys did that, you'll have to let me know down in the comments below. Let me know what it was, if I should have opened it or if I was smart not to. Emma's freaked out, and I mean, I'm getting freaked out just playing the game and reading this. So, return to the cathedral sounds like the best option to me. If we can just get the heck out of here now without me having to memorize everything, that'd be great. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. Emma, we've seen enough. Let's head up. Thank you, she says, and turns with no hesitation. The two of you follow the passage back to the burial preparation room and ascend the narrow staircase. Upstairs, you move the pedestal back over the passage in the floor. Emma has her arms wrapped around her body, like she's giving herself a hug. Do you feel better that we're out of there? She nods, reaches out, and touches your face. Thanks, Zach. I couldn't stay down there another second. Aww. That's sweet. Emma touches my face and thanks me for getting her out of there. That was definitely a creepy little moment there. Progress saved. Alright, in the middle of the afternoon, you were walking through the gathering to scout dinner options when you hear Uncle Lou shouting from the sanctuary. Running into the old church, you spot him high on the catwalk surrounding the inner wall, a rifle in hand, face red, and sweat pouring down his face. 4 armed men and women outside, he says, through a winded and hoarse voice. To me, they look like raiders who attacked us before. They are moving toward the hill and looking around, maybe trying to find a way in. No work has been done to improve the cathedral's defenses, so a full assault by the strangers would provide them entry with minimal effort. On a table in the center of the wall sit a few weapons and magazines and other assorted supplies. You quickly consider your options. I can alert the rest of the survivors, grab a weapon, head outside and confront the raiders, I guess, all by myself, or climb the catwalk and observe the raiders. Well, I don't think I'm going to grab a weapon right now, and I'm definitely not going to head out by myself, so it's really between option number 1, alert the rest of the survivors, or climb the catwalk and observe the raiders to kind of see what's up. I want to go alert the rest of the survivors, and I hope that option stays there, but I kind of want to be able to tell them what the heck's going on and make sure that Uncle Lou's not just losing his mind or, whatever. So I think I want to see it for myself. Climb the catwalk and observe the raiders. Wow. So it's definitely between option number 1 and number 4 for me. I think I'm going to go ahead and observe them. Yeah, let's do that. You climb to the top of the wooden platform, which wraps around the upper level of the church, and crouch beside Uncle Lou. At the edge of the forest, on the main road leading in and out of the cathedral, the 4 strangers have gathered. They point to various spots on the cathedral grounds, gesturing to the back rows of windows and to the parking lot, motioning toward the front walkway and high towers, and indicating other less conspicuous plans or ideas to one another. The 4 are all armed with automatic weapons, and one holds up a small black device, possibly a walkie-talkie, though at this distance it's difficult to view the details of the item. Little else occurs in the next 10 minutes, and you decide to consider other options for dealing with the situation. Yeah, so now I have a choice to go alert the rest of the survivors, grab a weapon, or head outside and confront the raiders, which I have no plans of doing by myself. At least not until I tell the other people inside this cathedral what the heck's going on. So we have a threat, and I'm not going to handle this alone, or I'm not going to handle it with just me and Uncle Lou knowing about it. This is scary stuff, and wow. I mean, we can take 4, but I don't want to take 4 on by myself. As confident as I am in my skills, I mean, every time it seems like I have to shoot a zombie or whatever, I have a little problem, but I'm gonna alert the other survivors. Uncle Lou, keep a watch on them while I round up our group. You rush through the cathedral without stopping for a single moment and share the news to the 4-person team outside the walls. The message is met with concern, rage, and confusion spread across the members of the cathedral. Within minutes, everyone is assembled in the sanctuary. You relay the information you've observed. 4 well-armed individuals are set up at the bottom of the hill leading up to the cathedral. They have not acted aggressively, nor even approached the doors. Questions fly around the stone walls of the small church. What do they want? What should we do? Are they bandits? Should we all get armed? You notice Tom in the back of the crowd, his arms folded, and face a sheet of solid stone, like the pillar he leans against. He seems content in watching and listening to the unruly, disjointed strategy session before him. Your attention turns from Tom to Mindy, who finally stands on a folding chair and whistles loudly to silence the room. Hey, let's get a grip, people. We need to all grab weapons and get ready if they attack. The words echo through the cathedral. Uncle Lou leans down from his perch atop the catwalk, rifle shung between his arms. I agree. We gotta show them we mean business. There are 4 gun-toting bandits out there, and you think they are here to talk? Why not invite them in? Wait, I'll go bake some cookies first, says Heather. Oh, Heather, will you shut up, Mindy says. I'm so tired of your attitude. Sarcasm isn't helping. Get over yourself. Okay, fine, Heather says, and slumps in the chair. The murmuring of the group picks up again, and Emma leans in to you and suggests you throw out your opinion to the group. Okay, so my options are, as leader, Mindy should go out while we take positions on the catwalk to retaliate if the strangers attack. Yeah, if they attack, they kill my girlfriend, they kill Mindy. Very likely. No. I will go out to speak to the strangers and ask you all be prepared in case they attack. Well, that's definitely a more possible option for me anyhow. Or I could say that Mindy and I both go out and talk to them while everyone else prepares in case of an attack. Or we should tell them to go away, maybe take defensive positions on the catwalk and wait them out. Or screw talking. We all know they're hostile, so let's attack them first. Or should we just ignore the strangers until they make a move? A few of us should keep watch while the rest of you go about your chores. The cathedral can withstand an attack. We already know the cathedral can't stand an attack, so that's out. So the first option and the last option are out. I'm not going to attack them first. I don't know for sure that this group is actually hostile. So that option is out. So now it's down to 3 choices here. We should tell them to go away, take a defensive position, and wait them out. No, I think I'm going to go with, I think I'm going to take Mindy with me, tell everybody else to get prepared in case they attack, and Mindy and I will go out there together. That sounds like the best option to me. I hope I'm making the right choice. This is pretty intense. The group grabs weapons and climbs the catwalk to take spots, viewing the strangers to the northeast. Emma and Candace stay in the foyer with shotguns to guard the entrance. Heather and Uncle Lou aim rifles down at the strangers. You and Mindy walk through the cathedral entrance and hear the door slam shut after you pass. The 4 strangers maintain their positions at the bottom of the hill. As you walk down the main path leading away from the cathedral, you turn and spot numerous guns poking out the windows on the high walls. Looking back to the strangers, you see the leader heading up the walkway to meet you and Mindy. As he steps away from his group, you hear a voice yelling at him to play it cool and remember what you've been told. These commands seem to stiffen his posture, and you can read the stress on his young face. Mindy's hand rests over the MP5 at her side. She is breathing fast and has a bounce to her step. You squeeze her hand, and she flashes a smile at you. The air is picked up, blowing hair in your eyes. The smell of pie freshens the air. A flock of birds flutter by and land on the grounds, high on the cathedral towers, or spread among the many trees, as if they came to watch an epic showdown. Oh, wow, even the birds are coming to watch this, huh? Wow! Tell me this ain't getting good, people. You meet the stranger midway down the hill. He has an odd smile through clenched teeth, but drops it as the 3 of you stop. My name is Jonas, he says, and extends a hand, then pulls back and just waves at you and Mindy. Sweat rolls down his forehead, and he wipes the bridge of his nose with his palm. Mindy and Zach, Mindy says. What do you want?
We're a group of survivors, much like yourselves.
I doubt that, Mindy says. Let me finish, he yells. His voice booms out, startling you and Mindy.
I don't want to be here as much as you don't, but I have a message, and that's what I'm delivering, okay?
His hands shake, and he twists around to spot the three strangers waiting behind. Turning back, his voice is quieter.
They want food and any medicine you have. If you give it to them, they'll leave you alone.
We don't have much, nothing to spare, Mindy answers, her tone even and forceful.
They don't care. They want it. And the four of us are only messengers. There are dozens of them with guns and vehicles, and they will attack and kill everyone and take everything.
Mindy is quiet, and for the first time, a worried look casts over her face. You feel the need to say something to Jonas. All right. Why do you keep saying they? Are you not one of them? Tell your group we're not giving them anything. If they come, we'll defend our home. Or we have nothing and are leaving soon. There's no food in this area, so we have to move on. Or we will give them our food and medicine if they promise to leave in peace. Or leave us before I kill all of you. Wow. I'm going to ask him why he's saying they. Are you not one of them?
I lived on a farm in the north with my family. The raiders came in, killed my parents, took my younger sister and me, and forced us to work for them. They are strong, and they are murderers. They will kill all of you and stop at nothing until they take your lives and all that you own.
You can stay with us, Jonas. We can protect you. A slight smile creeps over Jonas's face. He looks to the ground, his whole body shaking.
Don't you understand? They will kill you all. You can't protect anyone. Your only chance is to give them what they want and hope they leave you alone for a while.
Jonas is here for an answer, and he won't leave without one. Considering all he has said, you reply, you know what? I think this is a bluff. I think this is BS. I think it's just the four of them, and I think we can take them. I think I'm going to say, leave us all before I kill you. That's what I'm thinking about saying. We will give them our food. I'm not going to give up. I'm not going to give in. We have nothing. We're leaving soon. I'm not going to tell them what we're going to do. I'm not going to tell them our plans. Nope, I'm going to threaten them. Leave us before I kill you all. So I say, you better leave us alone right now or I'm going to kill all of you right here. Jonas's face turns pale, and he looks into your eyes.
You don't have to worry about me, or even the other three with me. It's the others you need to worry about.
We're not giving them a thing, and if they come, we'll fight. It won't be easy for them. We're well armed, and we have numbers. Jonas's eyes focus on Mindy, his eyebrows drawing close and V-shaped. You see his right hand move over the handle of a gun on his belt.
I understand you must be the leader. You speak for everyone here?
That's right, Mindy answers. Hearing Mindy's words, you realize the mistake she made. Jonas wants to send a message and not just a verbal one. Mindy, run! You yell as you spot Jonas drawing his pistol. You lunge forward and push his arms away. The gun fires and your ears pop from the sudden sound. He tries to lower the gun, but you grip his wrist and drive his arms up to aim the weapon into the air. He twists and turns, but it's a sudden knee to the stomach that ends the struggle, and you feel the hard steel of the gun across your temple. Falling to the ground, you wait for that sudden, imminent shot to the head as he aims the barrel at your face. Gunshots cut the air, but it is Jonas who feels the pain of bullets piercing his flesh. You roll onto your back and see Mindy's submachine gun raised, the short barrel trailing a line of smoke. A chorus of gunfire rings out. The ground in front of the strangers erupts, dirt and dust flying around in a cloud. They fire back at the cathedral walls, but you duck low and lose sight of them. You follow Mindy as she crawls toward the parking lot. The area sounds like a war zone, commands yelled out by each side, the racket of automatic weapons beating from all sides, the twang of bullets hitting dirt or metal or the parking lot cars. Finally, you reach the line of vehicles and crouch behind them for cover. You take a peek from behind a van and see the strangers retreating into the forest. All goes quiet, and for now, the fight has ended. Wow, I almost got my head blown off of this guy. Thank you, Mindy. Wow, this Jonas guy almost blew my freaking head off. But we scared him off. Good job, guys. Back in the cathedral, all survivors are once again assembled. Heather is lying on her back, a large square of gauze over her cheek. She stammers and speaks incoherently. Her body is shaking from under a blanket. She was shot along the cheek. Just grazed her, but the wound is fairly deep, Emma says. Somehow, Candace was struck by a stray bullet from her spot behind the main cathedral doors. The bullet passed through her thigh, and Emma is already stopping the bleeding. Jason is by her side, stroking her hair and comforting her. Damn. Not good. Mindy stands on a folding chair in the middle of the room. Everyone listen. They sent out a man named Jonas. A raider group sent him to give us a message. If we don't hand over all our food and medicine, they will attack the cathedral and kill everyone. Well, we showed them we will not be threatened. We stood tall as a group and defended our home. If they come back, we'll do it again. Cheers of clapping in the brief speech. Congratulations float around the sanctuary like prayers. All faces are glowing in the aftermath of the victory. All except Tom, who stands alone at the altar. You cross the church and step next to him on the raised area where priests would sermonize to their congregation only months before. Tom looks as solemn as a holy man, his brow furrowed into contemplation. Not in the mood to celebrate, Tom?
No, can't say I am.
You watch the survivors as they congratulate one another, lost in the adrenaline rush of the battle's aftermath. Tom remains calm, eyeing the crowd from afar.
They sent us an easy win, he says. Now they know how we operate.
Wow. July 29th, 2012. It has been a week since the strangers showed up outside the cathedral, and on Sunday morning you head downstairs to the gathering and see Tom and Mindy looking over a letter on the table. When you step close, Tom turns the letter, which looks like an unrolled piece of parchment with heavy black lettering. You have 1 week to give us your food and supplies, or we will take it by force. You cannot stop us. Your only choice is to give us what we want. All of you will die if you ignore these demands. Tom turns and walks out of the room without a word. Mindy paces to the stove and back. Might as well head back to my office and work on plans for what may be our short future. Wow. So, obviously, in these kind of times, people are going to run out of food, medicine, and supplies in an apocalypse. And after they go out and try to scrounge up what they can, kind of like we have, and nothing else can be gathered, they're going to try to take that from others who may have supplies to keep their own group alive. Makes perfect sense. You know, too bad we don't have a bigger group, or maybe we could defend ourselves, and not only defend ourselves, take their supplies to, make sure that we continue to live. So this would be a time where only the strong survive. And obviously it looks like we're not nearly as strong or as numerous as this group of raiders. They are definitely threatening us. They know our weaknesses. They know how many people we have. And they know that they gave us trouble with just 4 of them. So we're in big trouble. This is scary. How do you spend your day? Okay. Socializing with the survivors to build morale. Search for food in the old pine. Scavenging for food. Let's go ahead and improve the cathedral's offensive and defensive capabilities, since we're going to have to stay here, it looks like. Using your carpentry and general construction skills, you set out to improve the cathedral's capabilities to defend against assaults and to mount offense against attackers. Having both zombies and raiders to contend with, you put together plans to make the cathedral more formidable during future inevitable attacks. Alright, you reinforce both sets of outer and inner doors with long planks of wood cut down from trees from the old pine woods. You fashion iron studs to fasten the new planks to the old sturdy doors, and then wrap the surface in long metal bands so it appears more like a medieval castle's doors than those of the cathedral. Stained glass windows adorning the church are removed, replaced by plywood with gun holes cut through them. The catwalk around the cathedral is strengthened and expanded to include multiple levels and support more people. Many materials and hours went into making the cathedral's defenses, but the group is happier with the outcome. Now, I could have swore long ago, and way back in like part 2 or something like that, when we first found this cathedral, I could have swore I actually increased the defenses of the cathedral one time, and it had already told me that the stained glass windows had been removed and they were replaced with, like, you know, metal bars or something like that. So now I see that again. That's a little bit odd. I could have swore that a long time ago we had already replaced the stained glass windows with, like, metal bars or something. Anyway, we've improved the defenses, I guess, so that's all that really matters. With that task accomplished, how else do you spend your time this week? Scouting the area for semi-abandoned campsite, improving one of my skills, training the survivors in weapon use and cathedral offensive strategies, scavenging for food, socializing with the survivors to build morale, search for food in the old pine woods with Heather, or return to Temperance with Mindy for medicine. I don't see an option to go to that place that Uncle Lou was talking about and look for a truck to get the heck out of here. Otherwise, I might go with that option. Uncle Lou had said everybody's leaving in a truck. You know, everybody was going to go to this town in New Mexico. He said everybody was going soon. Why not go ahead and go look for that truck, gather the supplies, and get the hell out of here before this fight? That's not even an option. So I'm a little bit confused about that, why that's not a choice here. But I'm going to go ahead and train the survivors in weapon use and cathedral offensive strategies. Hopefully preparing better for a fight. It sounds like it's coming. Protecting the cathedral is becoming more a concern as bandit activity in the woods and surrounding areas has dramatically increased. In addition, the threat of large-scale zombie attacks requires each survivor adding to defense efforts, and training in weapon use is a necessity. You work with Uncle Lou to form a small target practice session in the courtyard and outside the cathedral in a stretch of open beach over the river. The two of you instruct the survivors on shooting everything from small arms to assault rifles. By the end of the sessions, everyone is more practiced with various weapons, and strategies are worked out for counter-attacking in the event of a cathedral assault. With that task accomplished, how else do you want to spend your time this week? I think I'm going to improve my skills. Charisma is the only one I can increase? Fine, whatever. Yeah, I don't like this at all. Charisma being my only skill, this is a waste now. Being among a social group of people, you practice different strategies to enhance your charm. You step out of your comfort zone and engage your fellow survivors in lively conversations, intense debates, and even some targeted flirtation. All of these tactics are done to enhance your persuasion and learn how to influence people. Your charisma has increased. I still feel like that was a complete waste. The rest of your week is spent on common chores around the cathedral to aid in the well-being of the group. Yeah, that was a complete waste. I could have done something else. I didn't know charisma was going to be the only skill that I could increase. Progress saved. All right, August the 5th, 2012. In the middle of the night, a heavy thunder wakes you from a restful sleep. Mindy sits up beside you. "What was that?" she asks and climbs past you on the small cot. You follow her to the hallway. On the second floor, all of the survivors have left their rooms. "What was that?" Candace asks as she pulls on a pair of pants over her pajamas. "It sounded like thunder, but not from overhead," Heather says. "Maybe from the front of the cathedral?" Mindy bolts down the stairs, and you follow close behind along with the rest of the group. Through the gathering and into the sanctuary, all of you rush to find a cloud of smoke and ash coating the area. The front vestibule of the church has broken stone and gravel scattered about and appears the epicenter of an explosion. The outer doors are blown apart, though jagged fragments cling to the frame. The vestibule ceiling has caved in, creating a sizable pile of rubble. The inner doors are blown open but appear intact. Those scorch marks show the blast radius. Oh, wow. This is not good. As the survivors stand around assessing the damage, sounds of movement and loud voices travel through the broken wall of the sanctuary's entrance. Uncle Lou has made his way to the top catwalk and looks through the main stained glass window towards the ground outside of the front of the cathedral. "Raiders at the front gate. They're clearing away the rubble to get in. I think they have dynamite. Oh no!" Another explosion rocks the front of the cathedral, this time near Uncle Lou. Glass implodes and a white cloud plumes up. Uncle Lou is thrown off the platform near the window and lands hard on the catwalk, saved from falling by a wooden rail. "Get the weapons now!" Mindy yells. You glance at the table of weapons always kept in the sanctuary for emergencies. Everyone rushes to grab a firearm, and all that is left is a shotgun, rifle, and a few revolvers. Time is of the essence, but you think of the full range of equipment back in the supply room. Grab a weapon here and fight off the raiders, or run to the supply room to get armed properly. I don't think we got time. I think I need to grab a weapon here. Let's see. You rush to the table and grab a primary weapon. The 12-gauge shotgun, shorter distance weapon with great stopping power, or the semi-automatic rifle for longer distance and rapid fire capabilities. I want the semi-automatic rifle in this situation, I think. You grab the AR-15 semi-automatic rifle and 2 magazines, loading one into the weapon. Just in case you need a backup weapon, you grab the Colt Python revolver with high impact but lower rounds, or the Glock 19 semi-automatic handgun with less impact but more ammo. I'm going to take my Colt Python. You load the revolver in a holster and attach it to your belt, then place a spare reload of bullets in your pocket. By the time you've grabbed a weapon, the voices in the front of the cathedral have grown louder. With the reinforcements done to the cathedral's defenses, you have a few minutes before they can get in. So good thing I did the reinforcements, or I would already be out of time right now. So that paid off, I guess. Inside the sanctuary, Uncle Lou sits on the catwalk, his rifle across his lap. He looks bruised, but otherwise, the fall did no severe damage. Mindy stands near the front door, behind a stone pillar with her MP5 in hand. Jason is even prepared with a semi-automatic rifle and uses his own computer workstation as cover. Candace hangs on the right side of the sanctuary. Against the wall furthest from the front doors, a 20-gauge shotgun held shakily in her hands. Finally, Heather is hugging the wall to the side of the front doors with a hunting rifle slung around her arm. Beside her, several fuel canisters rest on the ground. "We need someone on the wall, telling us what they're doing," Mindy yells out. I'm having trouble breathing," Uncle Lou says. "Cracked ribs, I think." Oh no, Uncle Lou took some pretty serious damage from that fall. Not good. No one is moving outside despite Mindy's command. Having seen what happened to Uncle Lou, you can understand the reluctance to take that post. Light breaks through the front of the cathedral, and the sound of moving rubble grows louder. There are many places to find cover inside, but you see the clearest angle to shoot is near the front pillars next to Mindy. Unfortunately, that area is close to where the raiders will pour into the room. You do feel that standing next to the supply table would provide a good line of sight to snipe raiders as they enter in to the now shattered main doorway. Otherwise, you consider using the fuel canisters to create a fire to deter the bandits from entering. Wow! What do I do here? I have a choice to head up the catwalk to kind of let Mindy know what's going on outside, because Uncle Lou can't. I can close the bar, or I can close and bar the inner doors. I can take a position next to Mindy, as we said. I can snipe the raiders as they come through the doors, or create a fire in the vestibule. Lots of options here. You know, there's a lot of options here, but I think, guys, what I'm going to do is I think that it's important to get Mindy and everybody else that has guns and ready. I think it's important to get information on what these people are doing outside. Uncle Lou can't do this, so my choice is going to be head up the catwalk where Uncle Lou is and try to get a view on what's going on. Let's hope it's the right choice here. You rush up the ladder to the catwalk. Uncle Lou labors as he breathes, with his hand on his chest, so you kneel down next to him. Are you okay, you ask? Yeah, just go, he says through long breaths as he waves you away. Crap, Uncle Lou is going to die. This sucks. The largest window at the front of the sanctuary top level is shattered, and wind and light pour through the opening. Outside, 6 raiders stand at the top of the walkway leading to the stone steps of the cathedral's front, and you see their leader, a tall, beefy man with a gray ponytail, shouting orders to the others under the narrow ledge of the entranceway out of your line of sight. You hear him respond to the name Badger. In the back of his group, a slender man with a shaggy beard holds several stacks of dynamite and a hunting bow. The rest of the raiders are armed with a variety of firearms and makeshift hand-to-hand weapons. As you stand at the edge of the window, you realize it won't be long before you're spotted. So you shout, wait a minute. Okay, so I can shoot at Badger, shoot at Shaggy with a dynamite, head back down and report the group, call down information and ask for orders from Mindy, or threaten the raiders. You know what?
Blow up the dynamite.
I think in this situation, I think I'm gonna shoot at Shaggy with a dynamite. I don't want we cannot have another dynamite attack in this cathedral. They've already caused mass damage. I'm tempted to shoot at the main guy, Badger, but he's probably further away. I think I'm gonna shoot at the guy with a dynamite, and hopefully I can blow his head off. And I think that's our best chance. You step forward on the window ledge and aim down at the raider. The glass beneath your feet crackles, and Shaggy looks up as you pull the trigger. You fire 3 times before he can react, hitting him squarely in the chest. His body topples backwards, and lines of blood paint the cathedral steps. All right! The crowd of raiders spread out, most pressing up against the side of the church walls. Badger remains in the same spot, and he raises a double-barreled shotgun to fire at you. Move out of the way, or shoot at him.
Just move out of the way.
You guys like this?
But that's a shotgun. How far is he?
I don't know. It doesn't say, dude. Okay, guys, so I'm going to move out of the way. This guy's going to fire at me. I'm not going to sit there and I'm not going to sit there and try to aim my gun at him while he's aiming at me already. He's going to blow my damn head off. I'm going to move out of the way. You spin to the side of the window as gravel and dust flies off the wall next to you. A barrage of gunfire explodes around you only seconds later, but the thick church walls protect you from the bullets. You feel light debris pepper your back. You know it's a losing strategy to stay up top, so you crawl across the catwalk and climb back down to help as the raiders break through the front door. Alright, so do I close and bar the inner doors? Do I take a position near Mindy? Do I snipe the raiders as they come through the doors? or create a fire in the vestibule. I think I'm going to close and bar the inner doors. Let's do that. Let's bar the inner doors. That should slow them down. You and Mindy swing shut the large oak doors and lock the simple wooden latch. Bullet holes erupt in the wood, and you hear the racket of automatic weapons resounding through the entryway. You rush for cover and slam your back to a thick marble column just as shots tear through the interior of the cathedral. Candace screams and ducks in the corner, hands covering her head. The survivors are all poised to attack should the raiders break through. Your own heart pounds as the torrent of bullets flies through the inner doors, exploding tile and marble and ripping through the tapestries and statues. Wow, this is a lot of action. This is the most action we've had in Zombie Exodus to this point. Now, what is going on with Candace? Candace screamed and ducked in the corner, hands covering her head. Oh, okay, I thought she got shot, but she just freaked out. Okay, I got it. Okay. As the sound of the weapon fire dies out, shadows dance across the sanctuary floor, cast from behind the inner doors as the raiders move into the entryway. The doors bulge inward, and you see the wood slats and metal bars bending but remaining in place. You hear the hacking of axes against the oak doors and the roar of the motor from a chainsaw starting. Oh no! Realizing the interior doors won't hold for long, you prepare to fight. Mindy stands by your side, submachine gun in hand. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of being in that game Rust, where you build a fortress, and now we have a big wooden door, and it's being hacked at. I remember playing that game Rust when you stood inside, and the fear that would go through you as you heard a bigger group of better prepared fighters outside the door on the outside hacking their way in with axes. That was one of the big things that was exciting about Rust. And I'm getting that feeling, that same feeling now reading this story. We are inside this cathedral. We have a group better armed and prepared than we are, and they've already blown the front of the cathedral to pieces. Not to pieces yet. It's held pretty good. Thankfully, I reinforced it all with the dynamite. But now they're starting to chainsaw and already hacking with axes from the outside in. Man, this is intense. You dash toward Mindy and hug your body against a marble pillar, just as the raiders break through the rubble and debris of the outer doors. The entryway lights up in a flash of gunfire, the racket of automatic weapons resounding through the cathedral. Candace screams and ducks in the corner, hands covering her head. She already did that once. Your heart pounds as the torrent of bullets flies through the inner doors, exploding tile and marble and ripping through tapestries and statues. As the raiders pour into the entryway, Mindy calls out, "Fire!" A chorus of weapon fire slings through the interior of the sanctuary. Peeking from around the column, you spot a male and female breaking sideways towards Heather, though their backs are to her. A pair of raiders head towards Candace, one noticing her on the ground. In the entryway are 3 raiders, one with a chainsaw, 2 with shotguns, who are rushing the center of the sanctuary. The gunfire has weakened the inner doorway, and an additional 2 raiders stand under the archway. No one seems focused on you. Alright, so I can shoot at the raiders who spotted Candace, help Mindy defend the center of the church, or shoot at the raiders near Heather. I think I'm going to try to help Candace out. She seems pretty defenseless, so she seems pretty spooked out. The raiders have noticed her. I think I'm going to try to help her out. The 2 raiders, a tall black man and a slender Asian man, laugh as they move toward Candace. The Asian man draws a pistol from his belt and extends his arm to fire. Candace's head is covered with her hands, so she doesn't even see the armed assailant. Before the Asian man fires, you turn around the pillar and shoot your rifle. With his back to you, it's an easy shot, and you blast him below the neck. His body jerks forward and crashes into the marble floor. Blood spatters in all directions. You line up the Black Raider in your sights as the Black Raider spins around and fires. A small burst of white dust flutters across your face, and a chunk of stone pillar is torn away by a bullet. This does not stop you from drilling a few holes through his stomach. He slumps over, holding the pistol out in a wavering arm. Red lines fill beneath his teeth until he coughs a stream of blood. You fire again, this time striking his head. His face plants on the floor. Wow, good thing I'm a good shot, huh? Candace looks up and moves toward the fallen men. She is violently shaking but reaches for the dead Asian's pistol and stands up in the corner. Your attention quickly diverts to the 3 raiders at the center of the room who are looking at you and raising their weapons. The 2 gunmen of the trio force you and Minnie to take cover behind the pillar. You flinch at the sound of the bullets tearing apart the stone column. The chainsaw reverberates through the area, overpowering the gunfire. You tense at the thought of a bullet hitting you, or worse, the chainsaw blade cutting your flesh. If you move to return fire, you'll be cut down. If you stay here, you'll die. Whoa, that doesn't sound like a good choice. Do I want to return the fire and be cut down, or stay there and die? Boy, that's a tough choice. Fortunately, the only choice I have is to click next. Could this be the enemy right here? Nearby, Heather has opened up on the 2 raiders in front of her. Good job, Heather. She hits the woman in the small of her back, and the female raider throws her head back in pain, raises her shotgun towards the ceiling, and fires as she staggers backward over a folding table. The other raider turns, leveling his shotgun toward her head. Heather aims and fires through semi-closed eyes and misses. Before he gets a shot off, the raider's head explodes sideways, showering fragments of bone and brain across the floor. From the catwalk, you spot Uncle Lou aiming his rifle, a grimace of pain on his face. Good job, Uncle Lou! He took that raider out and blew his damn head off. Otherwise, Heather may not be in here anymore. Now, that is a hero in Uncle Lou, who we already know is suffering up there on the catwalk with probably broken, shattered ribs, but he still saved Heather's life and took out that raider. That's awesome. Mindy looks at you and yells out above the racket of the gunfight. Raiders coming down the aisle! 3, 2, 1, go! You spin around the pillar and fire, catching the left side raider in the chest before he can fire his shotgun. The right side one is mowed down by Mindy's submachine gun. You hear the motor of the chainsaw near you and duck just as the rotating blade swings past your head. The raider, a tall Middle Eastern man wearing a full leather suit, slashes the deadly weapon again, and you hold your rifle like a sword to parry the attack. Okay, guys, can you imagine this? Here I am by this pillar. This madman is holding a running chainsaw. He swings at me, barely misses, lifts this chainsaw back up to try to hit me again, and I'm sitting there holding his chainsaw away with my gun. Can you imagine how intense that would be? If this was a movie, this would be epic. He slashes the deadly weapon again, and you hold your rifle like a sword to parry his attack with the chainsaw. The force stumbles you backward into the pillar, and when you try to turn your weapon to fire, the chainsaw swings down again, giving you no choice but to block again. Okay, I thought I about had it there. The chainsaw rises for yet another attack, and the raider shouts out in rage as the weapon descends. Gunshots ring out, and you watch as bullets strike him across his body, ripping into his legs, stomach, and ribs. He drops the chainsaw and lumbers towards the vestibule, taking only a few steps before his body is riddled with more bullets. You glance around for the source of the gunfire and spot Jason, with his weapon aimed in that direction. "Got him!" he yells in celebration. You quickly survey the area. The front of the sanctuary is nearly destroyed. Mindy leans against the pillar, her MP5 still smoking. All raiders are dead, save for one injured near the inner doors. She writhes on the ground, clutching her shoulder, but eyes a rifle a few feet away. You walk forward, raise your rifle, and aim at the head of the last raider. She is young, late teens, and is covered in dirt and blood, but all you see are the youthful features, rounded cheeks, glowing blue eyes, and smooth skin. She reminds you of someone, yet you can't place the face. A strong odor reaches you. Liquid pools beneath her, and you realize she just urinated. As you stand over her body, she shakes and says, "No, please." You raise your rifle. And you end her life? Or, I cannot kill her. Now this is a young teenage girl. For crying out loud. What's wrong with her? It says, it doesn't really say what's wrong with her. It just says she's young and covered in dirt and blood. She's obviously scared to death. She pisses herself. I mean, could you imagine that? The fear she would be feeling? I'm not going to end her life. I'm going to try to help this girl out. This is the kind of guy I've played this whole game. I know that I've made choices to not let other people in, but that was when I got a bad feeling that, I didn't trust them for whatever reason. This girl was just working with this group to survive. She's young. She's scared for her life. Maybe I'm making a mistake here, but my heart goes out to this girl right now. I don't know if it's her pissing herself or what, but I'm not going to kill her. You lower the rifle and back away. The woman drops her head to the floor, and a look of peace washes over her face. You stumble as you step backward and almost bump into Candace, who has been standing there, and now lifts a pistol and fires twice into the raider you had let live. No emotion registers on Candace's face. So Candace killed her even though I was going to let her live, and Candace is emotionless. I can't really blame Candace for shooting her, even though I was going to let her live. I mean, everybody's emotional right now in the heat of the battle, but wow, was that not a good battle, people? I hope I read it good for you guys. I hope it was entertaining, but that was exciting, at least for me. In the center of the room, the group of survivors has reassembled. Heavy footsteps from the gathering draw everyone's attention to the archway. Emma and Tom run into the sanctuary. Raiders tried to break in from the side of the cathedral. They dug through one of the sealed-off areas and broke through a gate. We caught them before they could get all the way inside, Tom says. Mindy fills in Tom on the events in the sanctuary. Her voice is ragged and shaky while she describes the explosions and the raiders attacking from outside. She looks around nervously, as if disoriented by the stress of the situation. Tom places a hand on her shoulder and tells her to take a seat. From outside, a long resonant wail calls above the clamor at the doors. Though it sounds like zombies, the intensity and powerfulness of the moan is overwhelming. Everyone is silent as the ear-piercing noise cries out. The banging of the raiders at the front gate has even stopped. You and Tom rush up the catwalk and peer at the broken remnants of the large stained glass window over the main doors. First you spot the raiders, who are all standing still at the cathedral steps, bodies turned to the main road. Your gaze shifts there as well, as an immense crowd of zombies shambles over the countryside toward all of you. Dozens and dozens of the infected pour out of the forest, heading straight towards the front of the cathedral. It is more zombies in one pack than you have ever seen before. So here we go. I didn't even know there were more raiders outside of the front. I thought we got them all. But now we know that raiders are out the front, but there's even a scarier thought. An army of zombies is coming out of the forest towards the sound of all the racket, just like they do in The Walking Dead. and we have a massive horde of zombies coming right at us now. Wow. Just when we thought the excitement was done. As a zombie parades across the cathedral grounds, maybe 200 yards from the doors, a look of fear simultaneously crosses the faces of the raiders. The leader turns and spots Tom and you on the catwalk.
Let us inside. They'll kill us. Please, we don't have much time.
You just attacked our cathedral, and you want us to let you inside? Do you think we're fools? He walks back down the catwalk toward the other survivors. The raider steps forward and yells louder now, addressing you.
If we don't band together, they'll kill all of us. If you think your doors will hold them off, you're mistaken. Let us in and we'll fight together. We have no other choice to survive.
Wow! Looking past the raiders, the zombies have already cut the distance, now just over 100 yards away. You have only moments to decide. Leave the raiders outside or let the raiders in to work with us. Wow, what a choice, huh? Alright, guys, I think Tom's emotional. I think anybody would be defending against the raiders, but I think this raider has a legitimate point. If we don't let these guys in to work with us, the zombies are going to tear them apart, probably. But as soon as the zombies tear them apart, where do you think they're going to go? They're going to come after us inside the cathedral. We already have open ways from the dynamite and them hacking the doors down. We're not going to be able to defend against this horde of zombies. We need to take a chance. We need all the help we can get. I think the only chance we have is to take these remaining soldiers in and hope to hell they're trustworthy and will help us defend against the zombies, not kill us, and help us survive. I mean, I don't want to side with these bastards, but sometimes I think it's smart to maybe join forces to take on an even bigger threat. And we have created a huge threat of zombies. I think our only chance is to let the raiders in. So I'm going to let them inside and hope for the best. We're letting you in now, you call down to the raiders. Mindy and Emma remove the braces from the inner doors, and the raiders climb through the rubble and join the survivors in the center of the sanctuary. You step back from the window and head towards the edge of the catwalk. The survivors below appear in complete disarray, much like the cathedral itself. Tom sits at a table drinking straight from a scotch bottle. Mindy appears catatonic against the pillar, watching the door and muttering to herself. Uncle Lou is sitting against the rail, clutching his side and breathing with great labor. Outside, the sounds of the groaning zombies grows louder and louder, like a train drawing closer. Within minutes, they will be attacking. Someone must take action. Tell everyone you're taking over the cathedral and that they will follow your lead. Inspire everyone to join together and defend the cathedral, or rally Tom and Mindy to take charge and guide the survivors against this crisis. I don't want to be the leader, even though I'm making a lot of the choices. I think we're going to be better led by Tom and Mindy. I'm going to encourage them to take charge and guide the survivors through this crisis. Mindy, Tom, we need someone to lead here. One of you get off your asses and tell us what to do. Mindy stands against the pillar, unmoving, and Tom takes a swig from his bottle. Oh no. Emma runs to the center of the cathedral. Everyone, listen to my brother. He should lead the cathedral now. He's in charge. I agree with Emma, says Uncle Lou, now standing against the catwalk rail. Zach, what should we do? Asked Mindy, appearing to have shaken out of her stupor. Okay, so the story kind of forced me to be the leader, even though I was trying to put it off on Mindy and Tom, or Mindy or Tom. It looks like the story is making me be the leader now. All right, I can go with that. At least tell everyone to take positions on the catwalk to fire down on the zombies, or reinforce the front of the cathedral to keep the zombies out. I think we're going to reinforce the front of the cathedral. Reinforce the inner doors. Pile everything up. The survivors move quickly to stack everything possible against the inner doors. Sliding pews, shelves, folding tables, wooden beams, and anything else possible to brace the doors. Grab a weapon and head to the catwalk. Get in positions to fire down. Now, you yell. Every living soul inside the cathedral responds to your command. Also, that would be the raiders that we invited in. Weapons are loaded, and survivors run up the ladders, lining along the catwalk, soldiers preparing for the final battle of some epic war. And though history may not record these moments in books, every detail will be memorized by the people whose lives will forever be changed by this event. You run to the main window, rifle in hand, and peer down over your side. The zombies march up the hill, slow and steady, faces frozen in disease torment. You glance around at the raiders along the wall and hear one yell the wail at the advancing undead army. "See you all in hell!" And like a battle cry, so the fight begins. All weapons fire at once in a barrage of sound. The first line of zombies falls to the grassy ground, bullets ridding in their bodies, which are further trampled by the zombies behind them. Like a wave of a vast ocean, the zombies pour over the land, some crashing to the ground, most running forward. You fire until your gun goes empty, then reload. Emma runs by your side and hands off more ammunition before joining in the defense of the cathedral, her gun sending a final death to an infected human below. The zombies crest over the hill, now mere yards from the cathedral steps. Their faces are a horrid form of human expression, half rage, half hunger. Bullets collide with their gray and yellow bodies, spitting off hunks of flesh, spilling blood on the grass and piercing bone. A fog of smoke from the gunfire hangs in the air. The last rays of the moon cut across the land. Only the howling of the zombies can be heard. "Keep shooting! We have to kill as many as we can!" you yell out to your fellow survivors. Below you is a terrible display of unnatural violence as zombies die to the weapon fire, their bodies torn to pieces, decimated at the foot of the cathedral. As the zombies reach the steps, you assess their numbers at still over 30, enough to cave in the cathedral doors and push through the rumble by sheer will alone. You hear the groaning wood and metal as a zombie horde pushes against the only obstacle in their way. They will break through in moments, and all eyes inside look to you for guidance. Reload and aim down at the inner doors. We'll fight them from the catwalk. Get to the doors, we'll hold them back. Or run to the gathering. I'll contain them in the sanctuary. I think I'm going to choose reload and aim at the inner doors, and we'll fight them here from the catwalk. Sounds as good as any. The doors buckle and crack, and the zombies stream into the cathedral. All weapons fire in a collective barrage against the invading zombies. Bullets strike infected flesh, destroying limbs and piercing deep holes, coating the marble floor in a thick zombie ichor. From the side opposite you, zombies have latched on to the support beams beneath the catwalk where Tom and Candace stand. You aim across at the pack of zombies driving into the wood beams, but your efforts are too late. With a thunderous crack, the beams split. Candace slides down the edge of the catwalk towards the pack of zombies. Tom holds onto a rail and reaches for Candace, who is just beyond his grasp. She clings to the edge of the rail, but you see her sliding fingers raked across the rough wood. In that moment, you leap down and distract the zombies away from Candace, or stay where I'm at. I can't risk my own survival. Oh my gosh! Do I leap down and distract the zombies away from Candace? How many are left? It doesn't tell me how many zombies are left. Or stay where I'm at. I'm assuming the first choice, leap down and distract the zombies away from Candace, is like a suicide. It's like saying, hey, I'm going to jump down and sacrifice myself to save Candace. And I think if that's what that means, I think we already know I'm way too important to die for Candace's sake. So I'm assuming that's what that means. I'm assuming if I do that, I'm not going to be able to fire and, kill the rest of the zombies because there's only 3 left or something. I'm assuming I'm dead if I do that. So because of that, I think I'm going to have to choose to stay where I'm at. I can't risk my own survival. Bye, Candace. I'm sorry. You crouch on the catwalk and watch as Candace's hands give way of the beams, and she falls down to the sanctuary floor. The zombies greedily accept the fallen woman, and she disappears into the pile of the living dead. And see, that's what would have happened to me if I would have jumped down there, I think. A deep growl from behind you breaks your focus on the zombies below. One has managed to scale the catwalk and rushes towards you. The infected creature, a form of hanging skin and dark, sinewy flesh, opens its mouth wide to bite. A vision flashes before your eyes, the figure of a young girl standing between the catwalk and a window. As a zombie appears, it cocks its head sideways and dashes for the apparition. Cassie smiles at you as a zombie dives for her and crashes through the stained glass window out of the cathedral. What? Wow! So I was about to get bit by a zombie that made its way up behind me on the catwalk, and he's about to bite me, but suddenly an image of Cassie saves my life. Wow. That's crazy. That's cool, but that's crazy. Alright. The last gunshot rings out, and the only moans left are from the remaining survivors. All zombies lie motionless along the floor of the sanctuary, their bodies mangled and lifeless. The air is stale and thick with the smell of rotting flesh. Smoke wisps through the room, dissipating as a breeze now flows through the cracks and bullet holes. Broken glass and bullet casings clutter the catwalk. The first rays of the sun peek through the windows atop the cathedral. You walk down the ladder of the catwalk, keeping a watchful eye for any sudden movement from the dead lying around. Slowly, others join you. Tom, Mindy, Emma. In the middle of the sanctuary, all of you stop and glance around the room. Words cannot describe what is felt in that moment of seeing the death and destruction from the past few short hours. What now? Emma asks. All eyes look at you. I think I speak for everyone when I say Zach should be our leader now, Mindy says. As the darkness gives way to the light of the sun, you glance around the sanctuary and know there is much work to restore this place to the safe haven it was only a day ago. And other concerns are mounting. The zombie horde is only a sign of what is to come. You can't yet fathom the impact of letting the raiders join you inside the cathedral. Candace's death weighs heavily on your mind. The responsibility of keeping you and Emma alive, along with the rest of the survivors, seems an odorous, almost impossible task. The decision to stay at the cathedral or leave must be made soon. And still, the need for food, water, and medicine requires constant attention as opportunities to replenish them diminish each day and the dangers of living in a post-apocalyptic world grow. As the sun rises on a new day, you glance around the cathedral, a place where people used to come and pray and find solitude. And glancing at the faces of your fellow survivors, you see a glimmer of something you thought had been lost for months. Hope. So now I see a glimmer of hope after this, huh? Man, losing Candace kind of sucked. I really hated that, but it really makes me wonder if I would have jumped down, would that have been the end of my life? I think it would have, and that would have been the end of this playthrough. I could be wrong, but if any of you guys have played this before and you know what would have happened had I jumped down there in place of Candace, you're going to have to let me know down in the comments below. Let me know if I indeed would have died or if I somehow would have survived. I'd love to know that. This concludes Part 4, Survival. You can now save your game, which will allow you to resume playing from this point. Using this save game will allow you to start with your character in Part 5 without having to restart from the beginning of Part 1. Alright guys, so that was a long chapter, but man, that was exciting. We haven't had that much excitement in this game yet, and I really enjoyed this playthrough of Zombie Exodus. I hope you guys found this part as exciting as I did playing through and reading it, and hopefully I read it with enough enthusiasm to keep you guys from falling asleep. I know this was a long video. Want to go ahead and thank you guys for tuning in. This has been Zaxter99. Be sure you leave those comments down below. Let me know what you guys think. Let me know if you guys think I should be leaving this cathedral or building it up to try to defend against the zombie exodus, which we know is to come. Looks like we got some other people with the raiders coming in who are going to be part of our group now. I don't even know how many there are, but it should be interesting to find out where this story goes from here in Part 5. Be sure you leave those comments down below. Be sure you rate my video. If you enjoy this, please give me a thumbs up. That helps me more than you guys know. And if you're not yet subscribed to me here at Zaxter99, videos like this are just an example of what you're missing. You're missing being notified on by not being subscribed. Be sure you subscribe to me so you get a notification every time I put a new video out, right when it's put up. Thanks so much again for watching. I hope you guys have a happy new year or a great day whenever it is that you're watching my video. Take care, everybody, and take care of somebody you love. This has been Zaxter99.
Hello, suicide hotline? Yeah, I'm gonna be turning into a zombie and I just don't know what to do.
Yeah, you do. You sound afraid.
I am. I'm so afraid.
Can you promise me that you won't hurt yourself for the rest of tonight, and then in the morning, or if you do feel like hurting yourself, you'll give us a call before you do anything?
Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. Thank you so much. I found a reason to live. For at least a little bit longer. Oh my gosh, look what I found. Wow!
Okay, you are sounding a little bit better, but please do give us a ring back if the thoughts of the desires don't.
Alright, hello everybody, welcome to my video number 15. This is going to be part 5, where we enter part 5, chapter 1 of Zombie Exodus. So I'm looking forward to jumping into this, and we're getting right in where we left off. This is going to be Zombie Exodus part 5, Resolution. So let's go ahead and jump in here, progress saved, as usual. Let's go ahead and take a look at our stats here real quick and see where we're at. Athlete, male, part 5 resolution, Zach Anderson. Strength 25, I'm pretty strong. Pretty dexterous. I'm pretty agile. with a high dexterity. Intelligence is 25, technical ability 20, willpower 10, charisma 25. Humanity 61%, morale 43. Morale's not that high. Inventory, I have all this stuff with me. Cool. Special items, a beetle-shaped pen. I got that down in the catacombs with Emma. I'm uninjured. And Mindy, my girlfriend, rather than just a friend now. 74. Emma's still our highest relationship at 81. Jason 65. Uncle Lou 75. Tom 69. And Heather, not real strong with her. And that might be because Candace? No, Candace was with Mindy. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why Heather is quite so low, but hey, I guess 53 is decent. It's not bad. Group offense 65. That's a lot higher than it used to be, I think. Well, hopefully it's enough. We're running low on food. All right. Well, let's go ahead and jump into this. All right, you stand in front of the cathedral and survey the pile of rubble that used to be the entrance. Cold morning air seeps through the numerous holes perforating the once formidable structure. If you remember the last chapter, there was a lot of action. We got not only invaded by another group that were trying to take our supplies, but we also got raided by a big horde of zombies that came in from the noise and all the gunfire and everything like that. Dynamite, they used dynamite to blow our cathedral, the front of our cathedral apart, and made a lot of noise and caused a huge number of zombies to come in as well. And we actually had to invite the group that was actually trying to raid us, the ones that were survived on the outside, we invited them in to help us take on the zombies. So pretty exciting. If you haven't seen video number 14, definitely go check that out. So anyway, past the walls, the bodies of zombies and raiders cover the tall grass. A deep breath leads to coughing as a smell of pipe death lingers in the air. The sun's rays heat your skin. You want to sleep to escape the sight of destruction, but there is too much work to be done. And now that you lead the survivors, they all await your guidance. That's another thing that happened in the last chapter is I got nominated to be the new leader as Tom took a step down before Mindy tried to do it, but with the battle that we had, they kind of saw me as a natural leader for the group, I guess. So stepping through the shadowed entrance, you glance around at the remaining members of your group. Uncle Lou sits on a folding chair holding his ribs, though breathing normally. Jason kneels beside the body of Candace, caressing her hair, a blanket covering her body below the neck. So Jason is obviously going to be really hurt because we did lose Candace as well in that all the action. Mindy stands at the entrance, kicking dirt and rubble, her eyes appearing as numb and blank as one of the dead. Tom and Heather rest at the foot of the front wall. You feel a hand on your back and turn to find Emma passing by, her face smudged with dirt, eyes glazed like two smoky orbs of glass. Mindy steps over to you, her body jittery and eyes wide open like on a caffeine high. "We have to leave this place. It's too dangerous." Her words are broken and her breath is jagged. Her clothes are ragged and torn, with deep blotches on the skin, and her fingertips are coated in dried blood and dirt. What do you say to her? Calm down and hold her in your arms? "It'll be okay," you say, and hold her hand. "Relax, we need to get to work, but everything will be fine," you say as I walk past her, or I sigh and head to the center of the room to address the group. I think I'm going to hold her in my arms, just because the holding in her arms is seems like the most touching and loving thing to do for a boyfriend to do. I don't know. Calm down. Calm down, I say, and then hold her in my arms. We'll see if that works. Hopefully she don't slap me or move away. All right, she falls against your chest. Her shaking is so intense, your body rattles as you hold her. "We will be fine, Mindy. The worst is over. We'll rebuild or we'll move on, but we will survive. Trust me." Mindy takes several deep breaths and looks up at you. Color has returned to her face. She nods at you and wraps her arms around your neck. Wow, so that sounds like that was a perfect thing to do, especially since she was shaking so bad. Thanks, I trust you. This whole being a leader thing, I'm realizing it was a game to me. Like I thought it was moving pieces around on a game board. 2 pawns to go get food. A knight gets fuel. How stupid. I'm glad you're leading us now. It should have been you all along. She leans back and pulls away. Just don't forget how useful I can be too. I will do whatever it takes. She smiles and wipes tears from her eyes. Uh-oh. You better talk to the group now. They need to know what to do next. The hell's she crying about? Alright, the security that the cathedral once offered has been severely diminished. Looking through your inventory, you take out a weapon to carry in case of an attack until the front doors are fixed and all other open areas are blocked. AK-47, shotgun. I'm going to take the AK-47. I mean, that's going to provide me the most immediate, quickest form of rapid fire. I could take the submachine gun, but I think I'm going to go with the AK-47. As the new leader of the cathedral, your major task is in deciding how best to proceed. Should the cathedral be rebuilt, or is it time to leave? You survey the damage and realize you will need to stay here for at least a little while longer, so you must consider handling the most pressing issues. Dead zombies and raiders lie about and must be cleared soon, as infection is too serious of a risk. Of course, the entrance to the sanctuary is in shambles and wide open. Anyone or anything could enter with little effort. There is also the similar issue of the sacred alcove. If raiders broke in through it once, they may try again. As you look around the room at the worn, stressed faces of the survivors, you realize they need food and rest. However, an even larger concern is basic security, especially having people keep a watch on incoming danger. As you stand in the center of the sanctuary, you consider the speech you should make to the group. I focus on the facts. We need to rebuild quickly and all band together with 100% effort. I try to raise the group's spirits with encouraging words. I'm not a pastor or minister, so I'm not going to offer a prayer or recall a speech from my Spec Ops commander about courage in the face of overwhelming odds. I recall a speech from my coach once gave me about overcoming adversity. Or I won't sugarcoat anything. We are at greater risk than ever before, and unless everyone listens to you, no one will survive. That might scare people, though. The last option sounds good, but I don't want to scare the crap out of people. I think I'm going to go with the first one. I focus on the facts. We need to rebuild quickly and all band together with 100% effort. You take one final look around the room at the tired and worn faces, and the dirt and debris, the corpses lying among you, and the severe damage to the cathedral. Everyone, can I have your attention please, you say, and the survivors form a semicircle around you. Taking a final deep breath, you wait for all to quiet down. We are all tired, hungry, and worried about our safety. The only thing that has kept us alive since the outbreak is this cathedral, and though it's damaged, it can be repaired. We need to gather our strength and rebuild. There is a lot to do. The front doors must be fixed to withstand our enemies and the dead. Our walls must be guarded to warn us of danger. Any routes that may be taken to gain access must be blocked. The bodies of the slain must be carried outside, or we risk disease. Will we be here in 6 months? A year? We may not even be here in a month. But we need to restore this cathedral to house us for just a little longer. And while I have not fed you for long, I ask you for your confidence in me now and to listen to my instructions so all of us can survive. Thank you. The survivors clap at the end of your speech, and you gather from looking at each of their faces that they are encouraged by your words. Well, that's good. I'm glad they're believing in me and respecting me and all that. After the speech, you walk the group of survivors to the front of the cathedral to survey the damage. The inner sanctuary doors appear intact, though the wood braces that held them shut have snapped. Between the inner and outer doors, several corpses lie in varying states of decay, those of the zombies being much further along. The outer doors, though broken, could be patched up and repaired and may once again stand as solid defense against the intruders. Now, let's get into the specifics, you say. Before we get to anything else, Zach, we need to figure out what to do about him, Mindy says, pointing to Badger, the only raider who survived the battle. The name's Badger, he says with a gruff voice. I owe my life to your leader. And my name is Zach. When the zombies attacked, I made a quick decision to let you in. I am sorry the rest of your group died, but the truth is, you came to assault our home and kill us. That's true enough, but I have nothing to go back to, and you saved my life, so I'm with you now. I should put a bullet through your head, Mindy starts. You can try, girl, Badger says through a snarl. Enough, you yell. I'm going to say Badger is part of our group now. Badger is here for now. We'll vote on it. Badger, you have to go. No, I'm going to say Badger's with the group. We need all the help we can get. Your voice rings through the stone walls of the cathedral. Though the faces of the survivors tell you they are not happy with your decision, no one speaks up to challenge it. Listen, everyone. There is a ton of work to get the cathedral back to somewhat livable condition, you say. Emma hands you a clipboard and a pen. This may help. Thanks, Emma. First, I want to assign people to remove the bodies of the dead, board up the entrance of the cathedral, secure the entrance through the alcove, or keep a watch out for outside dangers. I'm going to get the dead bodies out of there first. The bodies of the slain are rank with odor and lie about the sanctuary in random hideous displays of death. Severed limbs, pools of blood, and the infected carcasses of the many zombies litter the area, remnants of the awful battle. Infection from both the zombie virus and other common pathogens is an undeniable risk that increases the longer the dead rot about the cathedral. It will take several strong bodies to remove the dead. You assign Tom. Tom is, Tom can do it. And Jason and Badger. Badger by himself? Oh, Tom? Let's get Tom first. Tom looks off to the side, staring past you. His face is blank and cold, with much of the color gone. Tom, you state again. His eyebrows raise, and he turns to you. Yes, I'll do it, he says, though my skills at construction are more suited to other activities. You check your clipboard for a tally of the assigned work. Total survivor 7, current number unassigned 6, removing dead 1, boarding the entrance 0, securing the alcove 0, watch duty 0, resting 0. You consider your options and assign another person to the task of remove the dead or assign other tasks. I'm going to get somebody else removing the dead too, and that's going to be Badger. Yeah. Badger nods, and the reactions of the rest of the survivors tell you this is a suitable task for the new member of the group. Not the best task, not the most fun task for sure. You check your clipboard for a tally of the assigned work. Survivors, okay. Got 2 removing the dead, 5 left. Assign other tasks. The next priority is to board up the entrance of the cathedral. I'm going to say keep a watch out for outside dangers. That needs to be done. And I'm going to have Emma do that. Emma shoots you a puzzled look. It may be best if I do something else. I'm not really cut out for watch duty. You reply, I just do what I ask. I'm going to tell her to do what I say. Fine, I'll do it, Emma says in a harsh tone. You check your clipboard for a tally of the assigned work. Alright. Assign other tasks. The next priority is to board up the entrance of the cathedral. Having sustained a considerable amount of damage, the cathedral entrance provides little protection from bandits and zombies who wish to enter. Loose stones and flimsy plywood boards are all that keeps the intruders from entry. Immediate attention must be given to a short-term repair job, providing enough of a barricade to limit the chances of someone or something breaking in. Of course, those survivors with construction experience should be highly considered. And I don't know, I mean, this doesn't tell me who has that, so I don't really know. I'm going to say Uncle Lou. Uncle Lou's got a rib problem, though. I don't think I can help. I need to rest. My rib's killing me, Uncle Lou says through labored breathing. You reply, suck it up, Lou. I can't have you resting while we're all busting our asses. I know you're not feeling well, but we need everyone to pitch in. No problem, Uncle Lou. Get some rest. Take care of yourself. I'm going to let him. I forgot that he has broken ribs, that he may die. He needs rest, so I'm going to have to do that. Assign another person to the task of the cathedral. Jason's eyes are bloodshot, appearing as two spiderweb-filled holes. His face is red and blotchy. Even in his visibly saddened state, he nods in agreement of the assignment. You check your clipboard for a tally of the assigned work. Assign other tasks. Secure the entrance of the alcove. Sacred alcove is currently a weak point in the cathedral, which intruders can use to gain entrance. Only a simple chain and lock bar the gate, covering the hole. More work needs to be done to seal this entrance. Mindy, you're going to help me with that? Mindy nods in agreement. I'll get to it right away, she says. You check your clipboard for a tally of the assigned work. At least she didn't whine and complain like everybody else. Assign other no. I'm going to have Heather help her. Sure, no problemo, she says, with an awkward salute. Alright, so now with all the assignments made, the survivors get to work. We only have Uncle Lou resting. In your new role as leader, the best use of your time is to supervise each task in turn. First, you check the group, removing the corpses. In the sanctuary, the survivors clear the dead by lining them closest to the front doors and covering them in large sheets of clear plastic to keep flies out and odor in. Over 30 bodies in varying stages of decay lie about, zombies and raiders alike. Based on your observation of the work being done to clear the bodies, not enough people have been assigned to this task. It will take at least a few days at this rate to clear the area. While the corpses remain, all are at risk of infection. Next, you supervise the watch duty. Having survived a major attack from both raiders and zombies, you consider watch duty moving forward a consistent high priority risk. With only one person keeping watch on the road leading into the cathedral, that's Emma, the outer grounds at various points on easy access, you wonder if that's enough of a system of an early warning while the rest of the group works. Next, you supervise repairing the front doors. As you head into the vestibule, between the inner and outer doors, you cover your nose and mouth when the rank odor wells up. The last of the bodies who died in the attack rest at the threshold to the outside. You review the damage to the inner doors and are thankful it won't take long to repair the broken braces. The outer doors need more work, but are largely intact. With the amount of work involved, you did not assign enough people to the task. You will have to reassign people to this task later or risk the cathedral being easily entered by anyone. Next, you supervise blocking the tunnel leading to the alcove. In the alcove, a cool breeze drifts through the hallway. Your fellow survivors are busy working, packing dirt and debris into the tunnel's hole in the alcove wall. Only a few fit in the hole at once, so it seems you have picked just the right amount of people to work on this while assuring the area will be secure today. Heather's shovel clangs against the smooth stone floor and scoops up a sizable pile of dirt, which she tosses into the hole. She briefly acknowledges your presence with a roll of her eyes, but keeps working and shares no words. Having reviewed all your work assignments, you think of moving into an office from which you can lead the survivors. Behind the cathedral's main stairwell exists a row of offices, one of which is occupied by Tom, another by Mindy. Though having an office is not a necessity, Tom and Mindy have used theirs for strategic planning, meeting with survivors, and somewhat as a status symbol of their position. Tom's office resides on the corner of the row with Mindy's next to it. Considering your own use of the office, you move into an empty row among the other offices, take Tom's office and have him move out, take Mindy's office and have her move out. I don't even know why I'm worried about this right now. I should be helping somebody, I should be helping Jason repair the front door or whatever. But I'll move into an empty room. Past Mindy's office, the only remaining room is a cluttered, musty storage space with piles of boxes stacked like a hoarder's dream. Old newspapers form paper pillars by the door. Cardboard containers sit on flimsy shelves, darkly stained as if rescued from water and dried over time. As you enter, you breathe in dust and cough it out in a puff of heavy air. That doesn't sound good. The only redeeming quality of the room is an oak desk with a rolling chair in the center, which appears in great shape considering the length of its disuse. You sit on the chair and clear away clutter from the desk, mass schedules from over a year ago, and lay your AK-47 across it. As you turn to face the paperwork, the chair squeaks, startling you. Your head is still foggy from a lack of sleep and anything to eat yet today, but you chuckle for being so jumpy. A noise from the hallway causes you to look up. Floorboards groan. A light scratching noise resonates through the hall like the sound of an animal scurrying. A heavy odor flows through the air. Death. Something is coming. As you stare at the hall through the doorway, a long, blurry shadow passes, a tall figure casting a wavy image across the floor. A man steps into view, old and gray with thin strands of coarse white hair sticking out of his scalp. He stares further down the hall. A long white linen robe hangs from his bony frame, a golden cross embroidered on the sleeve. His head bobbles back and forth with a red, square-shaped rigid hat adorning the top and a golden tassel hanging behind. His skin is prunish, with long trenches of sagging skin and dark yellow lesions crusting out. Slender fingers hang like tree twigs waving in the wind. Air whistles from his throat in sickening streaks. Though he stands at the door unmoving, he makes no indication of noticing you. But you can hear the drawn-out scratching and shuffling noise from the hall now multiplied. Could there be more of them? Oh, wow. So this is a zombie, obviously. I stay still and hope he continues past the office, move silently across the room out of the direct line of sight of the zombie cardinal, hide behind the desk, or grab my AK-47 and attack. I'm not going to hide. I'm going to attack the bastard. Yeah. You reach for the AK-47 and stand next to the desk. The cardinal's head turns deliberately. His mouth opens, and a long tongue unfolds and licks his bottom lip. He rushes into the room, hands outstretched toward you. You fire a burst straight through his head. He staggers forward and collapses over the desk. From the hallway, you hear excited moans and the hurried scraping of feet, like dogs gaining traction on a slippery floor. From around the corner, a short, round zombie monk rushes into the room, his mouth slavering strands of milky saliva. You turn and fire, but only manage to hit his shoulder, which knocks him sideways. Next, through the door, two undead nuns run forward, dressed in black and white garb with pointed hats. This sounds like a dream. You step back and fire several times, hitting torso and stomach, which only slows them down. A smaller figure bounds through the room, a young acolyte, in thick cream-colored vestment stained with dirt and spotted with blood. He leans slightly backward, and a 3-foot-tall crucifix juts out of his stomach. Blackened blood dries at the bottom of the post, and you clearly see it has impaled his midsection. Even in undeath, he fails to let the crucifix fall. The small room provides a little space to maneuver, and your shots only knock the zombies away momentarily. Their movements are so reckless and jagged, you cannot get a clean headshot. You decide it's best to make my way out of the room and get help for my fellow survivors, or stand and fight. I guess I'm gonna try to get help. You wait for all the zombie clergy to rush around the desk. Knowing the monk is the most hurt, you bound into him shoulder first, hitting him square in the chest and flinging him backward into a bookshelf. Not stopping, you dash outside the open doorway and head to the sanctuary. As you race through the cathedral, you call out for any who hear. Zombies inside, help! You burst into the gathering and glance back at the zombies in tow. The four of them flying down the hallway, pushing each other aside to be the first in line for a taste of living flesh. You race around the dining table, your hip cutting the corner with a sharp twinge to the joint. The undead procession squeals as they scuttle across the tiled floor, knocking into appliances, rattling pots and utensils to the floor. Through the archway, you speed into the sanctuary, almost knocking into Mindy. Holy crap, Mindy yells. Her eyes widen and mouth trembles as she takes shaky steps back to the altar. Without hesitation, she pulls around her sidekick machine gun and lets loose a flurry of bullets. Repeated pops of sound split the air. The cardinal tops over as the shots riddle his legs, which fold under him. The monk collides with the senior zombie and tumbles over. Mindy butt slides over the altar as the remaining three zombies chase you through the sanctuary. You spot Tom running from the front of the sanctuary with a double-barreled shotgun in hand. He fires, and you leap to the side, feeling the hot air blow past your face. Looking back, you see the head of the altar boy decimated with half his brain exposed and still pulsating in short, quick motions. The two nuns continue to chase you. From the front of the sanctuary, Badger bursts through the inner doors of the sanctuary floor and rushes forward with a long-barreled rifle in hand. He smiles as he lets a shot fly. You turn and spot the first nun sprawled on the floor, her head cut in half and smoldering. He fires again and hits the second zombie nun, blowing her left arm off below the shoulder. Her frail body spins in a circle, spraying blood in a wide arc. She falls and slides 10 feet, smearing a thick, dark pattern below her. Badger walks towards the woman, methodically reloading each barrel of the weapon, which is still smoking. As the nun sits up, Badger shoots, completely scalping the woman and sending her final undead rest. In the back of the sanctuary, Mindy leans over the cardinal and altar boy, firing rounds into the now dead, reanimated corpses, giving them eternal rest. Their bodies twitch and flail, flopping limbs against the stone tiles, splashing dark brown blood pools. Mindy backpedals against the altar and discharges the clip from the submachine gun, replacing it with a fresh one while eyeing the pair of living dead corpses. You plop into a folding chair and lean on your arms to rest. How the hell did they get inside? Mindy asks, swinging the MP5 back over her shoulder. She steps over to you, arms folded, a nervous bounce to her stance. No idea, you say with short breaths, still recovering from the action. By now, all of the survivors have made it to the sanctuary and stare at the dead, robed zombies. You recount for the group the events leading to this moment and describe the path the undead group walked through the cathedral. Even though the alcove is not repaired, I doubt 5 zombies crawled in through such a narrow space, says Mindy. And Emma says, and I doubt they came in near the small church in the southern courtyard. There is an area deeper south we haven't explored much since we got here. I've always wondered what exists there, you say. You recall the catacombs searched with Emma and wonder if somehow zombies wandered their way up those curved and ancient halls. I'll investigate the halls near the gathering. Everyone else get back to work, you say. With all due respect, It could be dangerous if more zombies are lurking about, Tom says. You reply, I'd rather go alone, Tom, or you're right. I'll take a few people with me. Man, I'm already short people what I need to get done what needs to be done as it is. Sadly, I think I needed the help there. If I would have chose to fight those zombies alone, I don't know if I would have made it. But I'm going to have to go about this alone because work has to be done in the cathedral. So I'm going to go alone. Hopefully it's not the enemy. Tom sighs and shakes his head, throwing his hands up as if to show the entire group how he disagrees. Soon the circle of survivors separates and heads off in multiple directions. You walk through the gathering and head south. The hallway narrows. The further you walk, the warmer air circulates the deeper you travel. Though you have only walked 1/2 length of the cathedral, the area feels foreign. Mold and mildew crust the ceiling in hues of green and yellow, crisscrossed in the same areas like a complex lattice forged by architects of the section. While you examine the surface, a whistling reaches your ears, high-pitched and escalating in short bursts, as if a train is barreling closer. You nearly trip on something and crouch down to identify some type of shoe or slipper on the ground. Smudged and torn, the single slipper is purple satin with a silk interior and bits of broken leather on the inside. Further down, the whistling intensifies, and the air grows even warmer, though damp. Your hands sweat over your AK-47. Light radiates from the end of the hallway through ornate windows now reinforced by wood and steel. As you walk down the hall, you spot a break in the wall, 3 feet high starting from the floor. The stone seems sunken, and only darkness escapes through the opening. Little light filters into the room, but you can make out a shallow room. You squint and scan the area, spotting dark, unmoving shapes, several beds, barren shelves, full trash bags, and shredded clothing. You climb down into the room and drop a short distance. Dust plumes around your ankles. Spiderwebs cling to the low ceiling, and the air is stale with the scent of the earth. The room is much wider than long, and now viewing it from the inside, you see a single door leaving the room, a heavy metal sheet with a single latch and a thick wooden beam barring it. In the corner of the room, several bodies lie still, blackened and decayed. Death must have come long ago. The rest of the room contains beds, a great oaken chest with religious clothing for both men and women, several Bibles, a copper chalice, and strands of prayer beads. Claw marks scar the room in numerous spots, clearly near the hole leading out of the room. The items in the room and setup of beds suggest people use this as a personal dorm or safe haven during the outbreak. You step near the bodies in the far corner, both ragged and long dead, with shredded clothes hang over their decomposed corpses. Dried blood paints the ground beneath them. Gouge marks decorate their arms and legs, some areas bitten down to the bone. Wow. With little more to search in the room, you head back out into the hallway. You will need to share your feelings with the rest of the survivors. You tell them the zombies must have clawed their way through the wall over a long time. The explosion during the raider attack must have created a hole, allowing trapped zombies to escape, or the raiders let the zombies in during the attack. I'm going to say the second one. It makes the most sense, and it also will maybe prevent less fear from entering the rest of the group. That the explosion during the raider attack must have created a hole, allowing trapped zombies to escape, and now they're dead, hopefully. By the end of your search, you deduce that the explosions from the raider attacks must have rocked the cathedral foundation, and a hole opened large enough for the 5 trapped zombies to escape. The cardinal, nuns, monk, and altar boy, along with 2 others, must have barred themselves inside at the start of the outbreak, but someone became infected and spread the disease. This story spreads among the survivors, and while many are chilled by the thought of these zombies living among you for so long, they are relieved that there is no lasting danger from the inside of the cathedral. Many express their appreciation at your deductive reasoning. Well, let's hope I'm right. Your first day as leader of the cathedral ends quickly, faster than you imagined. Time flies as your strategic planning, work delegation, office setup, and finally dealing with a zombie group all kept you occupied and wondering if you have succeeded in your new role. Tomorrow, you hope to meet with each survivor and gather feedback on your effectiveness as leader and gain opinions on how work should be prioritized for the future. With the influx of zombies into the area, you must decide whether fixing the cathedral is worth the effort, or if it's time to move on to find a new safe haven. Alright, so we are at the end of Chapter 1, Part 5, with me taking the role and making some decisions here on how work's going to be delegated, who's fixing what, who's doing what, and we don't have enough people to do everything that needs to be done for sure. So important decisions are being made right now, and hopefully, we'll come to an ending here soon that will, be a good ending. I know this game has 9 different endings, and there's only 2 chapters left. So 2 more videos left in Zombie Exodus after this one. Any of you guys that are kind of bummed by the fact that this is coming to an end, go ahead and smile again, because the author, Jim Dattilo, is already hard at work on Zombie Exodus Safe Haven, another Zombie Exodus game. It covers a different group out of Colorado. Now, I haven't tried that or read any more about it, but I do know it's a different part of the country, a different group of survivors, but the same zombie apocalypse that we have in this. So more zombie goodness to come even after we reach the end of Zombie Exodus, and I'm sure I'll be playing that one on my channel as well in the future. So want to go ahead and thank you guys for watching this video, listening to this video. Be sure you leave your comments down below. Let me know what you guys think of the decisions I made or of the story as a whole. I hope you guys have been enjoying it. If so, please comment down below, let me know. And you can also let me know by giving me a thumbs up if you're enjoying these videos, and sharing the video with others you think may enjoy this whole play of Zombie Exodus by maybe sharing a link for the playlist on my channel. Would be appreciated by me as well. Want to go and thank you guys again for watching and for your comments and everything you guys do. Be sure you take care of each other and take care of someone else, as well. You never know when your final day, will come. Thanks for everything, guys, ladies. We'll see you in the next video. Take care.
Hey, this Reese's is so good. I love these. It's my favorite candy bar. I'm making a mess, but man, this is good. Oh no, I'm feeling something weird. What the heck? What the heck's going on?
Alright, hello everybody. Welcome back to my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. This is going to be video number 16, and there should only be 2 more videos left. This one and probably 1 more, as we only have 2 chapters left. This is part 5, chapter 2, and then we'll have part 5, chapter 3 assuming we survive that long. And it's been great so far. The last chapter, the last video wasn't exactly nearly as exciting as the video before that, video number 14, with all the attacks, the raiders and zombies and everything like that. But last chapter I had been assigned as the new leader for the group and kind of had to assign people to try to rebuild our cathedral, which had been severely damaged, and stand watch guard and that kind of thing, and remove all the dead corpses and bodies from our cathedral. So I found out last chapter exactly some of the mistakes I've probably been making earlier, where I didn't allow people that came to the door, asking and pleading with me to join our group, because I didn't trust anybody. I've been watching The Walking Dead maybe too long, where it's really hard to trust new people. And in an apocalypse, and I've also played video games like Rust and all the survival games out there where you learn pretty quickly not to trust people very easily. So, I haven't been very trusting, and it looks like that may, really hurt us here when we're trying to rebuild the cathedral. We also know that the zombie exodus is still coming. The hordes and hordes and hordes of zombies coming from the bigger towns through the countryside in search for food. And they are coming. We know that's coming soon. And we're going to have to make a decision here real soon on whether to stay in the cathedral, which we're trying to rebuild, or head out and try to find a safer location. So that decision is going to have to be made soon. And I'm sure since I'm the leader, I'll be the one making that. So things are coming down to the wire here in Zombie Exodus, and I look forward to playing video number 16 here. So let's go ahead and get this thing started. Progress is saved, and it's August 14th now. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the stats before we start here. Okay, all this is good. We're carrying nothing. We're uninjured. That's good. We lost a little bit of our relationship with Emma somehow. It used to be 81. I wonder if that's because I assigned her to watch duty. I have no idea. But we lost a little bit of that relationship with Emma somehow. Heather, I think, is the same. Mindy's the same. That's 77. And Tom, 63. Uncle Lou is a friend, 75. So Uncle Lou is pretty high up there, right beside Mindy. And Jason is pretty high. Badger, that's the new raider that we invited in, so it's not a surprise that he's so low. He doesn't trust me yet. And we don't have much food at all. And everything else is pretty decent, but food supply is running real low. So our defense is pretty low too. It's not near as good as our offense. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this. August 14th, 2012. A hard rain pounds outside your dorm window and wakes you with the early light of the morning. A few days have passed since the rain on the cathedral, and the cleanup and repair work have been non-stop. Mindy's hand creeps across your stomach, and she pulls herself close to your body, head resting on your bare stomach. Ooh. Morning, she says, with a smile, and kisses your belly button. It tickles. Morning. This is the best part of my day, waking up with you. Not thinking of the world, this place, what's roaming around outside. For just a few moments, I can pretend the world is the way it was before. And her voice trails as she turns her head to look across the room. Well, I'm headed down to breakfast, you tell her. She shifts off you and turns on her back, pulling the pale lemon-colored sheet across her bare body. I'll meet you later. I want to sleep some more. I'm not leading this place anymore. I can go to work later. You rise, slip on the cleanest clothes you own, and head down to the gathering. With the recent attacks on the cathedral in mind, and the thought of running into another pack of religiously dressed zombies, you stop at the supply room and grab some weapons. Hey, good thinking. Alright, you look over the numerous items laid out across the many shelves and tables. First, you choose a primary weapon. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and take my AK-47. That's been my primary weapon for a long time now. And since we have it, I think I'm going to take that. Next, I'm going to choose a secondary weapon. Let's choose a sword. Yeah, cavalry sword. You take the cavalry sword down from a high shelf and strap it to your wrist. Having selected a few weapons, your grumbling stomach compels you toward the gathering for breakfast. Candles flicker in the gathering, and the faint smell of coffee seeps through the air. Cold radiates off the stone walls, and a stiff draft churns through the floors of the cathedral, strengthened by the coming autumn winds. Uncle Lou stands at the grill, chopping sizzling potatoes with the edge of a spatula. He wheezes with each slow, labored breath, and at one point he lays the spatula on the side of the sink and clutches his ribs, leaning over with a grimace. But only a few seconds later, his face calms and he stands, and a wide smile spreads across his red face. He swipes his forehead with a stained tan towel. Spooning out a generous portion of hash browns, he slaps it on a plate and slides it across the table to you. He turns the grill to low and pours a cup of thin black liquid into a Yogi Bear mug. Lou sits at the table and wipes a spot in front of him. Then he lays the cup down. Not the best coffee, but it'll do. Do I chat with Uncle Lou while eating breakfast, or have no interest in chatting with Uncle Lou? No, I mean, I think, my relationship is good with Uncle Lou and with some of these people because I'm willing to chat with them. So let's go ahead and have a little chat with him while I'm eating breakfast. It won't hurt, right? You eat your breakfast of potatoes, onions, and spices while talking to Lou. How are you feeling? I can't believe those raiders attacked us the other day. What do you think about the zombie attack during the raid? Let me ask you about the cathedral's leadership. Well, I'm leading, so that's asking about me. Am I doing a good job, Uncle Lou? No. Let's talk about your work assignment for the day. I wanted to ask about the other survivors. Nice talking to you, Uncle Lou. I should get going. Well, I'm not going to ask most of this stuff, but I do want to ask him how he's feeling. I do want to care about him. So how you doing, Uncle Lou? Better today. Thanks for asking. My ribs don't throw up so much, but over the past few days I've been treating myself with a bit of special medicine. Uncle Lou holds his coffee mug and tilts it side to side with a smile. It's just coffee now, so he's been drinking some liquor. Well, that makes sense, okay. Liquor kills pain. Uncle Lou leans forward and props himself on a hairy forearm. You move on to another topic. I can't believe those raiders attacked us the other day. What do you think about the zombie attack during the raid? Let's ask him about what he thinks about the zombie attack. It's just more reason for us to get out of here. The zombie nexus, or whatever you call it, is happening. My plan is to get a truck, build it out like a tank, pack it up with all we can fit, and hit the road. Staying here makes no sense. As soon as I feel up to it, maybe in a few days, I'm heading to that truck depot to get a big rig and start a new Uncle Lou's big truck. But this isn't serving food, but zombie death. Uncle Lou's belly hits the table and shakes it, causing some of your food to flip off the plate. You clean it up and think of a new topic to discuss. So his belly hit the table and knocked food off my plate? What, does he have a big belly and he's laughing or what? I don't get it. Okay. Anyway, I'm not going to ask him about the leadership. I'm not going to assign him a work duty. He's still hurting. I'm not going to ask about all those other survivors. I don't really care about all that. So I think I'm done talking to him. Nice talking to you, Uncle Lou. I should get going. Got stuff to do, buddy. As you stand, you realize Uncle Lou has no work assignment for the day. Uncle Lou, we need to discuss what you're working on today. To be honest, cooking and cleaning the kitchen is all I got in me today, Uncle Lou says, holding his ribs, a pained look on his face. That sounds fine. You just do that for today and rest? Sounds like a good option. Or you're needed on watch duty, or we're behind on clearing the sanctuary, clearing the sanctuary. So taking the zombies and dead people out of the sanctuary. So that's where you should work today. The front gates are not fixed. Please work on that. I'd like you to head out and look for food, or we're in need of fuel. Spend some time today searching the area of any you can find, or I'd rather you just rest. Not even cooking or other chores. Well, as tempting as it is to just let him do the dishes and cooking, I think we probably need him on watch duty. So let's go ahead and have him do watch duty. That way maybe I can free up Emma to do something else. Yeah. Well, I guess that's not too bad, Uncle Lou says. I got a real Hawkeye, so no one's sneaking up on this place. Uncle Lou walks to the stove and scrapes away a layer of cooked-in food from a heavy pan. So, let me ask you, are you ready to take a trip with me to get the truck for when we leave? I'd like to go soon and can use your help. Well, sure, I'd like to go with you. I'm not sure I'd be the best to go. No, I won't be able to go now that I'm a leader. I have too many other responsibilities. I can't help you, Uncle Lou. Well, that's not an option. I'm not going to tell him that. Or, Uncle Lou, leaving the cathedral isn't a good idea. I think we should all stay. Well, with our cathedral in the state that it is right now, I'm thinking, why aren't we just going ahead and leaving? Why are we spending any energy even rebuilding this place? But it's not giving me an option to take off today and get everybody working on that. So I'm going to go with a story here. And I'm just going to tell him that I think I'm going to tell him I won't be able to go now that I'm a leader. I have too many other responsibilities, because I can imagine that I go with Uncle Lou to try to find this truck, and I come back and everybody's being, something bad's going to happen while I'm gone. We'll be raided, the zombies come, something. So that's what I'm picturing happening. I don't know, but I'm going to tell him that I have too many other responsibilities. Well, maybe we'll get somebody else to go help him. Well, this place basically runs itself. Plus, you could just delegate to Mindy or Tom to run the place. I'll come find you in a day or so, and we'll head out to get the truck. All right, so he's just going to go ahead and tell me we're going anyway. Uncle Lou brings the pan to the sink, his heavy hand scraping at the metal surface with a rough sponge. All right. Stepping into your office, you sit at the desk and review inventory and resource information. Pinned to your whiteboard is a simple note from Tom saying that the cathedral's entrance is still not fixed, and more people are needed to repair it. Taped to your desk is a note from Emma stating that several survivors have had stomach pains and diarrhea, which she attests to the diseased and rotting corpses still lying in the sanctuary. That might be why our relationship with Emma went down from 81 to 77. With barely any medicine left, she has had little luck in treating the illnesses. That's not good. The resource list reads as follows. Water 14, food only 3 days, energy 9 days, medicine is low. Wow, we're getting down to the nitty gritty here on food and medicine. And people are sick because of the rotting corpses in the sanctuary. That's not good. With a better understanding of the cathedral's needs, you look over your list of survivors to meet with them and discuss the plans for today and the future. Well, looks like I got to assign everybody to another task here, so we're going to go ahead and do that. All right, Tom. Tom is in his office, crouched near a row of boxes. As you enter, you spot him folding a cardboard flap over a row of bottles. He glances in your direction, but keeps loading up boxes with liquor from his cabinet. An odd glow crosses his face from the oil lantern hanging near the doorway. The room is cold and damp, but Tom is wearing a thick brown sweater, and with his dark beard and hair combed to the side, he appears as a college professor. Hey Tom, I came to talk to you. Do you have a minute? With a nod, he says, yes, we should talk. He sits on the old couch and crosses an ankle over his knee, arms stretched across the back. So, what's on your mind? Do I ask him about what are your thoughts on the attacks the other night? What do you think about me becoming a leader? Let's discuss your work assignment for the day. I can't believe Candace is gone. Yeah, let's say that. I'm going to sign in for a work assignment for the day, but let's talk about Candace being gone real quick. See what you have to say about that. Because that, I was told by somebody that I could have actually jumped down and saved her life, and I wouldn't have died. And I was really scared that if I had jumped down, I would have been sacrificing myself to save her. So that's why she had died. That was back in video number 14. Yeah, I can't believe Candace is gone, Tom. Tom nods in slow, even movements, looking at the floor. Candace will surely be missed. She was a bit of a sunshine in this dismal place. Tom scratches his neck. You hear his fingernails scraping the skin. But I will also say that the Carl Jason Candace triangle was a complete fiasco. Carl was an extremely important asset to this group, and losing him due to a love triangle is a travesty. I have never expressed my anger towards Candace, but I blame her for creating the problem. Had she not led both men on, we would not have had the fight, and Carl would still be here. Damn, that's an interesting perspective. I mean, he's got a point there. I agree, Tom. Candace is to blame. So you excuse Carl's decision to resolve this by attacking another survivor? And you don't lay any of the blame on Jason for stealing another man's woman? Or blaming Candace as sexist, Tom. You excuse both the men for any part in the matter. Wow. I mean, all three of the lower choices there sound like a fight. Sound like I'm, just looking. There's really no reason in fighting here. Yeah, I'm usually pretty strongly opinionated in my life and reality and stuff like that. But in this particular situation, any of the lower three choices are just basically, pointing my finger at him and saying, "Rawr." And so I don't think I want to do that. I think I'm just going to agree to him, even though I really don't. I kind of agree that, I don't know. I mean, he has a point, so I'm just going to go ahead and agree with him. Tom nods in agreement. He lifts a book off a side table, a thickly bound book called Effective Team Management by R.K. Winkerton. He flips through the book, seemingly not interested in the topic of Candace anymore. Next, you say, "What are your thoughts on the attacks the other night? What do you think about me becoming a leader? May I ask you about your life before the outbreak? Oh, where do you think Carl went?" Yeah, let's ask him that. Where do you think Carl went? Carl is extremely resourceful. He often would take excursions around the countryside looking for other safe areas or survival locations. I have a feeling some of our supplies were placed strategically throughout the area as well, in the event he'd need to leave the cathedral. My guess is he's alive and well out there in the old pine woods. Okay. With some of the supplies. Next, you say, "Well, enough of the talk. Let's go ahead and get your work assignment for the day, Tom." Tom nods and grabs a notebook from a side table. "I've made some notes on who I would assign to each task if you're interested in seeing it." On who he would assign each task? Sure. Yeah, let's see what he says. Tom leans forward and shares his notebook with you. He has Tom fixing the cathedral entrance, Emma doing daily chores and medical duty. Makes sense. Mindy watching duty, Uncle Lou daily chores and kitchen duty, Jason clearing corpses from the sanctuary, Heather watch duty, and Badger clearing corpses from the sanctuary. So basically he'd flip him and, he was clearing corpses and Jason was doing the cathedral entrance. But, yeah, his idea looks pretty good. I think I want Uncle Lou on watch duty as well. And then maybe I can put, Heather or something like that helping clear corpses. Because we need to get that done. I guess the sanctuary is already fixed. And I think I had Mindy and Heather doing that. So maybe that's already fixed. I'm assuming. Because we have more people and less things to do now than I did in the last chapter. Now that you've seen my list, what would you like to assign for me to work on today? Tom asked. First, you review the list of survivors currently assigned. Okay. Uncle Lou we put on watch duty. Tom, unassigned. I'm going to have Tom, I'm going to do what he says. I'm going to have him repair the cathedral's entrance. Tom nods with a smile. Sounds great. I'll get right to it. You mark Tom's assignment down in your notes and turn back to him and say, I need to get going. Tom nods and raises. You head out of the office and walk back to your office. I'm going to go see Jason now. You find Jason sitting at a wooden workbench in an old storage area. Pieces of a laptop decorate a bench with a large central piece balanced on the edge of the table, inner wires exposed. Jason's hand grips a flathead screwdriver as he dissects the laptop's innards. Oh, hey, Zach, what's up? Okay. Just thought I'd like to come in for a chat. Mind if we talk while you work? Coming to check on you and discuss a few things. I'm handing out work assignments for the day. That's all I need to do. Fine, what do you want me to do? I'm going to have you cleaning corpses, buddy. That's what Tom suggested. He probably won't like this, but we'll see. Sure, whatever, Jason replies. With Jason's assignment made, next you Sit and chat with him? No, I got stuff to do. Chat with everybody all day long. You head out of the workroom and consider the other survivors on your list. Okay. Badger's going to be clearing corpses. As you walk into Badger's dorm room, you pass by the supply room and spot him inside. His back is to you, but his gray ponytail swings as he looks over the shelves of items. His dark trousers are frayed at the end and have a plastered dust on the edges, and he wears a butterscotch plaid sweater, which is too small and hugs his body. Before you realize you are behind him, you, say hello and ask to speak with him. Question his presence in the supply room. Yeah, I'm going to question why he's in the supply room. Badger, you shout. Badger jumps in place and drops the metal clipboard, which rattles on the ground. He turns clockwise to face you and bends over the clipboard. His ample belly protrudes, and his pants slip down to show a bit too much of what lies beneath. Wow. Sorry, didn't see you there, he says and stands. What are you doing in here? Checking inventory. I figured after the fight the other day, we need a good accounting of everything we have. Mindy handles our inventory. I'm not going to scold him in my office, but I am going to tell him Mindy handles our inventory. There's no need to spend time on it. Alright, I meant no harm by it and wouldn't want to step on Mindy's pretty little toes. He smiles, which makes his oddly shaped belly jiggle. You say, I came here to discuss a few things and have a minute. Or Mindy's my girlfriend. Maybe you can refrain from comments about her pretty little toes. Dude, I don't care about that. I'm not worried about drama, so I'm not going to say that. I came to discuss a few things here. Yes, I do, he says with a gruff tone. He reaches for 2 metal chairs and wheels them over, handing you one. What's on your mind? Since you used to be a leader of the Raider group, I wanted to ask you questions about them. No. Do you know about Zombie Exodus? Yes, ask him that. What's that? Some sort of metal band? No, it's a name to an event that is happening. As the large populations of zombies in cities run out of food, they head out in masses to the surrounding areas. We've heard these hordes of the living dead are headed this way. We saw such a group the night of the raid. Most of us are debating whether it makes sense to leave the cathedral or head to safer, less populated areas, or stay at the cathedral and build up our defenses. Badger nods as he listens, one eye squinting. Makes sense to go. That bunch of dead from the other night is just a taste of what's to come. Best for us to hightail it out of here. Maybe head over to Nebraska. I hear no one lives there. This whole area is dead. I don't mean living dead, but wildlife is gone. All the homes have been scavenged, and the living have been murdered by the dead or other living. It's not worth it here. Time to roll on. Badger's opinion is shared by many in the cathedral. Decisions about your group's future will need to be made, but for now, you switch topics. Yep. I think we're going to have to leave too, so I don't know why we're, spending all our energy repairing the cathedral. I don't know why we just don't leave. Leave all the dead there and everything. We're exposing ourselves to the dead by moving them out and everything. But that's not an option, so. What was your life like before the outbreak? I don't care. Let's discuss your work for the day. No, I don't care about his opinion of the survivors. Let's just discuss your work job for the day. You are going to be, right, let's have it, Badger says. You're going to be removing corpses. You've already got it, you've already been doing that for some time, so. I'm used to run a raiding party. You can use me in better ways than scraping dead off the floor, but I'll do it. Badger takes a pen out of his pocket and jots a note on the palm of his hand. I'll get started on that as soon as we're done talking, he says. So next you discuss. That's all I need to discuss. Go ahead and get started, Badger. Well, Badger, I need to go talk to other people, you say. Alright, Zach, good talk, Badger says. He stands and heads out of the supply room. You review your list of survivors and consider the next person to meet. Emma, we know she's going to be doing medical stuff. After searching the cathedral for Emma for 20 minutes, you're told by Uncle Lou that your sister is down by the river. The bank of the river is narrow, as rocks and coarse sand make up only a few feet before the rough waters begin. You spot a thin figure sitting on a high rock at the river's edge. As you draw near, the long brown hair and light complexion resemble Emma. The tide crashes against the heavy stones, splashing up water. It would take great strength to swim against the waves. The overhead sun beats down, and you are already sweating from the inescapable heat. The wind blows hard, but the warmth it brings does nothing to cool your skin, and the swirling noise, The wind blows hard, but the warmth it brings does nothing to cool your skin, and the swirling noise it makes almost drowns out the breaking waves. Not much else exists along the coast. Far to the right is a thick bank of rocks. To the left is a high slope leading to a cliff with trees and bushes along its ridge. Nearing Emma, you notice her skin is highly wrinkled, as if she was swimming in water for hours. And her hair is clumped and matted to her skull in an unnatural way. It's not Emma. You reach for your AK-47. Zach! Zach! You hear faintly in the distance. You believe it is coming from the cliff to the left. The figure on the rock turns. Its face is missing part of the lower jaw, the remaining part deviated so the teeth are more sideways than vertical, appearing mandibular. The nose is mashed with a blood long dried and crusted. The figure's skin is yellow, though in most places it's so wrinkled to the point the skin is slouching and gray. The zombie falls sideways off the rock and stands, arching its back and screeching. Its mouth curls into an O shape, and teeth gnash together. She moves quicker than you've seen other zombies move. Long claws swipe the air as she dashes toward you. Oh boy. You back away and quickly think of the ways to handle the situation. Attack the zombie with your AK-47, run toward the cliff, or rush into the water and swim away from the zombie. Where's my sword? I have a sword too. I'm gonna attack the zombie, blow it up. You swing around your AK-47 as the zombie's claw sails past your face. You duck and lean backward, losing your balance, and land hard on the coastline. The zombie dives toward you, just as you press the trigger. The zombie's jaw explodes to the side. She lands on top of you, collapsing with her head on your chest, her body flailing for a few moments. You shove the zombie to the side and roll away. Water washes onto the shore, surrounding her body and sliding her a few inches out to sea. The water mixes with the brown blood, giving it a muddy appearance. Her limbs go straight and stiffen, as if rigor mortis finally caught up. Zach! Zach! The voice is close, and you spot Emma running down the rocky beach. She wears camouflage clothes and carries a scoped hunting rifle. Are you okay? She asks, swinging the barrel of the rifle towards the zombie corpse. Yeah, I just didn't expect your zombie twin on the coast, you say. You really think she looks like me? Emma says with an annoyed tone. Unfortunately, from behind, Emma punches your arms and sticks her tongue out at you. We should head back to the cathedral, she says. That's funny. The sky is a deep blue, though light clouds blank out some of the canvas. Seabirds call out overhead. I bet they're as hungry as we are. You and Emma start up the path to the cathedral, side by side, keeping watch for any signs of zombie unlife. What are you doing outside the cathedral with that rifle, you ask? The other day Cassie found a few berry bushes, so I went to gather some berries. I brought the rifle along for protection. You glance to your side and are momentarily startled as Cassie is walking nearby, though her form fades and disappears. Wow, that's creepy. Now, we've seen Cassie down in the catacombs before, or what looked like Cassie, leading us further and further into the catacombs. So this is not new, but it's still pretty creepy. There are definitely more zombies around. I saw half a dozen at least over the hour I was in the woods. They were easy to avoid, but the increase in numbers is noticeable, Emma says. Zombie exodus is real. We need to make decisions soon about staying at the cathedral or leaving. This is obviously just my opinion. Well, Cassie helped, but we should leave. Our chances are better in less populated area with a small group. But I'd like to know your opinion. We should leave. I'm going to say we should leave. So I tell her we leave. Glad we agree, Emma says. Leaving is the only sensible option. As you said, the zombies' presence is increasing, and we need to move now before this place is overrun. The real decision is, who do we take? We should take whoever wants to go with us. Uncle Lou is going to get us a truck to carry our resources and fit as many of us as we can. Everyone has the right to go, don't you think? Emma bites her bottom lip and stares at you pensively. We'll see. The decision won't be easy, and there's lots to think about. For now, there's other things to talk about. Like what? Emma says. The raid on the other night came as a surprise. I still can't believe we survived. How do you feel about me becoming a leader? There's a lot to be done around here. What do you think we should focus on? Let's discuss our your work assignment for the day. Alright, I think I'm going to ask her opinion on what we should focus on. See what she says. The priority is to remove the bodies from the sanctuary. They are decomposing, and we all are at a greater risk of infection with them there. And they smell. And also, you have to decide what to do about zombie exodus, so we can prepare to leave or stay and build up the cathedral. Emma's decisiveness leaves you without further question, so next you ask, let's discuss your work assignment. Sister? Okay. I'm going to have Emma watch duty, repairing, finding food, finding fuel, daily chores, or resting. Well, Emma, we need food, but right now let's go ahead and get those zombies out of there, the corpses. I'm going to have you help do that, because I don't see an option here to do what Tom said and, do the medical stuff. So, daily chores, I guess that would be daily chores. Yeah, I'm going to have her just do daily chores, like Tom suggested. That sounds fine, Emma says. With Emma assigned, next you say... no, that's all I need to discuss. The two of you walk the rest of the short distance to the cathedral. I need to speak to the rest of the group, so I'll talk to you later. Great, good talking to you, she says with a smile, and walks toward the gathering. You look down at the list of survivors you haven't visited yet. So did we increase our relationship with Emma with a playful bantering and giving her a not-so-bad task? Nope, not at all. That was worth a shot. Need to talk to Mindy. You find Mindy sitting on a bed in her dorm room, meticulously cleaning her SMG. Her hair hangs around her face, and she wears dark, skin-tight clothes battle-ready. A faint light glow outside the single window in the room, which is cluttered with clothing, old newspapers and magazines, maps, and other items. As you step into the room, she smiles and drops the SMG to the side of the bed. Oh, babe, come on in, she says and slides from the bed. She throws some old newspaper and an old pair of shoes from the wooden chair and pushes it near the bed. Here, sit. You take the seat as Mindy crosses back onto the bed and lifts the SMG. She cleans the barrel with an oil-filled rag. So, what's up? Thinking about a lot about zombie exodus. What are your plans? How do you feel about me becoming the leader of the group? What do you think is our top priority? I want to discuss our relationship. Wow. Let's discuss your work assignment. A lot of different options here. I'm going to ask, let's see. What are your plans for zombie exodus? Let's ask that. I'm doing whatever you are. I assume you want to leave the cathedral, which has always been my preference, but I'm happy to stay if that's your choice. What are your plans? I'm going to leave. Sounds good to me. Whatever you choose, Zach. And that's what I'm going with. Mindy's smile has an almost cult-like quality to it, but it soon drops for a look of worry. You do want me to stay with you, right? I mean, if you remain at the cathedral or go, I'm with you, right? You're definitely part of my plans, baby. Hell yeah. Great, you had me worried for a sec. Just remember, I'm here for you, and I want to be a part of your plans. All that being said, what else should we talk about? I'm curious what my options are if I say I want to discuss our relationship. I think it's going pretty good now. I mean, why? Is there a way to make it even better? I don't see how we could, so I don't think I even want to... Out of curiosity, I think I'm going to go for it here and see what the choices are. I want to discuss our relationship. Mindy perks up and slides all the way to the edge of the bed. Sure, what do you want to talk about? I just really want to do this, I say, and kiss her. I've been meaning to say I love you. Hell yeah. I really enjoy what we have going, but now that I'm leader, I want to cool things down. No. Or we shouldn't see each other anymore. Yeah, we shouldn't see each other anymore. I've taken a liking to Heather. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to tell her I love her. Hell yeah, why not? I mean, in a zombie exodus and an apocalypse, when we may die any time, if you really have that strong of feelings for someone, then, you know, why be afraid to tell them you love them? Love is going to be the one thing that, you know, is invaluable in a situation like this. So let's see what her response is, though. I'm curious to see if she loves me back or if this is actually going to, you know, hurt our relationship. If I show the stats, 79 right now. So it went up from 77. Remember, it was the same at Emma when we started, so it's already to 79. So let's say I love you and see what happens to that. See what her response is. Mindy's eyes grow wide, and she stammers over the word love. Well, Zach, I don't know what to say. I love you too. You lean forward and kiss her. She pulls back at first, but as your lips press firmly into hers, she leans in, wraps her arms around you. Her hands slide up your back, and her fingers move through your hair, playing as you kiss. She bites your lip, and you break away. Hey, you yell, and lick your lip. Mindy laughs, rocking back and forth gently. Sorry, I'm just messing around. She places her hands on your shoulders and stares at you through fiery eyes that could melt glass. She touches your lip with her fingertips. We have a lot to do today, but tonight, she says, and leaves the words hanging with a wry smile. She slides back on the bed. Yeah, gonna be a wild night if we can survive this day, it sounds like. That's cool. Let's move on to something else, while I can still think straight, she says. Wow, okay, let's check our stats. I'm curious to see if it's even moved up from 79. We'll see. 81. There we go. So we're doing good with Mindy. Mindy's now where Emma used to be. Kind of makes more sense that Mindy's our highest relationship figure. All right. So I want to talk to her about... what she's going to be doing today. Review the work assignments so far. We got Tom on the cathedral entrance. We got Emma doing daily chores. Uncle Lou's on watch duty. Mindy and Heather are unassigned. And we get Jason and Badger removing the dead. So the cathedral probably needs a little help, and probably I'll have Heather help remove dead, and I'll have Mindy help Tom. Yeah. Okay. I think that's what I'll do. I think Uncle Lou can handle watch duty, I hope. Okay, I'm ready to get to work. Watch duty would make sense, or sending me out to search for resources. What do you have in mind for me? Oh, that's tempting too. Maybe I want to have her try to find some food. I hate for her to go though, because I mean, I just told her I love her. What if something happens to her? I kind of want to be there with her if something happens. Send her out alone to search for food? You know what? We need food though, or all of us might die. We need food. Even if we leave, we need food. So I'm going to see if she can... There's not an option to find medicine, so I think I'm going to see if she can find some food. I got to go for it, as much as I love her. Good idea. I have a few ideas on places to search in the countryside. Places we haven't tried yet. This is a little bit scary, though, with Emma just telling me that the zombies are increasing in numbers out in the woods, and she's going to be headed right out in the countryside. I'm a little bit nervous with this decision. I hope it's a wise decision. I don't want to lose Mindy. That would suck. With Mindy's task assigned, you say, no, I'm good with all that. That's all I want to discuss. Mindy stands at the edge of the bed, and as you rise, she wraps her arms around your neck and plants a kiss on your mouth. See you later, right? Your room tonight, she says with a suggestive smile. You give her a quick kiss and walk to the door, keeping your eyes locked on her until you reach the hallway. I hope that is not our last kiss. I really, really hope that. Just out of curiosity, I'm going to check the relationship, see if it's even increased from an 81. Nope, still 81. Okay. I didn't know if maybe the kiss increased it even further. I mean, I have no idea how this works. All right. So next, I meet with Heather. And Heather's going to be helping get those damn dead bodies out of there, like it or not. After searching the interior of the cathedral for a half hour, you find Heather sitting on the lawn halfway down the hill leading to the old pine woods. She's dressed in blue overalls, with a black and gray Ramones t-shirt underneath. Her sandy hair blows to the side, lifted off her shoulders. Bare feet dig loose dirt. Aside from the rustling grass and distant calls of unseen birds, a quiet looms from river to forest. Empty roads stretch between the cathedral lawn and the start of the thick woods. Hey, Heather says, as you sit on the cool ground. She pulls out a blade of grass and flicks it a few feet. The wind catches it and carries it away. Everything okay? I don't know, Heather says. I don't feel myself lately. My mind is just racing all the time. I'm too stressed out. Heather runs a hand through her hair. She lights up a cigarette and takes a long draw. Rain clouds form overhead, though the air is dry and the sun beats down. After a few moments of silence, she smiles at you and offers her cigarette. Take the cigarette or decline? Now I'm going to decline. Heather reaches back for the cigarette and takes a puff. So, what brought you down here anyway? Are you planning on staying in the cathedral or leaving? I'm going to ask her that. I definitely want to leave. This place is a death trap. We need to be on the road away from civilization with a lot fewer people. Whoever said their strength in numbers never had to feed so many people. Really, we can head out with just you, me, Emma, and Tom, and Uncle Lou. That's a capable group, and with the supplies we have, we can survive for a while. Notice she didn't include Mindy, me, Emma. So you, her, you, me, myself, Zach, and Heather, in her mind, Emma, Tom, and Uncle Lou. Now, why would she not say Mindy? That's kind of messed up. That's a capable group, and with supplies we have, we can survive for a while. Hearing Heather's words, you reply, I agree, those are the people I would choose too. I'm going to say, what about the other survivors? What about Mindy? What about them? They can survive on their own. They have to worry about themselves first, worry about family and close friends. Our small group has the best chance of making it. Anyone else just drags us down. So, we should leave Mindy? She's a smart, capable woman. She'll be fine. Wow. Does she not know that her and I are sleeping together? I mean, wow. Heather drains a cigarette down to the filter, flicks it away, and takes out a fresh one. Wow, she's like going after him. This cathedral, she says, and looks back and points at the immense stone structure. This place has been good to us for a few months. It got us through some rough times, but it's time to move on. I'd rather take my chances on the unknown than risk staying in a place I know is bound for destruction. She digs her toes into the dirt, wiggling her feet to drive them in deeper. Plus, I get to see the rest of the country. At least if I die, I'll die knowing I've seen the Grand Canyon or driven over the Golden Gate Bridge or viewed the ocean from Key West. Are we going to go that far? Heather gazes into the forest and flicks a tall blade of grass to the side. Smoke slithers from her cigarette and dissipates quickly overhead. So that's my plan. Let's discuss something else. Yeah, I'm done talking to you. You're not even going to include Mindy, my woman, in the escape party? You're done. You're helping clean corpses for sure now, lady. Let's discuss your work assignment for the day, Heather. Work, it's a 4-letter word, you know, Heather states. You review her work assignments? Yeah, I know what they are. You need to get those corpses out of there, Heather. Heather blinks hard several times. Are you serious? You want me to pick up rotting bodies and dispose of them? Why would you possibly ask me to do that? It needs to be done, and we need all the help possible. Fine, I'll do it, but next time give me a break and put me on watch duty or something. With Heather's work assignment discussed, next you say, that's all I need to discuss. You stand and clean off your clothes from the bit of dirt gathered while sitting on the ground. The air is thick and dry, and warm air gusts, nearly knocking you over. Is that wind increasing is that kind of a sign for what's to come? Storm to come? Zombie exodus? That's what I'm gathering. Back at the cathedral, you grab a quick drink of lukewarm water in the kitchen and cool off after being in the heat outside. After a short break, you visit. I'm done talking with others. There's nobody else to talk to. After speaking with the other survivors, you finalize your duty list and post it in the kitchen for all to read. Duty list: Tom, cathedral entrance, Emma daily chores, Uncle Lou's watching for danger. We got Mindy finding food, and we got Heather, Jason, and Badger removing the dead. You head back to your office in the mid-afternoon, hungry and already tired from the mental efforts exerted today. Waiting inside for you is Mindy, who is sitting on the edge of your desk. Hey, I had a quick question and hope you don't mind me waiting in here for you. What's up, you say? She leans forward as you pass and kisses your cheek. She seems tense and already worn out, though the day is only half over. Would you be willing to hold a memorial service? You know, for all who passed in the raid and even for Javier and Dave. I think it would be good for us all, raise morale, and help us to feel normal. I don't think we have time for such things, or that's a great idea. Let's do it. If it's going to raise morale, why not? I mean, couldn't take that long. Sure, let's do it. Great, we should let everyone know, Mindy says, clearly excited. Thanks for your time, Zach. Mindy hops off the desk and gives a quick wave as she steps outside. Back in your office, you review a copy of the duty list and decide to... I'm going to help her find food. There we go. Yeah. Clear the dead. Yeah, I'm going to help her find food with Mindy, definitely. In the early afternoon, you head outside of the main cathedral doors and look over the last vehicle remaining. In the bandit attack, all of your vehicles were destroyed, save the beat-up Dodge van. The unkempt grass is riddled with weeds and debris. Scorch marks from the explosions during the attack are forever painted on the outer walls. The patch job on the doors makes the once beautiful entryway now appear as a boarded-up abandoned castle. While your small group of survivors have worked hard to rebuild, the lack of resources makes even the simplest task a struggle. Finding food in the area is a difficult task as the woods have been overhunted and nearby residential and commercial areas have been cleared from scavenging. Mindy is decked out in a short burgundy leather jacket, gray denim jeans, and a red ankle-high combat boots. Now, why is she in a leather jacket when it's already said it's warm? It's like August. That's kind of weird. She suggests checking out Gracetown, which is a large city past Temperance. However, after discussing it further, the two of you determine it's too far away, and the chance of a large town being filled with zombies makes the risk outweigh the reward. You and Mindy head out in the early afternoon. You travel on the outer perimeter of the old pine woods heading west, searching the countryside for any hidden paths or long deserted homes. The zombie presence has definitely increased, and their attraction to the noise of your vehicle has you parading them for long stretches of dirt road. Hours pass as you avoid the living dead and try to find any source of food. At one point deep in the day, Mindy spots tracks of some four-legged beast, and the two of you spend the next 90 minutes tracing its trail through the woods. The smattering of blood along its path tells you it is already wounded, and finally you come across a young deer lying dead near a stagnant brook with a thin gray wolf hunched above it. As you near the carcass, the wolf bares its teeth, but you fire a shot near the animal and it dashes off. Why wouldn't I shoot the wolf too? The wolf's meat. The deer is freshly dead, and though some of its flesh has been eaten, you cut away a good portion of what remains. The young animal is malnourished, but you gather close to 10 pounds of meat. You and Mindy scavenge the rest of the area around the forest and find only a few abandoned farm vehicles with a stack of canned goods, as well as a dilapidated shed in the back of a demolished country home from which you take a crate of dried fruit and several sealed containers of preserved jams and jellies. As the sun begins its nightly descent, the two of you head back to the cathedral, where your group is happy to see that your mission has had some success. Hey, that sounds better than what I thought we were going to have at the start of that page there. Later in the day, after work has been done, the survivors prepare for a family-style dinner. Uncle Lou stops you in the hall outside the gathering, apron already on, with a large smile and look of someone ready to ask a favor. Food isn't plentiful, I know, but we've all been working hard and could use a nice meal tonight. A Sunday dinner, like you'd get at your grandmother's after church. You know, something you want to eat and then sit on the couch, unbutton your pants, and watch the game. Would it be alright if I cooked up a nice dinner with some extra food? Sure, Uncle Lou, make a real nice meal for everyone. I say, hoping a large dinner will raise the group's spirits. Make a regular dinner, maybe throw in a little extra. I answered, knowing we need to preserve food, but giving the group a small reward for their efforts. You know what? We only live once. We might all die tomorrow, so I'm just going to go for it. Let's just let him make the big meal he wants to make. Sure. Sounds good, Zach. I'll get started right away. Uncle Lou prepares a healthy meal of grilled venison steaks, mashed potatoes from Instant Mix, but he uses real butter, and a mixed green salad with balsamic vinaigrette. That sounds good. For dessert, he makes a mixed berry cobbler. The survivors are ecstatic at the amount and quality of the food, and though you know it's a rare event, they appreciate such an amazing meal. During the meal, you ask about the events of the day to garner a sense of how much work was accomplished. First, Uncle Lou states that the watch duty proved uneventful, but also voices concern that more people are needed to help watch over the large cathedral grounds. Next, Heather is happy to report the sanctuary is now cleared of the dead and undead bodies, and the area has been cleaned and disinfected. All right, good job, you three people. Heather, Jason, and... was it Jason? Yeah, Heather, Jason, and the other guy, the raider. A unified sigh of relief is heard around the dinner table. Next, the topic of the cathedral entrance comes up. Tom states that not enough people were assigned to the task, and though some repairs were made, more people are needed to fix the cathedral entrance. This puts everyone at risk should bandits or zombies attack again. The last topic is fuel. I didn't ask anyone to go out and find fuel because other tasks took precedence. I will assign people to search for fuel in the near future. Well, we got the dead out of there, and we got some food, so we're getting stuff done. We can focus more people on the cathedral door if we need to, or getting fuel in the next day. All right. If there is a next day without being raided. As the recap of today's tasks and chores ends, so does dinner, and Uncle Lou and Emma take charge of cleanup duty as the rest of the survivors relax and chat over tea and cherry cobbler. Though the food and caffeine help stave a nagging headache from today, you are exhausted and bid everyone a good evening before setting out for your dorm room. All intentions are to relax at your desk and review the cathedral's inventory, but as you sit in your padded wooden chair, your eyelids become heavy, and you feel yourself dozing. In your leadership role, you still have work to do, and the responsibility of keeping everyone safe and alive motivates you to remain awake. Not only that, we got to remain awake for our girlfriend, Mindy, right? She promised us that she was basically going to, tear us up tonight in the bedroom, so Late in the night, after the sun has fallen and the moon has taken its place in the black sky, you change your clothes for sleep and collapse into bed. As your body relaxes, sleep washes over you with a warm wave. Progress saved. Okay, so this isn't the next chapter. We're continuing. I don't think this is chapter 2 yet. I mean, chapter 3. So we're still in chapter 2. I didn't see a next chapter, so I thought it was going to end right there. All right, word has traveled around the cathedral about a memorial service for the deceased, and in the early morning, everyone gathers in the small chapel near the gathering. White prayer candles light the room. Half a dozen wooden pews face the main altar, a narrow marble table with a solitary Christian crucifix on top. As you enter, Emma steps beside you. She's dressed in a slender black dress with a gray veil covering her hair. "I got up early just to clean this place. It took me hours," she says. You glance around and cannot even see a speck of dust. Wow, Emma, that's cool. Tom sits on the side furthest from you, near a wire rack of unlit candles. Heather sits next to him, dressed in dark jeans and a black t-shirt. Jason sits in a left side pew wearing a black and gray tie-dye t-shirt, black jeans and sneakers. His head is buried in his arms, which lean over the pew in front of him. Also atop the altar is a 5x7 photo of Javier and Dave, showing the pair standing at the helm of the boat, which brought you here months ago. Aw, wow. As the survivors are all seated, you walk to the altar and face the group. As the leader of the survivors, they expect you to lead the memorial service. Thank you all for joining today for this memorial service. We gather this morning to remember and honor the lives of our friends, Dave, Javier, and Candace. As we grieve for our fallen companions, we ask for inner peace and the strength to carry on in such difficult times. Each of these people has touched us in different ways. You pause at these words and look over their faces of the people before you. In that moment, you collect your thoughts and consider the best remarks to give at this time. Offer a few words of remembrance on each of the deceased. Or read Psalm 23 from the Bible. The Lord is my shepherd. Recite an uplifting spiritual poem. Do not stand in my grave and weep. Or recite a solemn classical poem, Death, not be proud, though some have called thee. Well, I think I'm going to offer a few words of remembrance for each of the deceased. As we come together today and remember our friends and loved ones, I can't help but recall each of them and how they touched our lives. I only knew Dave for a short time. He was a valuable member of the cathedral and a good friend to many of us. The very day I arrived at the cathedral, Dave volunteered to go on a risky mission to save Carl, who was missing from our group. Dave set aside personal safety, an act which speaks to his character. He is greatly missed. Javier was another valuable member of our group. He was a man of action, always heading out on missions to find food and resources to help us all survive. He helped build up this cathedral, a place we call home, and for that we are truly grateful. You glance at the photo of Candace next. Next, I'd like to talk about one of the most beautiful and compassionate people who has lived at the cathedral, Candace. I first met her right on the ground floor of the apartment building where I lived with Emma. I was surprised to find her at the cathedral. She took me and Emma on a tour and really welcomed us into this new family. She was a kind woman who always looked to the bright side of things, helped lift spirits, and she was genuinely warm and caring. I can say with no hesitation that she is missed by all of us. A draft blows through the chapel, wafting burning incense from urns near the open entrance doors. Mindy stands and slams the door shut, waving her hand through the thick white plumes of smoke floating from the urns. Her lips quiver, and thin gray lines flow down from her eyes. Oh, she's crying. This was sad. I mean, this was about the most emotional I've been in this whole zombie exodus, was reading that about, especially Candace. So that's pretty sad. and then seeing Mindy crying. That's sad. Sunlight streams in through the high stained glass arched windows, casting a pale yellow glow over the group of survivors, who all sit in quiet solitude as you ponder the next remarks. Alright, so we do get to say something spiritual now, now that we've talked about them, so that was a good idea. I'm going to say an uplifting spiritual poem. I will now read a poem by Mary Elizabeth Fry. Do not stand in my grave and weep. I am not there. I do not sleep. I am in 1,000 winds that blow. I am the diamond glints on snow. I am sunlight on ripened grain. I am the gentle autumn rain. When you awaken in the morning's hush, I am the swift, uplifting rush of quiet birds in circling flight. I am the soft starlight at night. Do not stand in my grave and cry. I am not there. I did not die. That is really, really cool. I have never heard that poem. That is really, really nice. Alright, so this poem here by Mary Elizabeth Fry I've never heard before, but when I read it, I am 1,000 winds that blow, I'm the diamond glints on snow, I'm sunlight on ripened green, and I am the gentle autumn rain for those of the deceased. That is very, very touching. It's sad. And what that poem reminds me of, I don't know if this has hit anybody else listening, but it reminds me of that song by Lone Star. And that song says something about, you know, he calls his wife or whatever as he's on the road, and, you know, as he has a tear in his eye or something like that, and a little voice comes on the phone saying, "Daddy, when are you coming home?" And he said the first thing that came to his mind was, "I'm already there. I'm already..." I can't sing it, but you know the song. Look it up. Listen to the song on YouTube if you haven't heard it, but I think everybody's heard the song. You know, it'd be a perfect funeral song. I'm already there. Take a look around. I'm the sunshine in your hair. I'm the shadow on the ground. I know it says I'm the whisper in the wind, and I'm your imaginary friend. And know that in your prayers, I'm already there. And so that is an amazing song that I really love by Lone Star, and that's what this poem here reminds me of. So it looks like I picked the right one. That's an awesome, awesome poem. I'm sure that I'll have people crying with that poem, because that song, man, that song is very, very touching. And the first time I heard that song by Lone Star, driving to work one day, like 10, 12 years ago or whenever, I mean, it had me crying, driving to work. So I can imagine how much more touching this would be at a funeral where people have lost, you know, close friends. After your remarks, you encourage others to come to the front and pay their respects to the fallen survivors. One by one, they file to the front of the chapel, lighting candles and stopping at each photo for a prayer or simply to acknowledge the deceased. For those few moments of reflection, you feel an odd sense of peace. The world outside shrinks away, and all you think about are Dave, Javier, and Candace. As the last of your group ascends a small dais to the altar, Emma starts to hum Amazing Grace, and before long all are singing the words to the familiar song. That's awesome. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. That is a very awesome song as well. And Mindy is the one that had this idea to have this, you know, respect for the dead. So that was very, very cool. I think that was a perfect ending to this chapter. So I really, really like this chapter. We only have one left, everybody. So I hope you guys have enjoyed Zombie Exodus as much as I have. This was a fantastic chapter, even though there really wasn't any kind of action that happened or anything like that. I really like this chapter a lot more than the last one. Which even the last one even had action where, you know, the old zombies were attacking us and stuff like that, and I had to run for help. But I really, really liked this chapter. It was pretty touching. So hopefully you guys have enjoyed it as well. If so, please give me a like on this video. Please make sure you subscribe to me so you get notification of all my videos that I do, including, you know, the Walking Deads that I do and all the other video games and, you know, story novel-like games like this that I play. So thanks so much for watching, everybody. Make sure you go out and hug someone you love today. We never know when our last day will be. We'll see you in the next video, everybody. Take care. Alright, welcome back everybody to my playthrough of Zombie Exodus. This is going to be video number 17. This is going to be the last video. And should cover the last chapter of this great game. I've been really enjoying this. From getting some comments on a few of my videos, it looks like there were some spots where I could have died. So it looks like I'm actually pretty lucky and fortunate to have made it this far. So I've really been enjoying. I'm really looking forward to this last chapter to see what exactly happens with me and my group. And, you know, are we going to leave the cathedral? And what's going to happen as this zombie exodus, or these massive hordes of zombies, come in through the area? So let's go ahead and check our stats again here real quick. In our inventory, we have a backpack, food, and water. And we're uninjured. Our relationship, Emma is our best friend. Heather's an associate. She started going down, I think, because we were making her clean up the dead corpses that last day. Because I think she was like a 53 or 55 or something. Now she's went down more. Don't imagine she liked having to clear out dead bodies and zombie corpses. Mindy is our girlfriend. So what used to be in the 70s for Mindy and 81 or something like that for Emma, our sister, has now kind of switched as we are really getting close to Mindy, and things really heated up in the last video, if you guys remember. Uncle Lou is now our best friend at 80. That's a high relationship for a guy. Huh. And Jason's pretty cool. Badger continues to go down, and that again might be because I had him cleaning up dead corpses the last 2 or 3 times as well. So he started like a 40 something, now he's down to a 33 and hated. So he doesn't like me very much at all. So we only have 7 days worth of food, a little bit of energy, not much water either, and I don't know how good this is for our offense and defense, but probably not good enough. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and jump into this last chapter now that we know where we stand. Alright, August 17th, 2012. Your eyes pop open, and you suck in a cool rush of air. Your heart pulsates beneath your breastbone, and your body is clammy despite a coldness filling the room. In the ambient light from a nearby lamp, you see a stretcher on which you lie, and a white nylon sheet covering half your body. And around you are similar medical tables, all empty. You must have fallen asleep downstairs, so you rise and step into the hall. And you must have lost your clothes somehow, you realize, as you glance down at your naked body. Dreaming, of course. A brilliant glow streams from the hallway. You move into the light, and your body slows as if caught in gossamer thick and celestial. Your hands glide through the weedy air, skin shimmering with a yellow hue. Through the hallway you move, stumbling as you walk over the sterile tiles, past the plain white walls. Well, I'm a zombie, guys. It's over. Alright. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. You enter your office and flick the light switch. The overhead lights flicker and bathe the room in a sheet of pale green. Sitting at your desk is a man completely covered in a lab coat except for his head. His features are pronounced, cheeks and jaws oblique, mouth full of yellow teeth, eyes pink, brown hair slicked back with dark moving spots crawling across his scalp. He strokes his thin beard with one hand and holds a clipboard in the other. Your left hand tenses as you stare down at the knife on the floor. The man stands and extends a hand in greeting, and words leap in your mind across the silent room. "It's time, Zach." What? Do I take his hand? Do I look down at the knife in my hand and stab the man? Wait a minute, I was looking at a knife on the floor. Do I look down at the knife in my hand? How is it in my hand? It was just on the floor. Do I drop the knife? Okay, so wait a minute. You stare down at the knife on the floor. It didn't say anything about me picking it up. That might be a editing error for the writer here. So anyway, somehow I got the knife in my hand, I guess. I guess I knelt down and picked it up as he extends the hand in greeting and says, "It's time, Zach." Should I command the man to leave this place? Should I drop the knife and flee the room? Or should I pray? I'm going to command him to leave, because I don't know who the hell he is. It sounds like a dream anyway. Your eyes pop open, and you suck in cool rush of air. Your heart pulsates beneath your breastbone, and your body is clammy despite a coldness filling the room. Okay, that started off the same. You sit up in bed, alone, the sheets drenched in sweat. The hands on your wind-up clock read 8:46 a.m. Your mind replays the nightmares as you stand and dress, robotic in the motions. The man, the scientist, what did he want? Closing the solitary window, you see a storm brewing outside. The sky is a solid cloak of gray and purple clouds. Wind blows leaves and wood ash across the cathedral lawn. The smell of rain saturates the air. The second floor of the cathedral is quiet, and a darkness hangs in the hallway. You descend the stairs, body still shaking, but finally your heart rate has slowed. Stepping into your office in the early morning, you flick the light switch and the overhead lights flicker on. Your desk is covered in paper, sheets of inventory, handwritten notes from other survivors, and a cluttered collection of documents from construction ideas to Exodus plans. You check your inventory and the state of affairs at the cathedral. Fuel is high, so we can get the hell out of here. Medicine, none. Energy, 9 days. Food is down to 7 days. And water at 14. A knock at the door draws your attention away from the columns of a spreadsheet. Tom stands at the entryway. The ex-leader of the cathedral appears younger with his beard shaved down to his stubby shadow and hair slicked back and styled to the side. He wears a black short-sleeve polo and tan cargo pants and black work boots, all crisp and clean. "Sorry to bother you this early, but I wanted to discuss some things before the workday begins," he says with a smile, stepping into the room and sitting in a folding chair near your desk. "Sure, Tom." "First off, I must say the front doors of the cathedral are not repaired, which poses a considerable safety risk. Zombies could break through over time, and raiders could easily bust down the patchwork doors we put up. I know you're on top of things, so I want to offer my assistance should you need it." Tom shifts in his chair and leans with his forearms on your desk. "The major reason I'm here is that Uncle Lou is set to leave in a few days to attempt to find what he calls an Exodus truck. He's politicking his plan to leave the cathedral by reinforcing an 18-wheeler with metal plates and gun holes, then loading it up with supplies, then taking the survivors cross-country to less populated areas." "Yes, I know, Tom. He's mentioned this to me a few times. My concern is that he is not suited for such endeavors alone. Sure, he's a smart man and a crack shot with a rifle, but so many dangers lurk outside these walls. I fear he will not survive the mission. I also don't think we can spare many people, so we need to send the best member of our group with him. I'm sure you can guess who I recommend. Huh. Yeah. Should I go with Uncle Lou, or I'd rather not? I'm going to go with him. I mean, he's my friend. I want to make sure he's taken care of. I'll be there, and I probably am the best member from seeing how good of a shot I am and everything over the, 17 chapters or 17 videos we've now read. Great, Tom says, clapping his hands and rocking in his chair as if excited by some daredevil play in a football game. Well, I won't keep you any longer. I know you're busy. He heads out of your office, only pausing to wish you a good day. Okay. So 3 days later, August 20th, sitting in the kitchen eating a cold bowl of dried cereal, you hear the sounds of movement in the doorway from the sanctuary. Mindy steps in. A beret sits off-centered on her head, and she wears a black and silver Los Angeles Kings jersey with black stretch pants. Ooh, sounds sexy. Uncle Lou's leaving. You better gear up. You spoon up the last bit of stale cereal and head down the hallway. In the supply room, you study the gear to determine the best equipment for today's mission. You're carrying 10 pounds and can carry a max of 40. Current inventory is a backpack, food, and water. What item do you take? Well, I'm going to take my trusty AK-47 again. And that gives me 20 pounds. I'm going to take my cavalry sword. That gives me 25. What else should I take here? With Uncle Lou especially, let's take a first aid kit. That's 30. 50 feet of rope. Let's take some binoculars. Let's see here. How about a combat knife, a flashlight, and a multi-tool? Looks good to me. You slip the multi-tool into your pocket. You meet your weight limit, but pack a pen and notepad to detail any necessary facts. Current inventory: a rifle, a knife, cavalry sword, backpack, first aid kit, flashlight, binoculars, food, water, multi-tool, 50 feet of rope, and a grappling hook. You look over your inventory and think, yes, I like my selections, it's time to go. Yep, let's go. The early morning brings an unseasonable chill to the air outside the main doors of the cathedral. Zach, over here, Uncle Lou calls, as he packs your supplies for the trip in the back of the van. In the bandit attack, all the vehicles were destroyed, except for the beat-up Dodge van. A secondary objective of this trip is to find another usable vehicle. As you move closer to the van, a light rain falls, misting the area. You spot Heather around the opposite side of the van, helping Uncle Lou load it with backpacks and a duffel bag. Tom closes the hood of the van and grabs a duffel bag to load. Jesus, are you going on a mission or a vacation, Uncle Lou? Heather asks, as she drives her hands into the side of an overstuffed bag. What? I need these things. Always be prepared, just like a Boy Scout, he answers. When Uncle Lou turns away, Heather glances at you, rolls her eyes, and mouths, "Oh my God." Uncle Lou climbs into the driver's seat, and you cross a small parking lot to join him. The rain is falling harder, but sun rays poke through the thick white clouds hanging in the sky. A tapping on your shoulder causes you to spin around, and Mindy stands there, and before you have a chance to speak, she kisses your lips. She lingers there for a long moment. Her arms are wrapped around your neck, pulling you in tighter and tighter. She presses a cheek against yours. I wish you wouldn't go. I know Uncle Lou needs you, and I'm not the mushy type, but I just want you to stay this time. You give her a quick, pacifying kiss and stroke her hair. I'll be fine. Once we have Uncle Lou's truck, we'll head back quick. We need the fuel, too. I just don't want you away from here. I almost hate to admit it, but I need you here, she says, and tears fill her eyes. She pulls back and wipes her eyes with the back of her hands. What the hell is wrong with me? I don't get all lovey-dovey. You'll be fine and back in a flash. Yes, I will, you say, and kiss her on the forehead. Mindy turns and walks back up the cold stone steps to the cathedral without looking back. Well, Mindy, I hope that's not the last time I see you. Swinging the door open, you lift a leg to enter the van as Emma rushes out of the cathedral door. She runs over and nearly knocks you over with a hug. You can't leave without saying goodbye, for God's sake, she says, and squeezes your back. She leans in close and whispers, When you get back, let's talk about our next step. It's time to move on. I love you. She releases her grip and backs away. So Emma, her sister, is still wanting to leave with this girl from the park, Cassie or whatever. Okay, that's kind of weird. She releases her grip, backs away. Good luck, you two. Uncle Lou, take care of my brother. Finally, you jump in the passenger seat and slam the door shut. Your clothes are damp from the rain, and a chill passes over your body from the cool, late August air. At the edge of the driveway, 3 zombies stagger down the road, like drunks leaving a bar. Uncle Lou pulls the van out of the lot. As you pull closer, the trio of undead spin toward the vehicle and dash forward, the lead one hunched over and trotting with his hands against the ground. The 3 speed headlong at the van, their brains too warped to avoid the oncoming vehicle. Uncle Lou steps on the gas and the van jerks forward, the motor revving with an angry hum. The front bumper slams into the hunched zombie, flinging his body to the side. The next zombie smashes against the right front corner and is thrown off at an angle, its legs broken in half by the impact. Wow. The third zombie strikes the middle of the front end and immediately disappears under the carriage. A throaty growl radiates through the van's floor, and the chassis teeters side to side as the right side wheels thump over the zombie's body. The vehicle groans and settles back on the road. You stare over at Uncle Lou. What? He says with a surprised look, like he didn't just mash the van into a pack of undead. In the rearview mirror, the 3 zombies lie scattered across the road, their bodies twitching in the last throes of real death, as your van lurches through a turn and the image of the cathedral disappears. Uncle Lou. That's funny. The rain picks up, pelting the van and ramming on the ceiling like a fast-paced drum. Water seeps through the window seam and trickles down the door, flicking moisture on your clothes. The sun is now hidden by thicker clouds, and as you travel further and further from your home, the rain slows until only the threat of it lingers in the air. The smell of pine permeates, sickly sweet in the aftermath of the quick storm. Thanks again for keeping me company, Uncle Lou says. I know you're busy and all. Great that you could help me out. You're welcome. Moments pass as the road merges into a paved highway, and you feel the comfortable reprieve of a bumpy, bouncy ride. I know you need to get out and do a mission. I respect that, Uncle Lou says. He tilts the seat back and lays his arms across the top of the steering wheel in a lazy pose. You suspect some meaning beneath the surface of Uncle Lou's statement, and reply, Yep, I was getting a bit stir-crazy in the cathedral, or I'm not sure I need to get out for a mission, but I'm happy to help, and I'd rather be at the cathedral, but frankly, Tom begged me to go. No, I'm going to just say the first one. I was getting a little bit stir-crazy. I hear ya, Uncle Lou states, and pats you on the back. Time moves slowly as you travel around the old pine woods, and the hum of the motor and the sway of the old van lulls you to sleep. Though your eyelids are heavy and focus drifts, you remain awake and keep watch for any signs of trouble, be it a living man or a zombie. The dull gray road extends endlessly before you, painted yellow line dividing the highway, a striped snake trailing beyond the end of sight. Beside the road, the forest goes on for miles in each direction. You make a game of finding any differences in the scenery. The trees and earth seem unchanged as you look upon the silent wilderness. A Simple Man by Leonard Skinner plays on the CD deck, turned down low. 10 miles from the cathedral already, Uncle Lou belts out, rousing you from near slumber. 20 to go. If you want to sleep, go ahead. I'm wide awake. Thanks, Uncle Lou, you say. Yeah, no problem. You've been working hard since taking over as leader, even before that. You deserve a break. It's another reason I'm glad you came. Uncle Lou smiles and looks back at the road, one arm lazily perched on the wheel, the other tapping the dashboard to the beat of the music. I really hope you and Emma come with us when we leave the cathedral. I know you haven't known me for long, but it's like you two are my kids, you know, my family. I'd miss you both too much. Should I say I'd miss you too, Uncle Lou? I think of you as a father. Or thanks, Uncle Lou, I know Emma looks up to you. Or thanks, Uncle Lou, we'll see what happens. I mean, it says my relationship is close, so why not make it a little bit closer by saying he looks as a father? I mean, give him something to be happy about. Why not? Uncle Lou reaches over and squeezes your shoulder when you say that. Up ahead, you see a wooden metal bridge with a right turn leading to an interstate. A gust of wind blows paper trash up and over the low side railing. Your van moves swiftly toward the crossing, and as you note the slow for bridge 35-mile-an-hour traffic sign, you glance at the speedometer. 80. Uncle Lou's going fast. Wow. We're going a bit fast, Uncle Lou, you say. The look on the man's face and the sound of him pumping the brakes tells you something is wrong. Brakes aren't working, he says. I thought this van was in working condition. It was. Tom fixed it up before we left. The van swerves as Uncle Lou fights to keep control. The motor roars as the speed increases and the tires squeal under the pressure of the racing vehicle. You are helpless as the van careens closer to the bridge. Your hands push at the dashboard, and you lift your feet to brace them against the front panel. Uh-oh, we're going to have a wreck. Wow, that's not good. Let's go ahead and check. I just want to see if Uncle Lou's relationship got higher when we called him, said he looks like a father figure. Just out of curiosity. Nope, he's still 80. Okay. Alright, I know you guys are hanging on. What's going to happen? It looks like we're going to definitely crash 80 miles an hour as we're going over this bridge. The van skids sideways as it hits the bridge, and you glance at Uncle Lou yanking the wheel to meet the turn. The large vehicle leans to the left, and then the world spins. Your body jerks against the cross strap of your seatbelt and holds you in place. A sharp pain flares in your right shoulder and knee as you bounce against the passenger door. The van topples end over end, oh no, and you hear a groan of metal bending followed by an immense splash. Your vision twists with a van. Up is down, left is right, and all of it is faster than you can react to hold yourself in place. Upside down, your head bumps the ceiling, and the chest strap snaps off the lock, sending you rolling into the dashboard. Glass shatters nearby, and water pours through the cracked driver's side window. The vehicle stops moving with an abrupt jar, and your neck nearly snaps from the sudden stop. Your left knee throbs but bends. The salty taste of blood licks your lips. Wow. As water fills the van, you look over at Uncle Lou, who has an odd look on his face. Oh no, a line of blood trickles from his nose and left eye, smattering the ceiling-turned floor. He doesn't move. Somehow his seatbelt holds his body in place, and his arms hang limp. That's not good. Uncle Lou! You shout and cross the front of the van to help the man. As you spin your body around and watch the cold stagnant water filling the cabin, you slide near the unconscious body of your companion. Wake up! You crawl the distance of the short dashboard and try to devise a plan to catch Uncle Lou once you release his seatbelt. Only seconds remain before the van is completely submerged. You grip Uncle Lou's shirt and reach for the seat buckle latch, but stop as you finally see the left side of his face, the skull dented and caved from impact. You blink hard and stare again, hoping the picture changes. From temple to jawbone, The side of his face is now concave. His eyes are vacant. Life has gone from his body. Oh man, I didn't want to lose Uncle Lou. This is sad. Damn it. The water has risen to the top of his head, and you slowly realize the van is sinking fast. Though the driver's side window is broken, it will be difficult to climb past Uncle Lou. Your gear is still in the back of the van, and once the vehicle sinks, retrieving the equipment may be too difficult. Leaving through the passenger side window might be the easiest once you bust it open, but in your shaky state, you quickly wonder if you have the strength to do it. Do I climb past Uncle Lou's body out the broken driver's side window? I maneuver to the back of the van to retrieve my gear, or I kick out the passenger side window and slide out. Man, this sucks. Uncle Lou's dead. Damn. Oh. Tom was just supposed to... Man, I'm kind of mad at Tom now. Tom was supposed to have looked at this thing, and now the brakes go out. Like, not even... We was like 10 miles down the road. This is BS, man. We're lucky we're alive. I'm still mad about Uncle Lou dying. I mean, this is actually emotionally affecting me. This sucks. You know what? I just sat there and looked at our relationship with him because it was at 80. We just told him that we look up to him like a father figure, and he had a plan in place to try to save all the survivors. This was a good man, and I know this is a fictional story, but man, I'm getting into this thing, and losing somebody even in a novel like this is hard. Wow, this is a lot. I mean, this is good stuff, but wow, I didn't think it would affect me like that, losing Uncle Lou. I can't even imagine if I lost Emmer or Mindy. I think I'd be devastated. Boy. Alright, I think what I'm going to do here, guys, I think I'm going to kick out the passenger window and get out. I'm not going to try to retrieve my gear. I'm not going to try to get out past Uncle Lou's body. I'm going to get the heck out of here. Try to. I'm going to kick out the passenger window and slide out. You half crawl, half swim to the passenger side window and press your feet against the closed glass. Your left leg throbs, so you bend your right knee and strike the flat of your foot against the window pane. A spiderweb crack radiates from the point of impact. You strike again, splashing water around the van. The spiderweb spreads through the glass. A shadow crosses the outside of the window, and as you ready to strike again, the window explodes inward. A torrent of water gushes in from the passenger side window. Hands reach in, long, dark-clawed fingers feeling inside the van. Blood spills in with the water as the zombie's arm cuts across the shards of broken glass. You push backward, nearly banging your head on the dashboard as you escape the zombie's flailing arms. You turn and crawl along the ceiling, keeping your head above the rising water. You cringe as your left knee touches the hard metal. You reach up to grab the inverted driver's seat from which Uncle Lou hangs to pull yourself across the van. Using the steering wheel, you hoist yourself up and drag your body across Uncle Lou's. Garbled growls float through the water. You reach across Uncle Lou and grip the edge of the window. In one swift motion, you pull yourself out the window and into the cool, murky water. Swimming for a few yards, you feel the slick, muddy liquid around you like a cocoon and pop your head up for a quick breath. Two zombies run from the shoreline near the van and rush into the water toward the sinking vehicle. Once they are near, their heads dip below the water's surface. You swim for shore, body aching from being tossed around. Hitting the dry earth of land, you look back as a wave of blood bubbles up from the van. You run through the forest a short distance and then finally exhaustion overtakes you. Collapsing on the ground, you suck in the damp air and let the breeze cool your skin. Your left shoulder aches, but it is your left knee that has you most concerned as it is already swollen. Oh no, this ain't good. You try to stretch out your leg, but you can't get it straight. Sitting up, you check the joint and feel it is not broken. You remember back to your first year in college when a knee injury sidelined you for almost half the season. The forest is quiet, save for the buzzing of insects and gentle music of birds. You stand and feel the pang of strained ligaments in the left leg, but you can walk. The walking is what you'll do as you recall Uncle Lou's words. 10 miles from the cathedral. Wow, that's a long walk. Damn. You check your inventory. You think of Uncle Lou in the van and almost break down in tears at the thought of those zombies feasting on his body. You think back to the first time you met the man, back when you first took the boat to the cathedral. You recall the many meals he cooked, the long talks that you had on watch duty with the man, and his passion for life, even while your group struggled to survive. How will you tell the others of his death? All of the gear is still in the submerged van, but what went wrong? Why did he lose control of the van? It all happened so fast, but Uncle Lou mentioned the brakes weren't working. A cold breeze rustles the trees. Your wet clothes cling to your body. Though it is early in the day, most likely still morning, you don't want to be out here in the woods at night. Your only option is to head back to the cathedral, roughly 10 miles away. Given the injury to your leg, you could possibly make the trip in about 10 to 12 hours. Of course, you'll take any vehicle you find along the way. Considering your options, you could return to the van and try to retrieve supplies, though there is a strong likelihood the zombies are still there. Following the road back is the easiest course, though you'd need to walk in the woods off the road to avoid anything traveling that route. Most likely bandits or zombies. Hiking through the woods is the most direct way to the cathedral, but the forest will slow your travel and be as treacherous as the road. After weighing the pros and cons of each, well, I'm not going to go back in the water for the van and where the zombies are for supplies. It sounds like death to me. Should I travel the road back to the cathedral or hike through the woods? I'm going to take my chances on the road. Yeah, and hope that if anybody sees me, they'll see that I'm almost dead and I got nothing, and I don't know. I just don't want to be walking over logs and stuff like that with my knee swollen and everything. The last thing I want to do is be going through the forest. That's what I think I would choose anyway if I was in that situation. So let's take the road back. Hope for the best. To make it to the cathedral, taking the road makes the most sense. The sun is high overhead, and you estimate it is around noon, and with 10 miles to go, a long track awaits you. You cross the highway and move a few yards deep into the forest and start your journey back home. After a short distance, you pick up a long, smooth, unbent tree limb from the ground and use it as a makeshift crutch to ease pressure off your left leg. Immediately, pain leaves the limb, save for a dull ache at the knee. The forest is thick with trees, and the ground is all dirt and fallen leaves, with the occasional root that sticks out of the earth. While you knew this way would be difficult, you quickly realize this is going to take a while. For what seems an hour, you keep a solid pace south along the highway. Your clothes are drying but still damp. You feel the heat of the sun when you pass through a stream of light poking through the trees. A breeze blows from every direction, sending a shiver through your body each time it passes. You are thirsty and tired, but push on. As you stop to take a break by sitting on a smooth rock, you notice a rough path leading east into the forest. It was easy to miss from the road as you passed in the van. It is narrow and unkempt. Leaves and rocks cover the path, and as it curves through the trees some 30 feet away, it disappears. Take the path to see where it leads? No, I'm going to continue on the road, and I'm trying to get back home. The highway continues straight south for a mile, you estimate, and then curves slightly east, the smooth, barren blacktop extending as far as you can see. The sun has dipped below the tops of the immense pine trees, plunging the area into a deep shade. You are hungry and can only hope for some kind of sustenance soon. It is a quiet, lonely hike over rugged terrain as you try to remain nestled back in the woods along the road. Your mind wanders. How did this happen? What went wrong? You remember the vehicle being loaded and Tom looking under the hood. Tom. Could he have had something to do with the brakes? Your mind flashes back to the moment before the van fell off the bridge. Something Uncle Lou stated resonates. He said it quickly as the van sped along the road. Tom fixed it up before we left. Could he have had something to do with it? Tom must have cut the brakes on the van. He wanted this to happen. It's not enough evidence, but I definitely suspect Tom at this point. This is crazy. Tom went and tampered with the vehicle's brakes. Trying to think why Tom would not have... What would Tom have had against Uncle Lou? And he had a pretty good relationship with me. I mean, our relationship with Tom was pretty good before. Yeah, still 67. He's a friend. I don't know why he would want us dead, and he sent me with him to protect him. That doesn't sound like something Tom would do. Now that I think about it. Yeah, I don't see why he would do that. I'm going to say, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm going to say this is crazy. Tom went and tampered with the vehicle's brakes. A noise from deep in the forest snaps you back into reality. A faint sound of laughter. Smoke wafts in the distance, curling up the trees, thick and billowy like a long black worm. Move towards the smoke and investigate? No, I'm going to keep traveling along the road. Don't want no part of that action. After a quarter mile of rough hiking, you step out on the highway to see if you can spot any signs of some indication of how much further you need to travel. Only highway is visible in both directions, long and black and desolate. Clouds roll across the sun, shading the area in a sudden wave of darkness, like the lights falling in a movie theater. You press on down the road. You are terribly thirsty, and a headache swells in the back of your skull and neck. Your skin is cool as the end-of-summer breeze licks your now sweaty body. The only comfort is the quiet of the forest. You follow the long curve of the road. More highway as far as you can see, but roughly 50 feet away, a convertible Jeep is parked on the shoulder, its front wrapped around a massive oak tree. Steam rises from the hood. A figure lies on the ground near the driver's side, face down, wearing army fatigues. You approach the scene carefully. The clouds roll by, allowing the sun to illuminate the area in an orange glow. A heavy breeze rocks the top of the trees. As you reach the Jeep, you are bathed in sweat. The motor's still running, and the cover is down so you can see inside. A metal briefcase with an insignia labeled on its side sits in the passenger seat. Otherwise, the Jeep is empty. The soldier is still, and you notice a pistol on his belt. Check the Jeep, check the soldier. Continue down the road, leaving the Jeep and the man alone. No, at this point, I'm gonna check the soldier first. You snatch the pistol from the soldier's belt, half expecting him to wake up. He remains still. You roll him to his back. His face is pale and yellow. Eyes are opaque and brown, and his face has ballooned around the forehead and cheeks as if pumped with water. Several small green lesions adorn his throat. The soldier isn't fully changed yet, but it's better if you move on before he rises. You step back from the soldier and hop into the Jeep. The wind picks up and blows hard against your face. The sun shines bright. Boy, I thought it was dark and cloudy. Now the sun's shining again? Okay. And you spot a pair of black sunglasses on the dashboard. You slip them on, casting the world into a deep shade. You shift into drive and press the gas pedal down, headed south along the highway. Well, that was easy. Good thing that Jeep was there. The road bends and narrows further south, and clouds once again appear, challenging the sun for its place in the sky. In the distance, heavier clouds hang low, black and twisted. The engine's loud rumble cloaks all other sounds. Gray smoke flies from the back of the Jeep. It gets you 2 miles closer to your destination before it rolls to a stop. On the passenger seat, the briefcase sits, a hard gray metal with 2 clasps and a built-in lock near the handle. You try to open it, but it's locked. You dig out your multi-tool and flip out a screwdriver. It takes a few minutes of prying the lock, but it eventually clicks open. A smile creeps over your face as you see a container of vegetables, a jar of pickles, a half-full jar of peanut butter, a box of crackers, 2 oranges, a can of condensed milk, and 2 canteens. You drink 1 canteen dry, the water cool and soothing. You smother crackers with peanut butter, making thick, gooey sandwiches, which get all over your hands and make them sticky. You gobble them down and lick your fingers. You eat an orange and flick the rind into the forest. You shove the rest of the food into your pockets. You latch the canteen onto your belt. You step out of the Jeep and continue your journey along the highway, thankful you've made it this far. Wow, good thing we had that multi-tool with us, or we probably wouldn't have been able to break that metal briefcase open. Wow. We got lucky there. You walk for another hour, or what seems like an hour, through the old pine woods. The forest is expansive, endless, and you track across the same dirt path, past the same old trees, while staring up at the same sky for what seems like hours. Your feet ache, and your mouth is dry. Your left knee has throbbed so long you stop noticing the pain. You are dirty, tired, and thirsty. You have no idea how long you've walked, and only guess that you're almost home. Up ahead, a large obstruction breaks the natural walkway of the forest. A long brown tubular vessel of some kind. Walking closer, you realize it's a camper, dirty and broken down, sitting on the roadside rest stop pushed back among the trees. The outer walls are dirt-stained, and the windows are boarded from the inside. The bottom is propped on cinder blocks, and leaves and twigs coat the top. Pass the camper, or search the camper. I'm passing that baby. I'm not taking my chances with that noise. Through the old pine woods you hike, keeping the highway in view but at a distance, using the sun's position as a compass to lead you back home. It is a lonely hike, and your mind can't stop dwelling on the event which got you here. Your mind picks at each detail: the faulty brakes, the van plunging into the water, the zombies, Uncle Lou. You suck in a breath of crisp air. It clears your mind for a moment, but as you breathe out, images start swirling around again. Faces of the survivors at the cathedral. One in particular fills the void in your head. Mindy. Only a few hours have passed, but you picture her in your mind, working in the cathedral. Her bright eyes, the way she tries to hide a smile when you're near, the curve of the back of her neck. A sharp scream pierces the quiet of the forest, breaking you from your daydreaming. It's a human scream. A young girl. "Help!" she screams over and over. So locked in your own thoughts you didn't hear the wild, shrill sounds of zombies nearby. Now, the girl's screams eclipse the howls. You rush towards the sounds, though it seems ludicrous to run towards zombies. The pleading cries of the young voice propels you forward. You rush through the forest, heart pumping, eyes peeled for any sudden movement, guided by the ear-piercing sounds of the undead. Past a rotted clump of brushwood, a trio of zombies stand beneath a maple tree, its thick plume of red and yellow leaves, and just out of the reach, on a branch, is a living girl. She is young, early teens with red wavy hair. She kneels on a low branch and hugs the trunk, tears streaming over her pale cheeks. "Aw, hell. Oh boy, well we got a gun. The 3 zombies leap and swat at the girl, who cries and leans against the tree, calling for anyone to help. Each scream riles the trio below. All 3 are dressed as campers in shorts and tank tops, their skin gray and cracked. One stands on 2 stubs, apparently having both legs amputated, but it claws at the tree, digging forked fingernails into the bark. The girl's face is long and drawn, and her arms are jittery as she moves. She is breathing rapidly, and eyes are drooping. On the ground 20 feet away is a large orange backpack. You duck behind a tree stump to figure out your next move. Okay, should I bypass the tree and the girl? I need to make it home. Try to calm the girl down while I figure out what to do. Kill the zombies. Lead the zombies away from the girl to give the girl a chance to escape. Or take the backpack and continue on home. Boy, that'd be a dick move, huh? Thanks for the backpack, girl. Have fun with the zombies. Bye. No, I can't do that. I'm going to kill the damn zombies. They're looking at her. I think the best thing to do, rather than leading them towards me and have all 3 of them looking at me, at least right now, while they're looking at the girl, I can shoot 1 or 2 in the back of the head. I'm going to kill the zombies. You look through your inventory. Your pistol has 15 shots left. Your knife is ready for use. I'm going to shoot them. Sneak up on them and use my knife. Not with 3 of them. If it was 1 or 2, maybe. I'm going to shoot the zombies. You lift the pistol with 2 hands, squaring your shoulders and aiming down the barrel at the head of the first zombie. His agitated motions make it difficult to keep his head lined up with the sights. After a few moments of observation, you notice a pattern in the way it moves, leaping, swiping, then growling, with its arms stretched to the side like a feral beast from some pit of hell. You wait. He leaps. He swipes, then lands on the ground. You place your sights over his temple and fire. The shot cracks the air, and the zombie's head spits blood across the tree, like throwing paint at a canvas. Hadley screams, and the other 2 zombies scan the area. Okay, so her name's Hadley, huh? Before they can react, you line up the second standing zombie and place a bullet through its jaw, splitting off a chunk of bone and diseased flesh. You walk toward the amputated zombie, who crawls at you frantically. He is moving too slowly for you to miss, and you end his miserable unlife with a quick shot to the head. Okay, so I've used, 4 bullets now? I have 11 left, 1 zombie. I guess I got them all. Okay, never mind. Let me help you down, you say, and raise your hands to aid the girl's descent. She lowers her body legs first and slips into your waiting hands, which guide her to the ground. She wears a gold and silver t-shirt with the words Temperance Tigers written in sparkles across the front, though dirt and tears in the fabric make it nearly illegible. Her blue jeans are likewise torn, and she only wears 1 brown sandal. "Thank you so much for helping me," she says softly and wipes tears from her eyes. "My name is Hadley." "I'm Zach. This is a dangerous place to stay, so you consider your options. Tell Hadley she's on her own now? Hell no. I'm not going to do that. She's going with me. Take Hadley back with me to the cathedral." "Hadley, let's get going. If we stay here, we could get some unwelcome company." Hadley nods and flashes a smile. Her other sandal lies a few feet away beside a patch of yellow grass, and you hand it to her. "Are you hurt?" "Not really," she says and wipes tears from her eyes. You walk along the trail leading through the woods with Hadley at your side. She lifts your heavy knapsack and secures it over both shoulders. As you walk, you think of questions for the young girl. So next you ask, what were you doing out here alone? Have you been in the forest a long time? How have you survived since the outbreak? Did you have any family left? Did you want to come stay with me and my group? Well, before I ask her that, I think I'm going to ask her what she's doing outside and try to get to know her a little bit. So what were you doing out there alone? "I was with my friend Lindsay. but she went out for supplies one day and left me behind to watch our stuff. She said it may be dangerous where she's headed, but she never came back. Everyone else is gone." Hadley sniffles and wipes her eyes. "Aw. Maybe it's best to move on to another subject. Next, you ask, have you been in the forest for a long time?" "Sure." "I'm not too sure. I'd like to think 4 days," she says, squinting one eye as she looks up at you. "I just been wandering around. I'm almost out of food and water. There's like none anywhere, and this forest goes on forever." She stretches her arms out to show you how far the distance. Next, you ask, how have you survived since the outbreak? Do you have any family left? Let's ask her that. "I haven't seen my dad in like a week. I've been walking through this forest and I found his trailer he used to use as an office parked that way." Hadley points in the direction of the camper you saw earlier. "But no one was inside. All I found were these on the ground." She pulls a pair of black eyeglasses from her pocket, thin and black frames with 2 cracked lenses. Hadley looks up at you, sadness washed over her face, lips pouting, eyes drooping. She slips the glasses back in her pocket. Hadley gasps and grabs her left arm and crouches on the ground. You kneel down and gently place your hand on her shoulder. "What's wrong?" you ask. It's... She slowly pulls back the sleeve of her pained arm. The skin grows darker the further it is revealed, and on the inner forearm is a sizable cut, now raised off the skin with deep brown ridges and dried yellow and red pus. Black lines radiate up her arm, hidden behind the rolled up shirt. Oh no, she's in trouble. "A few hours ago, one of those things scratched me," she says, her voice shaky and weak. "It hurts." And you take a step back. Oh boy, she's got a zombie scratch. It's not a bite, though. Hadley is infected and will turn. I have to kill her before it's too late. She may be infected, but she may not turn. I wait for now and keep a watch on her. I can't risk her being infected. I leave her in the woods. Oh boy. Man, I got some tough decisions. Ah, boy. I need to get back home. Deep brown ridges and dried yellow and red pus, black lines radiate up her arm, hidden behind the rolled up shirt. "A few hours ago, one of those things scratched me," she says. Damn, she's probably gonna die. I don't think she's infected, but I don't know. I guess I'm gonna watch over her. I don't want to, but I don't want to leave her in the woods either, so I don't know. I think I'm gonna wait for her and see what happens. "Besides it hurting, do you feel anything else?" Hadley bites her lip and looks at her injured arm and then back to you. "My head is foggy, like when you get a cold and you want to sleep, and I'm really, really hungry all of a sudden. My stomach is tight." She stands and starts walking the trail, taking small, deliberate steps. Her breathing turns to a wheeze, and a soft moan emanates from her throat. Oh boy. "Am I going to turn into one of those things?" No, Hadley, you have a different illness. We have medicine back at our safe house. We don't have any medicine, though, is the thing. We have, like, no medicine. I won't lie to you, Hadley. I think you're infected. I don't know. She probably is. I'm just going to say I don't know. Because we don't have medicine. That would be a lie. I don't know, Hadley. Hadley looks down and tears roll over her pale cheeks. "I've seen people become those things. They start to get sick and then they lose control," she says through the sniffles. "It's not going to happen to me. I won't let it. I'm fine. Hadley stands up straight and marches along the path, head held up. As she walks, Hadley's legs stiffen, and she struggles with each step. At one point, she falters, nearly toppling, and you hold out your arm while she grabs for balance. "Thanks, I'm okay, I'm strong," she says, and steadies herself. The two of you continue on the trail while the sun begins to move past the treetops and the sky dark blue with clouds. Your throbbing knee reminds you that it's still there, and most of your focus is on Hadley, who seems to be improving as you make your way across the quiet forest, skipping over patches of weeds and humming a soft tune. You ask to carry her backpack, but she refuses, stating she doesn't want to burden you with it. But every so often she shows signs of distress, hunching over and grunting or moaning, and you notice subtle shifts in her posture and the coloring of her skin from a pale white to a shade of yellow. Oh no, she's turning. I have no choice but to kill her. I can't kill her, leave her in the forest, leave her and head back to the cathedral without her. I stay with Hadley until she turns, then end her life. Stay with Hadley, maybe if we reach the cathedral, we can help her. How are we going to help her? We can't help her. I'm gonna kill her. I mean, I have to. This has been a hard chapter for me to play. I mean, I've already lost Uncle Lou. That actually hit me harder than I thought, and now I come across a crying young teenage girl that looked like she was, going to be killed by zombies. I thought I saved her, and now I find out she's scratched and probably going to turn, and now I'm going to have to kill her. This sucks. I have no choice but to kill her before she changes. I mean, I really like this book. I really like it so far, but this is a hard one. Hard chapter. You slow your walk and look up as the rain falls, dripping through the leafy branches of the trees, which gives it a fresh pine scent as it hits your face. A breeze blows damp, warm away, and a chill soaks into your skin. Hadley, walk ahead of me over that dead tree there, the one on its side. I'll wait for you to cross first. Okay, she says, and picks up her pace to move ahead of you. Taking a deep breath, you draw your pistol. You squint hard and shake the rainwater out of your eyes and then raise the barrel toward the back of the teenage girl's head. She reaches the broken log, which is split in two across its length to resemble a large water slide. Mud washes down the bark, and Hadley steps over it wide. You press the trigger, and the girl's head jerks forward. Smoke rises from the barrel, and the sound of the shot echoes through the forest, lost quickly behind the pitter-patter of raindrops. Hadley's body falls forward over the downed tree, her thick red hair covering the bullet wound. You stand and walk to a nearby soldier pine to lean against it. You lift your face to let the cool raindrops wash it. Birds chirp in a nearby tree, and you try to spot them but have no luck. Glancing down at Hadley's lifeless body, you notice she still wears the backpack. No, I'm going to take the backpack. It may have useful items. You remove the backpack from her soldiers and throw it on your back. With no hesitation, you step away and rejoin the trail leading south towards the cathedral. As you walk the path through the old pine woods, you search through the backpack of the girl. In the main area are a few sets of clothes, some underwear, a toothbrush, a hairbrush with a butterfly pattern on the handle, a bottle of water, and a clear plastic bag with 2 peanut butter sandwiches. A sketchbook lies in a sidefold, and you flip through the pencil drawings of scenes from the camp, various people, and landscapes. Under the sketchbook are a few comic books, Planet Z Girl, about a super-powered teenage crime fighter from another planet. As you flip through the pages, several photos slide out. A baby in a playpen, a toddler in a stroller, Hadley in a school uniform, and Hadley at a theme park in front of a giant roller coaster. The last photo is one of a man balancing Hadley on his lap as he races his wheelchair down a long ramp, his legs kicked out and head tilted back in laughter. You turn the photo over and see handwriting in black ink which reads, "Me and Dad." Aw, that's freaking sad. Damn! You place the photos and comics back in the side compartment and zip the bag up, returning it over your shoulder. Then look up across the long desolate trail, wiggling through the bleak forest. Drinking the water soothes your cracked lips, and you gobble the sandwiches like the last morsels on earth. You move across the old pine woods, tracking along a crest of a low mountain recognizable as a landmark near the cathedral. Alright, hey, we're finally getting close. The woods are calm and silent. Clouds have wandered away, leaving a blank, pale blue canvas. The moon marks the distant sky, faded like a phantom. Your march is almost done. Up the path to the cathedral, you spot a lookout in the overhead tower, but it's only an image of Uncle Lou pointing down with his rifle, watching the road for any danger. Man, in the blink of an eye he disappears, and you hang your head in the last plodding steps along the lonely road. Damn. You walk the hill to the cathedral, the last stretch of land before you can rest, if resting is what you intend to do. But as you plod up the path, legs cramped, back aching, you cross the crest of the incline and spot the remnants of war. Oh no. Corpses lying on the grass, blood sprayed along the stone walls, shell casings spread over the grounds, and the smell of death and decay hanging heavy in the air. Zombie bodies, whole or in parts, are sprawled across the land, hacked or shot, dismembered or flayed. You stagger around the undead obstacles, mindful of any movement, should the dead not know they are truly dead. The massive doors of the cathedral shake when you push them, but do not open. Weary from the trip, mentally drained from all that has transpired, you pound the wood with the palms of your hands. "Tom," I yell over and over. "Let me in," I call out. "It's Zach," I yell for another to hear. I'm going to yell at Zach. I yell for another to hear. Heavy sounds emanate through the doors, which shake and shudder, then creak open in a long arc. Mindy stands on the other side, covered in dirt like war paint, white teeth smiling through the dark face. "What happened?" you both ask, simultaneously as you enter the long vestibule of the inner sanctuary. "Zombies, lots," Mindy says, all too calmly. "We've been fighting all day. You look like hell. Where's Uncle Lou?" Oh boy. Gather everyone for a meeting. I'll explain everything. The van crashed. Uncle Lou is dead. I walked back here alone. Where's Tom? Gather everyone. Mindy rushes through the archway leading out of the sanctuary. Walking further inside, you glance around the interior of the old church. Weapons are strewn about and piles of bullets are set on tables. Knives and other edged weapons are decorated with now dried blood, and old cots line the inside chamber. On a table near the catwalk is an AR-15 rifle, which you lift and load with a fresh clip. You sit in a folding chair and stretch out your leg, resting your ankle on a stack of wood. It doesn't take long for the survivors to feel the church area, concern showing on their faces. Minutes later, you stand in the center of the room, amid the watchful eyes of the ragtag group you've been a part of since the outbreak. All appear worn from fighting that day. Clothes are ripped, covered in specks of dirt and human debris, armed with the tired looks of soldiers fresh from the battlefield. You clear your throat and speak to the group. On the trip to the truck depot, 10 miles from the cathedral, the van went out of control. We sped over a bridge and into a creek. Uncle Lou was killed in the impact. To make matters worse, zombies attacked us immediately, though I escaped. From there, I walked the road back to the cathedral with limited supplies. You describe the track through the countryside, the large zombie that crossed your path, and the teenage girl in the tree. You summarize each event, but after reading the faces of the wearied survivors, you know their day rivals your own, so you cut the discussion short. What went on here today, you ask?
Zombie exodus is happening. 30 or more zombies attack the cathedral at first, Mindy says, and draws her arms across her forehead. Drawn here somehow right up to the doors. We killed them all, but more came. Double the size of the first set. Everyone fought hard. More zombies are in the distance. A sea of undead, moving in like a wave. Jason left, Emma says. He said nothing to anyone, but left before the zombies attacked. All I can suggest now is that we rest and make some hard decisions tomorrow about our future, you say. For those who want to stay at the cathedral, fortifications need to be made. For those who want to leave, we need to go soon before that wave of zombies crashes on us. Everyone nods at your words, their grim faces showing mixed signs of exhaustion and despair. I'll take the first watch. Most of us should sleep right here in the cots we set up, weapons ready in case of an attack. Those doors won't keep holding back zombies for long, says Mindy. The survivors break away from the circle and move around the sanctuary. Tom leads through the archway to the gathering. As you contemplate your next move, Emma rushes to you, so quickly she bumps you with her body. We should talk, she says. Let's talk now, or I need to speak with Mindy real quick. I need to see Tom first. No, let Emma talk to me. I don't care. Emma grabs your hand and leads you out of the sanctuary, through the stone archway into the gathering. She leads you to the corner of the dining room where you've shared meals with your fellow survivors for months. Her eyes are wide and hands are trembling. The ligaments in her shoulders protrude from the bone, and her neck is tense. She looks paler than ever before. Even her lips are gray, but she seems wired on some unknown source of energy. This is crazy. We've been fighting all day, and then Tom pulls me to the side and tells me he's worried about you, suspicious that you may try to kill yourself or leave without us. What? Okay, that makes me suspicious right there. Tom, you freaking a-hole, what the hell? What? He's lying. Why would I kill myself or leave? That's what I was wondering, she says, biting the corner of her fingernail. He said you spoke with him the day before and sounded paranoid and a bit uneven. Tears well up in Emma's eyes, pooling at the corners like a thick makeup. Do I say he's lying? That's very suspicious. I wonder why Tom would say that. I'm going to say I wonder why Tom would say that. I don't know. He made it sound like you weren't coming back, or at least I shouldn't be surprised if I never see you again. Her words fade at the end, and she starts to cry. This is sad. Emma slips her arms under yours and gives you a tight hug. Her body quivers against you, and she digs her hands into your back. I'm so glad you're back. Tom had me so worried. We have to leave these people. A trickle of moisture hits your shoulder. Emma's tears. Her body heaves in and out, and you realize she's holding back from a full-blown hysterical crying. A sharp, deafening chorus of wails resonates through the cathedral walls. Emma pulls away, and the two of you burst through the archway, back into the sanctuary. Oh boy, this is tough. Progress saved. Zombies! You hear Mindy yell as she peers from the catwalk to the grounds outside the cathedral walls. A low rumble can be felt through the solid stone floors, like an earthquake building. With the trembling comes a slow, agonizing wail, a chorus of the living dead in the same horrendous tone, like a steady siren. You rush up the catwalk and look through a cleared-out window. A sea of zombies undulate over the grassy hills below and trot over the road. They move east to west,
filling up the countryside as if water spreading through an uneven container, taking up any space unoccupied, pushed by the force of what moves behind. The scene resembles some immense outdoor concert where people crowd every square inch of land. The large mass of living dead seems uninterested in the cathedral, but wanders past the area, unaware of its human occupants, though several smaller groups meander towards the outer doors, arms down, heads bobbling. The noise of the zombie army swells. Only shouts can be heard inside the cathedral. Sunlight creeps across the cathedral floor. "A group is coming dangerously close to the front," Mindy shouts. "Get ready, everyone." To say the survivors in the sanctuary have worried looks is an understatement. All are caught in a silent anticipation, like a hush before the start of a movie. Heather hides behind an unturned folding table with a rifle in hand. Tom stands in the middle of the church, his shotgun braced on a statue of an angel. "They're moving to the doors now," Mindy yells from the upper catwalk. "Make sure your guns are loaded," you holler to all. "Check your fire." Emma runs up beside you, a pistol in her hand and an odd look of peace on her face. She places her hand in yours and smiles, then quickly moves to the side of the room. Badger comes from behind and slaps you on the back. "Good day to die, huh?" You glance at him, and the sight of your expression at his words make him burst into laughter. "Don't worry, Zach. It'll only hurt when they bite you. Blood loss will knock you out fast." He steps past you and loads several shells in a 10-gauge pump-action shotgun and sits on the edge of a baptismal font in the center of the church. A shadow falls across the sanctuary. In the high rafters, birds flutter under the roof, then perch like spectators, glaring down at the struggle of human versus zombie. The ground thunders, and dust falls from the walls and swells around the room, kicking into clouds of fine white powder like drifts of snow. Your heart jitters, and you hold your breath, anxiously waiting for whatever is about to happen. The air is still and damp, with an earthy smell. Death. You stare at the tall wooden doors of the cathedral, which bulge inward with a violent jolt. Emma swings the inner doors closed, and you help her latch them shut with a thick wooden beam, and then step back at the sound of the outer doors buckling. Freakish zombie cries resound through the heavy oak barriers. The wood strains like a boat stressed in turbulent waters. "The doors won't hold for long. We need a plan," Mindy shouts from the upper area of the catwalk. The harsh, guttural sounds of the zombie legion fill the area, a constant buzz like a swarm of bees. Dust shifts across the floor as the stomping of the ground outside shakes the foundation of the old Gothic cathedral, a place you have called home for months, safe from the death and chaos of the outside world. The beating of the doors sound like ancient drums pounding in a rhythmic tone. You shift the weapon in your aching hands, having squeezed the metal so long. Beads of sweat roll over your face, distracting as they slither down the skin, but you are too focused on the sanctuary doors to care. Emma huddles in an alcove near the inner doors, cradled in the stone where a statue of a saint once stood for decades. She prays to herself, lips parted as she whispers some words to the Almighty. But as you see her staring past the doors and follow her gaze, you see Cassie hiding beneath a folding chair, and realize she's speaking to the apparition. "Most of the zombies are passing by," Mindy calls down from on high, "but at least 30 are storming our doors." As the walls are hammered and the doors buckle, you consider a plan for you and the survivors. "This is our cathedral and I plan to defend it. It's time to leave. It's the only way to survive." Well, what are we going to do? Leave now with all the zombies out there? We're going to be swallowed up in the sea of zombies. No, we're going to stay in here at this point. And it doesn't make sense to try to leave now. Listen up, everyone, you shout, above the raging sounds of the living dead. These doors may fall. We will defend this cathedral. The dead will not take it from us. Stay alert and be ready. When they come, open fire as they funnel through the entrance. If we stand together, we will succeed. We will not die here today. You rush to the top of the catwalk and peer over the side of the cathedral. More than 24 zombies crowd at the outer doors, pushing at the wooden barriers that keep your small group of survivors from what is most likely an unescapable death. The living dead below wail and strike the doors, scraping with hardened nails and flesh, somehow knowing in their undead brains that the living exist on the other side. In the sanctuary, the survivors huddle and hide, poised for a fight, ready for what may be the last battle of their lives. Mindy rushes to your side, panting, face long, lips cracked. Dark lines bulge from the area beneath her eyes. "When was the last time you ate or slept?" you ask. "What month is it?" she says with a smirk. "What's happening?" Emma yells up at you. "They are hammering down the doors, but can't seem to get through," Mindy states. Badger walks around the front doors in an agitated march. "Screw this. You can all die if you want, but I'm out of here," he says, and runs toward the exit to the gathering. "Get back here," Mindy yells, and starts down the catwalk. You grab her arm. "No, let him go. If he finds his way out, he will have a tougher time surviving on his own," you say. A darkness passes the area, and you gaze between the planks of the boarded window up at the night sky as the clouds hide the moon and the stars, blocking any light from reaching the cathedral. The zombies below look like one long mass of moving parts, arms waving as if antennas of some huge dark insect squirming across the land. Time creeps by. You sit slumped on the metal gate of the catwalk, watching the writhing pack of living dead at the front of the cathedral. Mindy wandered away minutes ago, and now returns to your side. "How is everyone doing down there?" you ask, waking from a few minutes of sleep. "Hanging in there," she says in a tired voice. She sits next to you and lays her head on your shoulder. The night air is crisp and biting, making Mindy's body extra warm against yours. She takes your hand in her lap. "If we're going to die, this is at least one last peaceful moment." You squeeze her hand, and she lets out a soft gasp. As your words die out, you hear a long and mighty creak, soon followed by an explosive sound of cracking wood. Here they are. The long beam holding the inner door splits in two, sending splinters flying like sharpened spears. You duck as a wooden shard flies over your head. Zombies stream through the open archway, and you raise your rifle and blast the first in line. Weapons fire from all around, filling the sanctuary with smoke and flashes of light. The first few zombies fall, bodies ravaged from gunfire, twitching and contorting as if dancing to music, and their breathing outside. Broken wood and stone rubble block the entrance, but more zombies push and crawl their way in. As you wait for a shot, you glance around the room. Mindy reloads her submachine gun as she balances from the edge of the catwalk. Heather has moved further from the doors and eyes the entrance nervously. The groaning of wood and stone grabs your attention, and a small group of zombies slip into the entranceway. The sudden pop of automatic weapons blares across the sanctuary. This is not good. You rush to the supply table and consider your primary and secondary weapons. Okay, AK-47 and MP5 submachine gun. You quickly devise a strategy for defending the interior of the cathedral, knowing many positions need to be covered. The catwalk provides the clearest line of fire, but requires more accuracy from that distance. Stationing survivors near the inner doors would provide an initial quick strike to the advancing zombie pack, but this is only possible for those who can remain cool under fire and are strong enough to attack with melee weapons. Past the first line of attack, survivors can be stationed in the center of the sanctuary behind cover to stop zombies from passing further into the cathedral. It is best for you to stay in the center to manage the defense along with any survivors you wish to keep an eye on. First, you consider Mindy. She's a great shot from the catwalk and has spent considerable time on watch duty up there. You assign her to snipe from the catwalk, absolutely. Next, you consider your sister. While you hope to keep her safe, assigning Emma close to you in the center of the room would keep her protected and give you help. Well, that's what I'll do then. Next, you consider Tom. Keeping Tom in the center of the room would best utilize his skills. Okay, fine. You glance at Heather. Let me fire from the catwalk. I swear I'll kill as many as anyone else in here. Fine. Do it. Next, you consider Badger. I thought Badger left. Badger can attack zombies as they pass through the inner doors. I thought he ran to escape, though. As you call out the last assignment, the survivors take their positions. Mindy rushes back up the catwalk and checks her submachine gun. Emma rushes to the right side of you and kneels at the wooden pew, her weapon aimed at the inner doors. Heading first to the supply table, Tom reloads his shotgun and fills his pockets with shells, and then moves back to his position in the center of the room. Heather seems relieved as she runs to the catwalk and takes position close to the front of the sanctuary. As everyone else takes their positions, Badger walks toward the back of the cathedral, glancing over his shoulder, and then breaks through the exit of the gathering. The rubble and debris shifts at the inner doors. Dust flies up in a thick cloud, and a sudden implosion of stone and broken wood clears the path of an advancing zombie group, their rotting corpses shuffling into the front of the cathedral. As they shamble forward, Badger attacks, killing the first two zombies in line and drawing the attention of those behind. You fire as they advance, dispatching two with steady shots to the temples. Two more file into the room, undeterred by the deaths of their fallen companions. They make it to the center of the sanctuary, and you fire a quick burst at one, snapping his head back. As the living dead flow through the broken inner doors, you call out orders, name targets, and shift survivors to defend the sanctuary. Your throat burns from the constant shouting. Your muscles ache from the non-stop movement, and your mind beckons you to rest. You laugh at the sudden memory of sudden drills between seasons and how you complained of fatigue after those long seasons. Somehow you always knew it would come to this, a last fight to defend the one refuge you have held in a God-forsaken land, amid a group of people you now call family. All the trials and challenges you have faced seem insignificant. The trips for supplies, the search for food, the raids from bandits, all have been blips in a timeline. All you face today is all that ever truly mattered. More zombies pour through the open doorway, and you fall back and let loose with your assault rifle, quickly unable to deal with the sheer numbers of undead. Should we run, Zach? There's so many, Emma shouts. I have faith in our ability to fight off this wave of zombies, or I abandon the sanctuary while escape is possible. Though those survivors on the catwalk will be left behind. I'm not leaving Mandy behind. We're going to die for her. Yeah, we're not leaving. So I'm going to say we fight. We stay and fight, you yell for all to hear. This is our home. We will defend it. Nearby, Emma fires her pistol into the zombie pack, bracing her arm over the front of a wooden pew. Most of her shots hit flesh, not brain, simply knocking the zombies back. Tom stands in the middle of the sanctuary, quick to fire at any zombie passing the inner door threshold. From the catwalk, Mindy's submachine gun screams over the howls of the zombies. She fires short bursts as they funnel through the inner doors, only stopping to reload. Heather leans over the rail at the front of the catwalk, aiming and firing while taunting her targets. Her shots are true, most in the head or neck. For what seems like eternity, A bleak and fearful eternity. Your small group of survivors fight the multitude of living dead. Guns rattle as bullets strike undead flesh, and the shrill shrieks of the living dead quickly drown out any other sound. Claws swing through the air, and teeth gnash. As zombies fall, they are replaced, and when they drop, more take their place. Your ears drum and warble as each gunshot adds to the cacophony. Your eyes water, irritated by the smoke and ash. All around you, corpses lie about in twisted displays of death. And then it takes a turn, as a new wave of zombies sweep into the room, fighting each other through the doorway. Those closest to the inner doors are the first to go. That'd be Tom. Though the rest of the survivors in the center soon follow. Tom does well to kill a few, but one misfire is all it takes before a claw swipes his throat, and a zombie... Tom does well to kill a few, but one misfire is all it takes before a claw swipes his throat, and the zombies swarm him. As you fight off a trio of zombies, you rush to the side of the church and hope to catch a glimpse of your sister. Pressed against the wall, Emma is held up by a small group of undead that rend at her body and pick her apart. Oh man, this sucks. You fade back from the center of the sanctuary, tripping over your feet, groggy yet filled with nervous energy. Zombies follow from all sides. You look to the side door leading out of the sanctuary, and know escape is your only salvation. But even as you turn, strong hands catch you. You wrench your arm away from the clawed fingers and feel your shoulder dislocate. A great weight falls across your back, and you crash to the ground. As your head smacks the tile, your vision goes black. Somehow you feel yourself floating, lost in some wave of euphoria, all pain gone, all feelings dulled. You open your eyes and look down at the sea of zombies in the sanctuary. Then all turns white. Man, what a way to go. The game has come to an unexpected conclusion. Luckily, your progress has been saved and you may continue from the last checkpoint. Do you want to continue from the last checkpoint or start the game over? Alright guys, wow, what an ending. This has been a pretty long chapter. It's been actually, honestly, emotionally draining. This has been like, you know, we knew it was coming. We knew this swarm of zombie. I mean, the name of the game is called Zombie Exodus. We knew this was coming. And I didn't want to... I had a chance to leave there once I got back to the cathedral, but I figured that if we left, we would be swallowed up even quicker. And I certainly didn't want to leave like Mindy behind. So I stayed and tried to fight the fight, you know. But I know at one point Mindy said that there were only 30 zombies outside, and I figured maybe we could take them. But I guess just more waves just kept coming in, and you know, I think all the gunfire and everything like that would attract more zombies to come over, so that would make sense. But, you know, we got swallowed up by zombies in the end. We lost. And I'm sure there's a way to win with a happy ending. I mean, there's supposedly 9 different endings here, but now I'm really curious about how you would, you know, how you would go through this without losing Uncle Lou. You know, if I had stayed at the cathedral, I have a feeling Uncle Lou would have died anyway, no matter who went with him, but who knows. This is really, really interesting. I'm really wondering what some of the other endings are, because this ending, you know, with everything that happened in this chapter, this ending was very, very emotional and draining, like sad. Like, wow, you know, we sit there and watch Emma get torn to pieces before we die. And, yeah, this was tough. I mean, it was a really, really fun playthrough of Zombie Exodus, but I guess part of me was hoping for a happier ending than this. This has been a really, really sad ending, especially losing Uncle Lou at the start, and then, you know, now losing our sister Emma and realizing that everybody there that we cared about through this whole game is dead. You know, that the zombies won. I know it's a game, but I'm kind of I just want to curl up in my bed and dream it away. No, this has been cool. I like it. I am curious if there's any happy endings though, where I don't know how you'd have a happy ending in a zombie apocalypse, but if there is one, I'd like to know. So anyway, leave your comments down below. Let me know what you guys think. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed my last my last chapter of this, where I fought it to the death to try to protect those that I cared about. But in the end, the zombies got us. So let me know what you guys think about this chapter. Be sure you rate my video. Be sure you give me a thumbs up if you enjoyed this playthrough. And if you guys want to see a different ending, if you think I made a bad decision somewhere, by all means, click the link down below. Go get the game, play it yourself, and maybe get a better ending or a happier ending than what I did, if there is one. I have a feeling there is a lot better ending than this one. So hopefully you guys will have fun playing it, or hopefully you guys have enjoyed this playthrough and listening to my playthrough, so I certainly appreciate you being here with me. I want to go ahead and thank you guys for tuning in and for watching this. Be sure you leave those comments down below. Be sure you rate my video. Be sure you subscribe so you get other future virtual novels just like this one. I've got a lot of content, a lot of games that are kind of like this coming up ahead. Another novel by Dattilo I plan on reading here in the next future as well. So we're going to read something by the same author, and then he also has a basically another zombie exodus called Safe Haven. That's basically Zombie Exodus 2 with a different group of people, and in Colorado. So at some point when that gets completed, I look forward to reading that on my channel as well. So I want to go and thank you guys for watching. Be sure you leave those comments down below. Let me know what you guys think. If I messed up, where do you think I messed up? And let me know if this ending was satisfying to you. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. We'll see you in the next video. Take care.